All right, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, right back at the helm of today's show. We are in the building. It's Player Talk Radio, man. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Please support the show. Yeah, we in the building. Hold on, give me 1 second. Hold up, y'all. Okay, yeah. It's a lot, you know. We gonna cover on today's show. Please hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. We gonna talk a lot. Got some politics to cover. Trump is upset at Putin. And he's voicing it. Just a lot of stuff to cover. We got what else we had on? Let me see on the Rolodex. We got not Austin Metcalf, but we got Carmelo Anthony being charged as an adult for the stabbing. What's going on? Underrated. I asked you on the last show, when are you free? When's the next time you're free? When's the next time you're free? All right. Shout outs to you. Welcome to the show. Please hit the like button, guys. Please support the show. We are here. Shout outs to everybody in the building. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
Welcome to Player Talk Radio. Hey, yeah. With DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's.
Hey, I'm Mace.
All right, we in the building, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Good to see you guys, man. We are here, man. So much stuff to cover on today's show, man. Let me do this right quick. Let's see. All right. Yeah, like I said, just a lot of stuff to cover on today's show. You know, we got cooking with kinds of stuff, and they were just going in on her, and it was mainly, you know, the sisters. I'm like, dang, you know. So, you know, a lot of them were like kind of cheering her up and making sure she was okay, and blah blah blah. She seemed cool and down to earth, you know. I mean, you know, you got to understand, you know, even me, you know, I've you know, told you guys that, you know, I'm an introvert. You know, I'm absolutely an introvert. Duke Dennis. I even seen Funny Marco over there. A lot of guys are over there, you know, millionaires and all kinds of stuff. So, you know, a lot of guys are like running around with Streamers University, you know, there. All of the people that are doing it now. And he got cooking with Kaya up there. You know what I'm saying? He got cooking with Kaya up there, and she literally got a boyfriend. And basically, you know, this whole time, she quote unquote got a boyfriend. You know, let me see. Shout outs to Poetic Flacco. Actually, Flacco covered it. And let me see if I can find it. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Hit the Cash App. The link is right there. Click that link, and definitely let's start the show off right with some support. Let's do this real quick. It's better I kind of fill in the gaps and show y'all what's going on. Man, I saw Davis got arrested. I wonder what that's about. But yeah, man, I wanted to bring up this topic because we've been talking. Why is YouTube acting weird now? we've been talking about quote unquote black love. You know, I'm not gonna say Cooking with Kaya is black love, but you know, the chokehold that the internet was in, it's on the way there. You know, that's kind of what, you know, dudes desire. I think it's goofy, you know, holding, cooking, and cleaning over men's heads. But it's, hey, it is what it is. Let's get it. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get into the show. It's Player Talk. Underrated. Are you still in the chat? I responded to you in the chat. If the time is good for you, bro. Let's go. Okay, I see what's going on. Hold on, y'all. I don't know why it does this. Hold on. Let me do this. Give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. It's Player Talk. Hold on. All right. All right, we should be back. All right, hold on. All right, there we go. What's going on, Rainwater? What's going on, UFO? I had to reboot everything. All right, let's go.
Cooking with Kaya is like 03 Stacey Dash. She's like the new it girl, the new heartthrob that every dude with money on the internet with some motion, they trying to get at her. After going viral overnight and having the entire internet on her body, she's been thirst trapping, gaining a lot of attention. But whole time she has a boyfriend that she really don't acknowledge. She don't really post him, but he's on his social media acknowledging her, doing everything in his power for people to know that they're dating. Some random fan tweeted, Cooking with Kaya definitely has a man, and he just might be 6'6", 240-pound muscular billionaire.
So again, we have another example of someone turning into a tyrant. You know, going on dating shows, 1 versus 20 and stuff like that. 7 people in the building. We can get 7 likes at least. Crazy, I got to say that. Let's hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. Please hit the like button and support the show also. They got something on Rumble called Tether. What the hell is this? Hold on, y'all. Oh, maybe that's a advertisement. All right, hold on, y'all. Shouts to UFO. You said I mentioned you the other day in AM's chat. He read my comment and gave you a shout out. For real? That's what's up. That's what's up. I appreciate that, UFO. Hell yeah. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. Shout outs to the Angry Man. Yes, sir. You know, it's funny. Everybody getting on him for doing what I did a couple of days ago, arguing with AI. I might do that on today's show, argue with Meta. See what Meta talking about. You know? I do want to plug it into this Bluetooth, but I don't know how I'll be able to speak into it. So that's why I just kind of didn't. You know. And people are like, oh my God, if people lose their life, he's arguing with AI. Yeah, you can argue with AI. Oh my God, I can't believe they're arguing with AI. Yes, argue with AI. AI is going to be educating the students and kids in the future, if not now. And yes, it's full of woke stuff. AI got to be PC. I don't know why people are just dumb. People are dumb. Like, you're stupid for arguing with AI. Actually, and these are people that haven't used AI. These are people that still like they're just scouring around the internet because they're running out of content. They're scouring around the internet because they're running out of content. You know? But let's get into this real quick. And then we might do a segment where we ask AI about black relationships.
Ain't no way nobody ain't hop on that. Man, this man quote tweeted that with a wink, bro. Wanting people to know that's my girl. He's a content creator too, but she's just way more famous. It wasn't always like that. He was the one with clout. He was more famous, and that's essentially how he pulled her. She was a nobody, but she went viral overnight for looking good, and now she's the star, and nobody really knows him compared to her. And that's why I feel like he's on social media overly claiming her, expressing his love for her all the time, because he understands the inevitable, bro. Listen, the inevitable is this. You and your girl was somewhat on the same level when she was a nobody, But now she's like the most sought after woman on the internet. You have
And
billionaires
she
and
switch up
millionaires
on you.
reaching out to her. You got rappers worth $100 million trying to crack her. You got NFL players, Sauce Gardner worth $100 million trying to crack. And you're essentially a streamer who does decent, but you're not no millionaire. You don't have a couple $100,000. So you have to realize the inevitable is gonna happen. She's going to leave you, bro. It's not a if, it's a when. She's gonna leave you. She was recently invited to Kai Cenat Streamer University, and while at Streamer University, fans was pointing out the fact that her and DDG looked like they had hella chemistry. You had other streamers like Jay Cinco, they was shooting at her, and she was being friendly. She wasn't being overly disrespectful for a woman who was in a relationship. I would say she was being too friendly, but she didn't really do anything that would constitute cheating. Now, her boyfriend knew that she was coming to Streaming University. He wasn't invited because he's not popular enough, but he still came to Cleveland or to Akron, Ohio, and he got a hotel in the same city as Streamer University. He stayed at the hotel 6 minutes away to keep tabs on her. That's how you know you got a bad one, bruh. You not trying to...
Well, yeah, you gotta still somewhat keep your presence, And like I said, a lot of guys, that's another thing, because a lot of guys do play it nice, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. You do gotta still keep it player. While she's streaming and doing other, while she's streaming and doing, other streams with, and going to the club and being around, other streamers and stuff like that. You might need to go to the club and go hang out and stuff like that and be like, hey, look, when you're done, let's meet up or whoop-de-whoop. You gotta, hey, you gotta, she gotta equally be worried about you. It can't be one-sided. You gotta still keep the wheels in her head turning. You don't gotta stalk her or be on her, her every single move. But yeah, you got to move a little bit different, especially if you got if the circumstances is going in that direction. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, You got to still kind of be there, What's the whole point of traveling out there just to be like, yo, I'm in the hotel waiting for you? Or your presence ain't gonna be acknowledged, and because you might as well have stayed at home, because the thing is that you put yourself in position. Well, the whole point of doing that is putting yourself in position for your presence to be noticed. So it's like, okay, when you're done hanging out and doing all of that other stuff, when you're done working, come see me. That needs to be established. Do your business and then come see me. But he let her get away, not get away, but he let her do her thing. Hey, cook for your man. If you don't, I will. He he let her say all kinds of shit. So yeah, eventually she was gonna be for the streets. StreamPergamy, let's get it.
Let her out your sight. But all that sweating abroad, following her everywhere, backfired, because even though he was only 6 minutes away from cooking with Kaya, she still went to the club with DDG and other streamers. And while at the club, she did something that he considered cheating. And because of this, he absolutely crashed out. She's at the club, she's having fun, she's dancing with her friends. Now, there's men involved. There's men around, but she's not really dancing directly on some of the men. However, she still knows there's men around, right? There's men in like her direct proximity. But she still turns around and starts twerking. There's men around, but she's on the floor twerking, bent over. Now, as she's bent over now, you start to see the men, or some men, quite specifically, start slapping her butt as she twerks. Now it's unclear if she realizes that men are smacking her butt, but she still does it, right? And the ex is watching this from the hotel 6 minutes away. Now, if you're 6 minutes away, I would say probably you want to go to your boyfriend 6 minutes.
Shit, I mean, if you're 6 minutes away, shit, he could go down there and go to the club also. Yeah, what's up? You know, go to the club. See, a lot of dudes show up to be disappointed. He could have stayed home, honestly, if he wasn't going to be somewhat proactive or somewhat passively proactive. He don't got to get in their face and be like, yeah, I'm her boyfriend. Y'all niggas need to back off. I need to. No, he can go to the club and chill over by the bar. He could be in the background. You know? Y'all seen it a couple of times. You know, some of y'all are quote unquote Nicki Minaj fans. Look how long Safari, I hate to use him as an example, but look how long Safari been in the background before people is like, oh, okay. You know, it's like damn near the entourage, you know, knew they had something going on before anything else, you know? The entourage knew. Not the entourage, but you know what I'm saying? Hold on, okay. Yeah. Not the entourage, but people knew they had something going on, at least at some point. But let's go.
It's away and not to the club with random men, but nonetheless, though, she didn't ask him to come. He's just following her around. He then runs immediately to Twitter, her boyfriend, Zay, and he would write, taking that to the chin. Good run. 100. Zay Brown is back. Damn, I'm in a hotel waiting for my bid, and she at the club 6 minutes away from me.
Then you got to be careful, too, because your audience will get in your ears about some shit. So let's go.
Me getting her ass slapped live in front of 50K people. Cloud a dangerous drug. Never trust no bid, y'all. Learn from me. It's crazy, bruh, because he was probably at that hotel, looking online, looking at how good she looks at Streamer University, her in them green shorts, and he thinking, oh, I'm finna eviscerate her cheeks tonight, bro. Oh, I'm finna clap it crazy. And then she does that, and you don't even get to clap it one last time, bro. Right? You got so emotional, you went crazy, and now you don't even get to clap the cheeks one last time, bro. Oh, my God, bro. So then he puts, I just lost my ball. Ball is like lingo for Streamer University. He just lost his girl. I think he went to the internet too prematurely because she was dancing with her girls. Even though guys were nearby, she was dancing with her.
And then this is the thing. While that's your girl, you could do couples skits. Get her more involved with what you got going on. While that's your girl, you could do couple skits. I don't even know. See, and then this is the thing. See, and he a young dude, so he don't know what the fuck he doing. But even if you know you about to lose her and she your girl for this limited amount, man, y'all niggas better start doing couple skits because he could use her to go pull the next chick to go do some couple skits with. It hasn't crossed your mind to do couple skits? You know? Or shit, at least attempt to do it before she on some, oh, that might ruin my brand type shit. Niggas ain't thinking, man. Head in the wrong place.
For girls. Girls always slap each other butt. But then the guy that was nearby, Quan, I should say, he snuck one in. He started slapping it. Now, apparently, according to people, it wasn't caught on stream. But according to people who were there, Kaya then checked Quan afterwards for slapping her butt unknowingly. Quan would apologize and claim he was drunk. He didn't mean it. So I think the boyfriend went to Twitter too prematurely. I understand being upset, but to take to Twitter to try to make a scene, you don't ever want to involve people in your relationship. You know, that's just from my perspective. Now, Cooking with Kaya would take to social media, her Twitch stream, to react to her boyfriend being pissed off that another man was slapping her butt. When responding to her boyfriend going off on Twitter about her quote unquote cheating, she gave a textbook example on how to avoid accountability. She says something that we hear a lot of women say when they do get caught doing something that they aren't supposed to be doing, which is, I mean, how can I cheat? We're not even together. But he thought y'all were together because he came all the way to Akron.
Like, if the truth come out, you're going to be looking dumb. So I would suggest you stop tweeting.
Oh, she feeling herself now.
Like, I'm not gonna do nobody like that, but they don't know the half of it. How can you cheat with somebody you're not with? And what did I do? Like, I'm okay. I'm great. I'm having fun.
Insecurity.
StreamPergamy University. But like I said, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let y'all have this moment, ZG. I'm gonna let y'all have this.
Man, we going into the year of the sisters doing they man Riz on. You know? That's what I'm trying to say. You know, I want y'all to pay attention because the red pill this year might have a second takeoff. You know, recipes to the rocket, man. The red pill might have a second takeoff this year. Keep it 100.
You have another dude in the background talking about insecurity is a drug. I guess he's our cameraman. They got nothing going on, but it just looks bad as well, man. Now, I do understand, because the more I learn about the situation, it feels like he was trying to hold on to their relationship and they were in like a weird spot, but still, he was still under the assumption y'all was in a committed relationship. You acknowledge that y'all weren't completely broken up a little later. Y'all was still like committed to each other, which is why he came to Akron. But she would even explain, well, again, when she...
My man went out there just to get embarrassed, man. Don't go out there with no damn plan, no damn game plan. And you got to have plan A, B, C, D, E, F, N. If you trying to be a G, you better have the whole plan. You got to let her know, too. And even when you let her know, you still got to stick to your plan. Yo, when you done over there, you know, I'm going to need you to come here. This is where I'm going to be at. You can't even be in a new city just chilling. You got to be in that city moving around also. She'll respect it a little bit more if she know you out there lounging around or at least somewhat handling business. You know, you going to be at Roxy's, I'm going to be at 123. You know? You going to be doing this? Well, I'll be over here doing that. You know? And you can't tell them to do that because women don't know how to do that. But she going to have this, you know, fake goofball competing vibe. And your vibe should literally be, I'm just out on the town chilling. I'm out on the town chilling, waiting for you. It's the equivalent. Like, see, back in the days, we used to have to wait. You know, we used to have to wait by the phone, you know, to get a call or some type of contact from your girlfriend or whatever. You know? And let me tell you something. If you sat there and your ass waited beside the phone, oh man, you dumb as hell. Even your girlfriend would look at you like you dumb as hell. You know. So you literally had to, you know, let her know, like, yeah, you know what, I was waiting for you, I was looking for you, but it's all right, it's cool. I still end up going out, you know. And then it shifts the conversation. Oh, where'd you go? You could either get into a little bit of details and kind of omit some stuff, or you could be like, don't worry about it. I went out, I had fun. You know? See, so a lot of these, that's what a lot of people are losing. See, you lose as a youngin when you have it, and y'all, because y'all are born behind the 8 ball, to tell y'all the truth. You know, if you haven't had a social life and you've been cursed to have a social media before a social life, you damn near will never know what you're using social media for. If you didn't have a life before social media, you don't know what you're using social media for, especially when it comes to dating and being a couple and managing your relationship online and business and all those other things. You might be savvy at other things, don't get me wrong, but you ain't savvy when it comes to that. You know, you ain't savvy when it comes to that. So
She said she did nothing wrong. She would explain that she was dancing with the girls. It was a girls' night. She was with the girls. She wasn't with no guy. And that what the dude did wasn't something that she wanted him to do. And she confronted him.
Yeah, I seen the picture, the screenshot that y'all talking about, but I had no idea. Like, literally. Obviously, if I'm, like, dancing with some girls and y'all saying something happened, I had no idea. Like, literally.
The dude who smacked her butt, Quan, he came on her stream to apologize, but he also revealed something. He said that Kaya said, and he said it in front of Kaya, and Kaya did not deny it. He said that Kaya said, even if he did smack her butt, it wasn't a problem.
What's up, y'all? Kicking with Kaya. I ain't gonna lie, I don't drink. I ain't kind of drunk. We just talk like adults. This mic is unmuted. There you go. You good? All right. What are we just talking about?
We talked about the situation that y'all was talking about him smacking my ass in the club or whatever, which I was unaware of it until y'all brought it up in the chat. And he just came and he said if you did, he apologized. There was nothing for it.
she finna get passed around. She finna get passed around, man. She finna get passed the hell around.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
She finna get passed around. Green. Day one, you getting your ass touched.
Mind you, I'm drunk. And what did you say when I told you that? You said...
Funny part is that she's around a bunch of nerds too. I told y'all that the world has changed. The world has changed. And like I said, I noticed this, you know, being a young player, the world has changed, man. You can you could be a whole man. Your girl can get took. I mean, it's always been like, and it hasn't always been like that. Honestly, I'm actually lying. The guys that actually started it came from what I would call the best era of the manosphere was during the pickup artist days, the real pickup artist days, not the bullshit y'all think y'all know about today. I'm talking about the actual real pickup artist days. That was when, because you got a lot of nerds here trying to reduplicate that, and they're just in the weeds. They don't know what the hell they talking about. That was when a full-fledged, unapologetic, nerdy cat could come take your bitch. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't being used as simps and utilities anymore. You know what I'm saying? They were more interesting. They had more shit going on and stuff like that. And I told y'all too, if y'all really want to get dimes, you just go after dudes' girlfriends. It's really not that hard to work your way up to dimes. You know, I mean, you know, it's a different way of navigating a social circle, not necessarily your social circle. But you'll realize that a lot of beautiful women, they date gumps. They're not always shacked up with like the quote unquote hypergamous type. You know what I'm saying? You know? They're not. And nowadays the nerdy types, they're getting the women. Make no mistake. And who told you that they're nerdy? You know what I'm saying? On the outside, they appear nerdy and stuff like that. You know, nerdy niggas will take your woman. Like I said, you got hybrid hustlers, man. Sometimes it's just a nerdy ass dude that learned how to figure out the algorithm, or sometimes it's luck, or sometimes he got friends, or sometimes, you know, y'all niggas getting y'all girls took by nerds too. You know, not saying Brody here is a nerd. I'm saying in general. You know? So, and we still in somewhat of an acclimation phase. Hybrid hustlers, that's what we call them. You know? Y'all be thinking that the dude at the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, he not player. Man, some of them niggas be players like shit and not Yu-Gi-Oh cards. You know? You've activated my trap card. I took your bitch. You know? It's like, nah, man. Let's go.
That you did that, and I was unaware, like I was confused.
And if I did, like I said, I apologize. But if I did, what did you say? What did you just tell me? What? You said if I did, what did you say? It wasn't a problem.
Oh, see, now he holding her accountable. She was gonna omit and leave that out. She was gonna omit and leave that out. What'd you tell me when we had a discussion about that?
Even though, like, it wasn't my intentions. Like I said, you got what you got going on. I got what I got going on.
And honestly, I you know, I'm gonna say she cheated on him already. You know, these girls, they're not sitting up here waiting and shit. They not sitting up here waiting for you to start moping around. She already cheated on him, nigga. He don't know.
Everybody in the club cleaned up.
Okay, as long as you apologize, like I said, I wasn't even aware that you did that.
Exactly.
But he apologized, y'all.
And the funny part is that a lot of guys don't know stream. It might not be another streamer. It might be a completely unrelated nigga. Let's go.
That's the end of it. We won't even talk about it no more.
Man, that shit.
Let it go. We go.
Zay will take to Twitch to explain how he feels about the situation. Now, what he explains is a situation we've all been through. He would explain, or how he tells it, he may not realize what he's saying, but as somebody who's been involved with women, I understand what he's saying. Kaya began to slowly distance herself from him, kind of not answer his calls as often, respond back a little slow, and they were in a position where, yeah, they were talking about their issues they need to work through, but he was still under the assumption they were together.
Getting ignored. I'm getting blatantly ignored, gang. I'm gonna tell niggas, getting blatantly ignored, my nigga. I'm like, bro. And the thing is, bro.
And see, that's the thing. It's like, bro. Because low key, like, would you go sit at the hotel all day and stream? No, do a stream and be like, yo, look, I'm about to go get some food. Go explore the city. You know, like go outside, do some IRL live streams, because now you're not competing with no damn internet. You're competing with your lady. And she's around other streamers that's doing other different cool stuff. Come on now.
What I always told her, gang, I said, bro, if you ever want any of these niggas, just let me know.
What type of conversation is that to have with your woman? If you ever want any of these niggas, let me know. Man, y'all dudes cuck yourselves out, man. If you ever feel like your uterus it has a second heartbeat for any of these other niggas, let me know, man. And you gonna do what? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
My nigga, let me know, because I'll do anything I'll do anything to try to keep us together if we having regular problems. But if it got anything to do with another nigga or trying to entertain another nigga, explore the options, I say, yo, let me know and I will move around. You don't gotta worry about nothing. I'll be out your way. No cap. That's what I said every time I say, yo, if it's got anything to do with any nigga, tell me, and you don't even gotta worry about me trying to fix this shit. I'ma let you go do what the fuck you wanna do, my nigga. No cap. You feel me? But funny thing is, you had a nigga 6 minutes away. I'm 6 minutes away, gang. I'm 6 minutes away.
If you were getting blatantly ignored, then why show up at Akron? Why show up to Ohio? Like, why? Like, why would you come if you were being blatantly ignored? It felt like he was still trying to hold on to this, bro. He felt like, man, bro, she about to go to Streamer University. Kai is there. DG is there. Duke Dennis is there. Quan is there. Oh, man, all these lit dudes trying to get at her. I got to be nearby. And it looks like, bro, she wasn't feeling you anymore, man. She got the fame, she got the attention, and she started to look like, bro, I can do better than you, man. You just a normal guy. I got millionaires trying to date me now. Yeah, bro. You try super hard. Now, he said something goofy that I didn't quite agree with. He said he don't...
Well, she's in a crux right now. I mean, she's in a crux. She can pivot or she can still try the cooking angle. But then it'll kind of look bad on her end that the boyfriend that she's quote unquote cooking for, this is what she's doing with him. You know? Like literally he could have turned it into a couples channel and just like start another channel and have it unrelated, you know? Niggas not using they brain. But worried about getting cheated on. Like it's like y'all niggas need to be tactful. But he young. I mean, yeah, this gonna be the heartbreak that I do it for him. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be the one.
blame Quan for slapping Kaya's butt. I feel like, yeah, like Quan apologized, so it's no weird stuff. It's cool, but he slapped her butt without her permission. You should be mad at him for doing that.
And you 6 minutes away. You can go down there and go talk to him. Hey, yo, I need you to, you know what I'm saying? If you genuinely, you know what I'm saying? I need you to do me a solid, you know? I need you to, I'm gonna be around here. I'm gonna be around doing my thing. But yeah, if you could do me a favor, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, keep an eye on her, you know? On some man-to-man shit. Let me know if something going on. I'll tap in with you a little bit later. Don't be unfazed by it. You touched my girl's butt. What are you supposed to do?
To your girlfriend, bro.
At the nigga on, because look, bro, if I'm in the club, nigga, I got some drinks in my system. And I see some fine shit. Mind you, he was standing behind her for like 3 minutes before she even started doing that. So, nigga like me, I'm doing the same shit. Behind her, I'm trying to get on that. As soon as she starts getting tricked, I'm trying to get on that. I don't give a fuck. You feel me? And especially if she looked like I.
These are the girls. These are the dudes the girls choose, y'all, fellas, and keep. All you grown ass niggas, man. I want that cooking with Kaya girl. That cooking with Taya. This is what she's impressed by.
Can do it. Like a nigga not gonna do some shit like that if they don't feel like they can do it. My nigga, a nigga not gonna do some shit like that if they don't feel like they can get on that, bro. Nigga gonna be like, oh, she bad. Let me grab her ass. No, my nigga. No. Overly comfortable when a nigga they feel like they can get anybody. Bro, I won't even say that, bro, because like it's not even about the nigga getting lit, bro. It's about her how like I don't know, gang. But I can't be mad at the nigga. Let me have some drinks in my system. I'm at the club. I see some fine shit right there. We getting lit. I've been behind her for 3.
Kaya will come back on stream and she will break down, or she will finally confess to what we've all known. Anybody with a brain look at the situation and you can figure out what went wrong here. She will finally reveal, listen, I'm hypergamous too, all right? I'm finally lit. I got a lot of attention. I'm famous.
And that's not hypergamy. That's not hypergamy. You know, that's just honestly going to work and being disrespectful to your man. That's it's not hypergamy. You know, it's not what people think it is. That's not hypergamy.
Down a lot of successful and rich men are in my inbox.
That's why I call it StreamPergamy.
I just asked my boyfriend to get established. So Kaya is 23. I think Zay is around the same age. So she wanted her 23-year-old boyfriend to get established in order for him to continue dating her. most 23-year-old men are not established, bro. I'm just most 23-year-old men are just getting into their career in their field and they're still figuring it out and grinding. But because she done achieved fame for looking good, for twerking on like TikTok, she now wants her 23-year-old boyfriend to become a millionaire overnight to keep up with her or to keep her, and he couldn't do it. So according to her, she was pretty much done with that situation because he wasn't established.
I was respectful enough to tell him, I still want this, but I just want you to go get.
That's the shit that be killing me. I was respectful enough. You were respectful after you were disrespectful. After you showed up somewhere, behaved in a certain way, put me in a position I can't protect you. You were being disrespectful. Y'all niggas getting this Jedi mind trick ran on y'all. And the funny part is that women are more players than the guys, because it's like, if you were to do that, oh, she'd check you immediately. This is why I said you have to be able to put them through a similar amount of BS that they're going to put you through. You need to be out on the town. If she know you at the hotel, she going to be, oh, he at the hotel. He not. You need to be somewhere in the vicinity so she kind of be in check. Oh, he might come to the club. Oh, he might meet somebody. Oh, he might do certain things. You need to be doing that. God damn.
Established. That's all I was asking for. I just want him to get established. To the point where I kept telling him, like, yo, I got so fed up. I was literally telling him, like, go hang out with boys. You have friends out here. Like, get out the house. You don't gotta stay with me 24/7. Like, I don't know. I just got frustrated. It's just.
See, on some player shit, what's not told to y'all is that the behavior goes both ways. You know, the behavior goes both ways. You know, there's nothing wrong. Well, I mean, there's a lot wrong, but it's like, hold on. The behavior goes both ways. If you're gonna be accepting certain behavior, you know what I'm saying, from your lady, or you're gonna be accepting from certain behavior from your lady, you gotta oblige. If you're gonna let her do certain things, you know, if you're gonna let her go to the club, twerk and hang out and do all of this other stuff, well, you got to be able to handle what comes with that. And not be insecure. She gonna look to you to be that way. You got to equally be going out there doing you. You can't be on some sitting home waiting for you. Just staring at these walls. Nigga, you gotta be in the club. You gotta be, yeah, I'm at the club down the street. Yo, I just stopped by the taco stand. You want something? Shit, nigga, the fucking, the shit gonna go both ways. It ain't about to be no, I'm about to sitting home waiting for you. Dog. If you gonna allow, just if you're gonna allow it, you better oblige. Don't try to renege halfway. Man, I'm gonna let my girl be outside half naked, but then I'm really gonna feel some type of way. Nah, you can't do that. You can't do that. And then now it's getting to a point where it's not safe anymore. You understand what I'm saying? And what I mean by it's not safe. You see, you got all of these new little weird relationships coming out. Like, you got these streaming relationships. Right? You got these streaming relationships. You know, yeah, I let my woman wear some raunchy shit. But guess what? She in her house. She's streaming from her house. She's doing her. So I know she's at home. She's not at somebody's club. She's, not at a party. I'm probably in the next room type shit. We just, kind of just doing us. So to a certain, and that has its own challenges, but reasonably to a certain degree, that's somewhat safe. That's somewhat safe. You can say that's a bit safe. But now she meeting streamers. She going to the club. Rub-a-dub-dub. Booty bouncing all over the place. Environment changed. Music. Liquor. Ego. She not on your program. If he was to tell her to stop, the relationship's over. Then you put yourself in a position where now it's hard to fight for your respect. It's hard to fight for your respect. You don't let too much stuff happen. It's hard to fight for you. Same thing with Papoose. Same thing with Papoose. If you at home and then he on the worst, he's on the worst site to even respond back. He's on Twitch. On Twitch, you sitting down, you playing your video games and stuff like that. You talking to your folks and stuff like that. I bet you she wouldn't be happy if he had little big titty bitches coming through and talking to him and being on stream with him and stuff like that. You accepting a lot. I bet you she wouldn't like him going on a 20 versus 1. She wouldn't like that. So a lot of times they use their little, their wits and looks and all this other stuff. See, that's the thing about men. And rest in peace to Patrice O'Neal, because he talked about it. You give up your boat. So see, as men, you got to be a little bit tactful when you quote unquote give up your boat, because your wife, your lady, your girlfriend, whatever stage she's at with you, she's always gonna test that. Women are always gonna wake up and try to see if they have a winning scratch card. She'll know you're winning. She'll even know you're a winning scratch card and still check to see if you're a winning scratch card. Y'all hit the like button, hit the link that's in the chat room and pin to the top of the chat. Hit the Cash App. Support the show. Show the show some love. Real talk. So you can't turn off her looks. You can tell her to cover up a little bit more, but she's one of those girls that got a shape and a figure that you like. So covering up is going to do but so much. She for the streets, homie. And girls like this, I ain't gonna lie, don't last long. She keep eating that food. Shit gonna start looking sloppy. She get knocked up one time. Shit gonna start looking sloppy. She being preserved at this moment. But she get passed around enough, shit gonna start getting sloppy. So you got to be careful. these girls are turning to a tyrant on you, you know. And then you too, as a guy, if you get to a certain level, you may turn into a tyrant on her. You may turn into a tyrant on her. Real talk. Let's go.
Yeah, I am too young. I just got frustrated of carrying the weight. Y'all, I couldn't do nothing. Like, he didn't let me do nothing. Like, oh my gosh. It was so bad.
What's going on, Stoic? Oh, no, she bad. She bad. But that's probably the problem. She might be bad. Good to see you, bro.
But anyways, like I said, I'm not going to speak on his situation.
We've all been there before, man. He had all the clout at some point.
True.
Now, by all the clout, I mean he was still where he's at now, right? He's like a semi-popular streamer. He has clout. He has like 100,000+ on Twitch. So, he does his thing. And she had no clout. So he could get the girl who looked really good with no clout. But once she went viral overnight for looking good, and now she got all the clout in the world, she now looks at you as if you're nobody because now she's doing better than you. Whole time you're trying to hold on because now you got the most sought after girl on the internet, and you thinking you can't do much better than her. Hey man, Zay, man, keep your head up, all right? But yeah, it's over with, bro. You're not getting her back, okay? Keep your head up, man. All right, move on. Y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think, man? Do you guys feel like Cooking with Kaya did something wrong? Do you guys feel like Zay is overreacting?
Of course she did something wrong. But at the same time, you got to be able, I'm telling y'all, these new streaming relationships are different, man. If you don't know what's going on, you're going to be lost in the sauce. If you don't know how to date a streamer, just don't do it. They don't really got time for you like that. They don't really got time for you like that. And certain things will happen, and you're going to have to, you're going to have to accept certain things. Their shows and stuff like that, it don't be about you. You have to find something to do or have something else going on, like I said. Like let me have a streamer chick and she's in a couple of neighboring cities over and shit like that, and I find myself going there. All of the goofy shit that y'all sit down and talk about, man, I want to try this restaurant and I want to try that restaurant. That's what you do. You go to that place and be like, yeah, I'm at the pizza place on, and I'm not even gonna lie, this ain't even no mind manipulation game, but if she happened to feel bad about it, well, hey, you just out at work and you happen to feel bad about it. If we talk about going to go get some pizza and stuff together, and look, you happen to, after you been shooting and doing skits with these people, I'm going to be at the pizza place we talked about on 51st. And I'm going to be there having a blast. That's the thing. When you start rapping what you're doing around her and stuff like that, man, she start feeling herself. Like, why are you traveling to go disappoint yourself? You don't even have a plan. You don't even have a plan. The plan was you supposed to be a little bit more closer to her. Your presence is supposed to be there. You got to tell her, don't assume. Yo, when you done with them, hey, this is where I'm at. I'm going to go out, I'm going to go explore the city and stuff like that, take some pictures, maybe, do some filming, do some in real life filming and stuff like that, kind of get outside and stuff. And that's it. Let's go.
Or is he reacting appropriately? Let me know. And if you're still watching, click on this video right here somewhere on my screen to find out how this very short man crashed out, snapped, freaked out after being rejected on Pop the Balloon. I'm going to see you guys in this video somewhere on my screen.
Now, remember this guy? This is actually funny. Mr. I'm from the ghetto. He keeps going. He keeps going back to the Pop the Balloon show. he was on like some reunion and stuff like that. He kind of really trying to go viral too. But shout outs to Flacco.
It's probably the sassiest I've seen a man act on Pop the Balloon. The last time Brian was on Pop the Balloon, I actually agreed with a lot of what he says. And the women were actually trying to date
I'm from the ghetto.
him. But because of his statements on baby daddies and them having more than one baby daddy being a red flag, they popped. But a lot of men was clapping it up for Brian. But Brian came back and made a fool out of himself. Brian stands about 5'1" or 5'2" max, and I'm not kidding. Like, that's an actual height. So he's been short his entire life, and he's been getting rejected by women for being short his entire life. Is nothing new.
I agree, Stoic.
And he does well with women, but some women, that's a deal breaker. So I would think if you've been getting rejected for your height your entire life and you're 40 plus years old, you would have developed some great ways or some great responses to react to being rejected. I wouldn't expect at 40 plus years old, being rejected for being short will still be a trigger for you. And when Brian came on the Pop the Balloon this time around, he was sounding triggered. He was sounding super sassy, and he really made himself look crazy. His reputation precedes him because before he even came into the frame, women were already popping. As soon as women spotted his silhouette, bro, they were popping. They didn't want to deal with him because of what he said on previous episodes, like the reunion and on the show.
Let's go ahead and bring out our first single guy. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
This nigga like
Brian.
10 episodes
Brian,
in.
how old are you?
41.
And I'm
And
from the
what do you-
ghetto.
That gotta hurt, bro. It was 10 women in total, and 5 out of the 10 popped their balloons. So off the rip, before you even said a word, bruh, hi, I'm Brian, pop, pop, pop. That means, bruh, yo, you have been hard on women, bruh. Now, a lot of things that Brian said in the last episode, I agree with. They didn't for some reason. I wonder why. Now, when Brian starts speaking, it's really apparent Brian ain't really here for no love, bruh. Brian is concerned with trying to be the next Kevin Samuels, bruh. Brian is concerned with trying to be a social media star. Brian would even announce that he's writing a book on how to deal with women or certain things that men needs, which means that, like, his last appearance sort of went to his head. People have been telling him, hey, bro, you was really spitting, man. You was really giving these women game, bro. Write a book. So now Brian is trying to be a social media star. And you will see with how he interacted during this episode, him being a social media star is his concern is not finding love on this show.
You do.
I'm an aircraft mechanic.
All right. Now, what are some things you like to do for fun?
I like to go to lounges. I like to read. I like to write. I got a book out, The Perfect Match. I'm sure everybody know that already.
The crash out was a slow build-up, and even though Brian acted like a straight goofy at times in this episode, I'm not about to sit here and tell you that Brian ain't say no truths. Brian was spitting a little bit.
This is what a lot of guys also don't understand. Because, like I said, you gotta have a balance. You know, you gotta have a balance. A lot of women, even if you're a quote unquote a nice guy, a lot of women are still going to reject you. A lot of women are still going to reject you. Even if you help them with their business or want to see them do better and stuff like. Actually, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Sometimes that's why they reject you. If you want to see them do better, that's why they reject you. You know, a lot of people aren't dating to become better people. You know, a lot of people aren't saying, "Hey, man, I'm going to the club tonight. I'm going to a place where I can degrade myself tonight to become a better person or meet somebody that's gonna make me become a better." A lot of people ain't looking at dating as an opportunity to become the best versions of themselves. You know what I'm saying? And some people, they hate that they gave or give somebody else that type of quote unquote, I guess how they're looking at it, you gotta look at it from their point of view, that they gave somebody that type of power over them. You understand what I'm saying? That's I gave you that type of power over me. You know? So a lot of people, they you know, they're not dating to better themselves. You know, some people is cringe. They're like, oh, man, I'm not about to date this person. This person gonna expect better of me than I expect of my damn self. You know what I'm saying? I remember it's funny because I'm from the DMV area, and I do have somewhat of a slang, but I don't. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people in a weird fucking way will be like, "Oh, you speak proper." Now I know what they mean. I know what they mean to a certain degree, and to a certain degree, I get it. But it wasn't just me. I've seen it, but when I've experienced it, it was a little bit different. Sometimes, what's going on, Bronze? Good to see you, bro. Sometimes the woman, I'm gonna tell some of y'all fellas, if you speak a little bit more, quote unquote, proper, because that means something different in the black community. I'm gonna tell you some. Yeah, DMV do got a somewhat of a country slang. That's true. And they hold on to words a little bit longer. That's why I'm like, all right, I get it, because we switch up, I mean, like I said, some PG shit, we switch up. But my thing is this, right? It's like, if you speak a little bit somewhat proper, you will, I'm not going to say it's going to turn women off. But what I'm going to say is that, you will run into women that's just full on the slang. They're full on the slang. I'm not gonna necessarily say that they don't speak like they got sense, but they don't be around people that speak like they got sense. They kind of, people speak like they immediate circle too. Because this is how they express themselves within their network. It is what it is. You got women that will reject you because you're on a higher level than them. And not just speech-wise, just even in life. Women get that option. Men will be like, well, if I'm better than her, then she'll fall into my... No, not really. Women reject dudes that are better than them all the time. It ain't what... I don't know why guys be applying their goofy ass... First of all, the funny part is with guys that be applying their logic to some of the stuff that goes on in a woman's life. First of all, that shit is hilarious. Then if guys really understanding that shit's so logical, it's like playing Tetris. Then why haven't you figured it out? Why haven't you applied that amount of logic and I'm not going to necessarily say trap somebody, but why haven't you take that knowledge and applied it? Get it. You can still get a chick with it. Especially nowadays, you can find somebody that's goofy or slipping. There's a lot of goofy women out here you can get with just straight up logic. If you know what you're talking about, or if you apply it. Actually, any woman you can get with logic, but it has to be applied right. Because you have to understand her. I don't even get it. And that's why that's why a lot of dudes in these spaces need to shut the hell up, because they don't know what the hell they talking about. Because you'll have a guy that's running around here confused about women and shit like that. And then they don't know shit about women, but then they'll turn around on the back end and be like, see, that's why I don't understand these game guys, because the game don't exist. It's like, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I heard this one dude, gamers just telling a woman what she wants to hear, and it's like, man, just shut up. Like, if you don't know what game is, just don't even speak on it. That's the quickest way to announce you don't got it. You don't got it. You don't know what it is. You don't got it. You're still trying to figure out women. If you don't believe in gaming, want gaming, or don't understand gaming and stuff like that, there's no reason for y'all to be clicking on videos to understanding a woman's nature. Why? So you can let her down, or not do nothing with it, or you can just find other methods to hurt yourself and complain about stupid shit. Niggas don't even know when they telling on themselves. Don't even know. then want to be dating experts or blah blah blah. I haven't even picked up literature on dating. Not saying that you agree with the author, but as even square dudes, you're not even building an arsenal. You don't even have a toolbox to refer to go get some women. That's gonna change soon. I'm creating something for the guys, so I can move on to some other shit. I'll unveil it probably sometime mid next month. Paying for school and going for this next certification. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Welcome to the show. An hour and 37 minutes into the madness. Please drop something on the Cash App. Let me know that y'all are soaking up this game.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's get back into it. This guy's on the Pop the Balloon show, Mr. I'm from the ghetto. Let's go.
But the sass overcame the spitting. Now, the first woman that he dealt with is a woman from the
He wasn't spitting, but let's go.
previous episodes that a lot of people don't like either, right? Like, they look at her as somebody who is there for clout. She's super vain, super, like, prissy. So her and Brian had an interaction. Apparently, they had beef in the past, and they hashed out their beef live on Pop the Balloon. And what Brian said to her kinda turned off a lot of other women.
I'm Alicia and I'm 29.
And Alicia, what do you do?
I'm a content creator.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
I think we're both vets to the show. I've seen you on the show. I do think you're a little strict for me. I do tend to date taller guys. And we've just had some interesting interactions on the internet.
Now, like I said, a lot of guys don't have a toolbox. So they don't understand when certain things are being used against them. Because see, what you'll realize when you do get a little bit of game about you is that the same thing that women use on men works like a charm on them when they're put in that same position. Somebody has a hula hoop and you walk over to them and they viciously take the hula hoop from around them and put it around you. And then they're sitting there waiting to see your response to what they just did. When by then, if you're seasoned and you already picked up on what they're doing, you've already would have taken that hula hoop. And by the time they look up to see how you're going to respond to it, it's already back around them. Nice one. Your turn. It's ping pong. What are you talking about, Kuda? I know y'all didn't pick it up. I know what I'm saying is going over your head like that hula hoop. What I'm saying in a lot of cases is that what she said to him and why it got up under his skin, and it makes no sense if you're gonna hurt and wallow over something that you don't even understand. What she said is a disqualifier. That's called a disqualifier. See, one of the reasons why I say the pickup was the best time in the history of the space was because there was so much stuff going around, and if you missed it, you missed it. You pick up, we used a lot of stuff. We had a lot of gambits and tools that we would use for reasons and no reasons sometimes. And one thing we would use is called a false disqualifier. But something like height is a disqualifier. And that makes guys feel bad because it's something that they can't change. And if you're comfortable, and also too, it's a shit test too on top of it, because if you're comfortable within yourself, you'll know that you don't need to change that. You don't need to change that. And then also too, you got to find your tribe of women. Women talking about I don't date short dudes and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, well, shit, you're not dating tall niggas neither because you on this damn show. Whatever you claim that your standards are and you're not dating it, it's not working out for you. Some of those girls are goofy because you get on social media. You can even go find it. You can even in real life. But get on social media. You'll have a pack of women that'll tell you it's the short, skinny dudes that's packing. A lot of group of women don't know about that. Motherfuckers talking about some protection and shit like that as if the police don't exist. You know what I'm saying? How much protecting are you going to be doing? I don't like a short guy. He can't really protect me. Against what? Some shit I can call the police on? You dig? Y'all niggas be falling for this shit, hook, line, and sinker, and don't even know why. They don't even have a rebuttal for the stuff that y'all are hearing and stuff like that. Half the shit that she's gonna throw at you is some shit everybody done heard on the internet. Niggas talk about some go get his book and stuff like that. I be listening to niggas. I be like, man, I wonder how much of mine and other people in this space material is gonna show up in that damn book. Let's go.
I don't know. You're a little spicy on the internet. You've said some not nice things to me, so.
Oh, to you directly?
Yeah, I just feel like it was just after a catch up or something. We just had an interesting interaction, and I just didn't like the way you handled me on the internet. I thought it was a little rude.
Okay. So, Brian, anything you want to say? And is she also someone that's your type?
I mean, she looks good, right? But I think I would pass.
That's fair.
The thing you're speaking about on the internet, you called me sassy in the comments. I really didn't appreciate that. I thought that was disrespectful.
And see, he's not smart enough just to keep it going. You know what? I probably was tripping that day. You know what I'm saying? You know, respect to you, and you know, I'm sorry if I made you feel some type of way. You know, let's keep it pushing. Going up there, you said I feel sassy, and you blah blah blah. Literally what she's saying, while around the competition and the women that are supposed to sit there, you're not even cognizant enough to read the room and be like, hey, you know what? Let me just keep this going. Why would you go into detail? This is the same thing we got to tell y'all dudes when y'all go out on a date with a woman. Even if your ex dumped you, don't sit there and be talking, man, she dumped me because she said I was this and she said I was that. Women sit around and look for the things. They take their cues from other women. They will stick around until some of them will stick around until they see what the other woman saw and do you the same way. That's what they do. Oh, this is a precursor. This is what you know what I'm saying? And this is how dudes talk their way out of coochie all the fucking time. They reveal so much about themselves because when you're in a stage, not necessarily of infatuation, but when you're dating, what's going on is that you have a window. Some windows with certain women are bigger than other ones. You know what I'm saying? Y'all drop something on this game. Putting the Cash App in the chat. Y'all hit that link and support the show. Giving y'all some real good game right now. If you don't have Cash App, you can definitely hit the coffee store. That would be definitely much appreciated. Because when you guys support the show, I drop more gems. And I'm telling you, you know, you have this window. You know, you have this window with certain women. And when they're interested in you, you have to act within a certain amount of time. And you guys are projecting certain things on each other. And some women will give you more credit than what you worked for or what you understand what I'm saying? And you have to fit their fantasy to a certain degree. Not necessarily fit it, but play to it. And if that's not what you want to do and you realize that, well, then you got to reestablish yourself and see if she feels the same way about you. You got to have a plan. But just sit up here just talking and all this other stuff, the more realistic you become to a woman, you're destroying that. What's going on, Aqua? Right, player. Adapt to the situation at hand. Yes, it's called being situational. You know what I'm saying? And the more the more real you become, you're destroying her perception and her projection onto you. And let me tell you something. There's a lot of women that don't mind that. But let me tell you something. There's a lot of women that would be offended by that. Hey, you're a man. You should kind of know you should kind of know the dance. You're at a certain age. Because see, the world revolves around women in their mind and reasonably within their lives. Women aren't running around here, what can I contribute to the world? They're not running around here thinking like that. They're running around here, what can the world give to me? What are you bringing to me? What are you doing for me? How's that going to benefit me? How's this going to help me? What about me? Something got to be in it for them. Opportunist. Respectfully. And this is how a lot of times, like I tell you guys, a lot of women will teach y'all to respect yourselves and learn more about yourself. Guys are givers, women are receivers. You put a quarter into the vending machine, a Pepsi comes out. That's something else, y'all. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. Hit the like button, support the show. Giving y'all too much game as we go. Hit the like button and support the show, man. I'm going to tell y'all some real shit. You know, women will be offended that you did not give them the opportunity to project what they want to project onto you. And you just interrupted it with your bullshit. That's offensive. Damn, let me have an imagination for a little bit. Don't, like, damn, let me figure it out. Niggas up here on the first date telling bitches how much they make a year. Like, nigga, is she doing your taxes? Why are you telling her this? Why do you feel she needs to know that? Aqua says, stop being too logical with women. I know it's a pain in the ass. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout outs to Aqua Dragon in the building. Let's get it. Y'all hit the like button, hit the Cash App. Let's go.
Okay. Right? And I said something back to you, and that was pretty much it, really. But I think you're moving a little too fast. I really don't think you're here for love, to be honest with you. Last time you would say you had your homegirl with you on the episode.
You're promoting
I really don't think y'all was really...
You came out and basically like promoted your book, so I thought that was a little interesting as well. But I am here for love. You're not my type.
I doubt that,
thank
baby.
you.
I doubt that, but
That's
it's
okay.
cool.
We're not here for you. Mwah.
Brian isn't wrong.
And she sit up there knowing damn well what she's doing. We're not here for you. He don't even pick up on it. Yeah, women love a mystery and to be curious. That's what makes it exactly. And that's another thing too. I mean, that's why you ask them open-ended questions and all kinds of different stuff, because when they're flustered and too busy talking about themselves, a woman's favorite topic is herself. Something easy, something that she knows about and stuff like that. And she too busy answering questions and stuff about herself. She's like, damn, well, I'm up here answering all these questions about myself. What about you? That's a way to get her genuinely interested in you instead of offering up and volunteering information about yourself that she does not care about. Telling her shit that she didn't genuinely ask you. See, a lot of you guys don't even know how to dance during the qualification phase. That's qualification. Let's go.
From my perspective, bro, you called me sassy, bro. I'm gonna show you what sassy is. That's just a fact, bro. All right, you disrespected me as a man. Also, too, his assessment of, now she's a her occupation is content creator. Obviously, she's not commenting on Pop the Balloon just to find love. Because if it was just to find love, bro, she has an Instagram, she has a Twitter, She has real life. She's an attractive woman. She gets approached at least 5 times a day, obviously. So no duh. Like, you're here for clout. Like, it's that simple. He's not wrong at all. Now, here's where Brian, I should say, here's where Brian starts getting out of pocket. All right, he starts to hear the "I'm popping on you because you are short," and then he begins to fight back. Initially, his initial points of "y'all are hyper fixed on my height. What if I hyper fix on y'all hair?" To me, that's pretty valid. But he should have left it at that. When you start going back and forth and arguing and being hostile, that's when you start coming off as sassy.
Let's move on. Your name and age.
Hi, I'm Alexis, and I'm 30 years old.
And Alexis, what do you do?
I'm doing well, thank you. So I'm a teacher by day and an entrepreneur by night.
Okay. What kind of businesses do you have?
It's a cold pressed juice business.
Okay, nice. And why did you end up popping your balloon?
Outside of the height, you said you like to go to lounges, and I'm not big on lounges, so that's ultimately why.
Yeah, I mean, it was more so of the height. That's why she had to mention it. It was more so of the height. It's basically to trigger him. And I mean, and that's the thing, though. You know, guys be too serious. You know, they'll show up to those shows and be just too serious. They're too serious. Yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, I'm just about to be like, God damn, calm down. He could have been a little bit more fun. Oh, I get it. You know, yeah, you know, you got some girls out here that don't even have an ass, you know, but what they lack in the back, they probably packing the cat, you know. If I'm a short nigga, man, look, God knew where to put the rest of my height. Flip that shit. Start making lemonade. Flip it into confidence.
Okay.
Is she someone that's your type?
She's nice.
Thank you.
I would approach her. But, you know, lounges as a deal breaker for you, I don't really understand that, but okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go here. Your name and age.
Makara, 29.
And Makara, what do you do?
I'm a therapist.
Nice. And why did you end up popping your balloon?
It's solely just height for me. Height is a big preference for me, so that was just it.
No, we have to ask, how tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
5'5". Mm-hmm. And look at Brian's face. And Brian, now she's someone that's your type.
She's good. She's good. I just think it's a cop-out, you know? That's the first thing y'all talk about is height. I think it's a cop-out. I think it's an easy thing to say, oh, he's not my height. But if I
mean, just take it as they're goofy chicks and move on. Take it as they're goofy chicks and move on. Bronze Flat Power God said, Kuda, these broads worried about niggas' height and can't even cook or take care of themselves. Real talk. They act like height pays the bills. If you're not playing basketball.
I was up here talking about your weight, if I was up here talking about the weave, the lashes, and everything like that, then it will go
from my head.
I'm just saying. Just saying. If you feel like I'm less of a man because I'm shorter than 6 feet,
I didn't say that. You said
I'm
that. All I said was I didn't.
I'm shorter than 6 feet. He falling for all the shit tests. I'm shorter than 6 feet. I'm shorter than 6 foot. Niggas acting like they never went to Subway to get the $5 foot long. Let's get
like your height for me. That was my preference. That was it.
I understand. I mean,
I
wish
you well,
but
though.
I'm just, it's always what, the second or third one
use the
talking
generic
about
shit, man. Corny works. Big things come in small packages. Pause.
height. So I just want to bring it to forefront about what's the problem with that. What's the fixation y'all women have with height, preference, and all that. Listen, I got enough confidence and enough prosperity to be able to stand taller than the tallest guy in the room. You heard me? But you won't
I
experience
love that for
so.
you. I hope somebody experiences that.
Some balloons popping.
He's not wrong with nothing he says, right? If men are being chastised,
Them balloons popping, Aqua. Aqua said, I like how you did that, Kuda, real smooth. Like Oh God, Aqua, they have no idea, man. Once you've heard it all, you got a response for it. I know. Oh, I know just how to fix your ass. Here we go.
Are being frowned upon for hyper focusing on makeup and hair, and they calling that sassy. Then hyper focusing on height, to me, is the same thing. But I see this mistake made by a lot of men is they focus a lot on the women who reject them, and they miss out on the women who have their balloon pop. Because the more a woman see you go back and forth with another woman,
well, he getting set up by the other women. He getting set up. Let's go.
Bro, she automatically starts grouping you into a certain category. So what Brian did was Brian argued with a woman who had her balloon pop within 3 seconds of seeing him. And because he did that and brought up the hair, the weave stuff, that cost him a match with a woman who actually held onto her balloon. She had her balloon. She really wanted to match with Brian. She's seen other episodes. She didn't mind his other episodes. But Brian fumbled that woman because he went back and forth and argued with the woman, who brought up his height.
So why did you end up popping your balloon?
So like the other lady said, I have seen you on previous episodes and I did find it a little distasteful, but I've never met you in person. I wanted to give you a chance. That's why I had it unpopped. But then I witnessed it for myself. The same distaste I kind of saw in the last episodes. To be specific, I guess I'll say, I think you say you're very confident, but when somebody brings up height, you get very defensive, which is not indicative of confidence. And so
what's going on, D-Mac? Good to see you, bro. Shout outs to the truckers in the building. Let's go. Shout outs to D-Mac, the trucker in the building. Let's get it.
I wanted to hear you out because I did have a prefix judgment of you, but I wanted to hear you out. And then
you said not the short crash out, man. Little man complex. I'm from the ghetto.
That interaction kind of confirmed what I prejudged. So.
Okay.
All right. No, she's someone that's your type.
She's good. She's definitely a catch.
Thank you.
But, I think he was wrong with that. The fixation height that y'all women have, that's a
Don't
problem.
say y'all. I never spoke on your height.
You just spoke on the height.
No, I never spoke on
just
your
spoke
height.
on the height.
I never spoke on your height.
Okay.
I said what you did on your previous episodes was distasteful to me, but I wanted to give you a chance to come out here and interact with you myself. I actually wanted to answer one of your questions, which is why I had my balloon unpopped. But you got, I won't say sassy, you got defensive with her. And I didn't appreciate that, and I feel like you were like that on the previous episodes, and I saw it in real life.
That's not you. That's a whole.
See, a lot of the underlying undertone cattiness and stuff like that women use with other women. The funny part is that they don't even really sometimes switch up their speech patterns when they're talking to men, because she's not talking to him. She's basically talking to the other women around him. He hasn't picked up on that. But the funny part is that it's super effective against men. It's super effective. I'm going to say a word, but say I'm not going to say it while saying it, but say I mean something else when I actually mean that word. It's super effective. Dudes don't know how to pick up on that. And then when they do pick up on that, they're not ready to respond to that. They're not ready to respond to that. This is all mental gymnastics. I'm going to say a word that triggers you, but act like I don't know that it triggers you when I really. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold up. All right, put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. I don't know why this thing is doing that, but actually, she insulted him. And I mean, that's what happens when you're too serious. You know, when you're too serious. You know, sometimes you gotta have a fun and playful mood and stuff like that. When you're too serious, it's bad. Hold on. Let me see if we. Okay. Let me see if we. Yeah, too serious. Shout outs to Bronze. Thank you, bro.
He's just unhappy and unpleasant, right? Like some people just walk up and they have great and is walking with bad and looking for an argument. I've never mentioned your height. Like it's not height for me. So now he's trying to seek out another argument with this.
Girl. You would choose a woman before it was a man. That's what that would mean.
Yes.
You would? Okay.
Of course.
Okay.
Okay.
Duh.
Let's move on. Let's go down here. Your name and age.
Y'all gonna get it today.
Hi, I'm Shaylin
Y'all
and
gonna
I'm
get it
30.
today.
Bro, did y'all hear? As he's walking away, he's saying into the mic, y'all gonna get it today. Y'all gonna get it today. This man is, he's unhinged. He's becoming unhinged now, bruh. He got rejected a few times. Some for his height, some for other reasons, past behavior, present behavior. So now he's going completely manic mode, bruh. Yo, bro, that sounds crazy. Make yourself look stupid right now. You gonna get it today. We'll get it today. Bro, these women, nobody is coming to hear Brian give his best Kevin Samuels impression, bro.
Shaylin, what do you do?
I'm a nursing student.
And so why did you end up popping your balloon?
I'm copping out. It's because you're short.
Okay.
And I don't like men that argue with women. All that going back and forth is crazy.
Okay. No problem.
And that's another thing. If somebody else pop a balloon on you in that woman's game, if they wanted you or not, and obviously. Yeah, I just covered that. That was the first segment. Pergamy. Already on it, man. Yeah, it's the second segment that we're getting in. Yeah, she's gonna get passed around, man. Like I said, with her boyfriend, it's the same thing. Like, you know, everything, you know, y'all, you know, you do or what you're doing. What you feel her so a half-ass control it, or you control it when it's going where it's irreparable. You letting her be butt naked in her boots? Let's get it.
Okay.
Is she someone that's
Nice to catch. Girl,
Keep
you
it
follow her. You follow her.
Keep it
all right?
I'll be real, bro. I don't see how he can watch this episode back, look at how he conducted himself and behaved, and walk away feeling like he came across as. Listen, if I'm anybody who was looking to buy Brian's book, I'm not, right? I didn't hear anything during this episode or previous episodes that say, yeah, let me get some life advice from Brian. I'm sorry, no. But if I'm somebody who was interested in buying his book for life advice, this would make me think, bro, hold on, bro. Who am I taking life advice from, bro? This man can't even regulate his emotions after getting rejected. This is not the type of person that I want to take advice from, bro. You gonna listen to me. You gonna, sir. Hey, I pop because you short. You gonna listen to me. Oh, you're a follower. Listen, man. I'm short too, all right? I'm not 6 feet. Anything under 5'11" apparently is short, so I'm short too, all right? Y'all love to say I'm 5'4", I'm 5'3". No, ma'am. No, sir. I'm 5'9" with shoes on, 5'8" without, bro. All right, and this has actually been doctor measured.
Who cares?
But yeah, bro. And
who cares?
Yo, what you see is you're looking to see how come out fame, like because niggas, all the other women.
Niggas. That's a frame. Niggas pretending to be masculine and women pretending to be feminine.
That Brian talked to.
Your name and age.
Hi, I'm Ty. I'm 27.
How you doing?
Ty.
To get him to beg. What? Up on me.
What do you do? I'm an entrepreneur, owner of a bar. I'm a lash tech. I do everything field, basically.
Okay.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
It's the height. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. It's all good.
And she's someone that's your type?
Not really. You know what I mean? But she's good. You know what I mean? She's all right. You know, I don't really like the weave. I don't like lashes.
I forgot that liquor bottle. Arlette dressed up as that liquor bottle. I forgot the name.
I don't really like all that. I like the natural. You know.
For your height, and then you don't want.
It's just it's the same fixation that y'all use in every episode.
So
That's
it's the
really
same
all it's
fixation
about.
of
I don't really
lash
care
and
about
weave. Next,
I don't
you.
I don't really care about the height thing. I really
Next,
don't. Because
you.
I'm confident about
Let's
that.
move
But you know.
Your name and age.
My name is LaPortia and I'm 30.
You said LaPortia?
Yes.
Okay, and LaPortia, what do you do?
I have a lot of trades. I'm a veteran. I'm a cosmetologist. I have a CDL and I just finished school for cybersecurity.
Okay, girl. Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And why
That's
did
dope.
you your balloon?
I'm not interested.
And what is it? May I ask?
I don't really want to have an argument with you. I just don't like the way you speak to other women.
There we go again.
Throw some salt in this game.
Girl. A girl's girl. I don't like box eyebrows.
Okay.
So
They're
they definitely not for me.
No matches. Red pill, even though I feel like red pill is
It's not
goofy,
red
but,
pill.
you know,
Everybody, that red pill. None of what he says and doing is red pill.
there is a positive on this episode, bro. I mean, y'all think Brian looks
All right. Good morning, everybody. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Make sure you guys hit the like button. I want to open up the panel right quick. Everybody Everybody's a dating expert nowadays, man. That shit is crazy. Everybody's a dating guru. You know, everybody's a dating guru. I wanted to show y'all something right quick. Yeah. Oh, shout out to Cut. Shout out to Gail at Night also. Hold on, y'all. I'll talk about that later. People are talking about Mr. Bentley, Farnsworth Bentley being mentioned in this Diddy trial. Let me see. Let's see if we can go over this real quick. Haha Davis just got arrested, and a clerk got shot. I saw this before I went live. This out right quick. Y'all hit the like button, hit the cash app. Hold on. Damn, she lost her
Says her
hand.
ex-boyfriend opened fire again with a harrowing tale, a barrage of bullets and a woman playing dead to keep from being killed.
Uh-oh.
The Dearborn Heights woman is recovering in the hospital now. She's lost her hand, thankfully not her life. She says her ex-boyfriend opened fire on her home. She tried to dodge but was hit several times, and her fiance was also wounded. Fox 2's Camila Mary spoke with her about what could have been deadly.
Opened the screen door and he just started shooting his AR-15. It was just shots everywhere.
It was Sunday morning.
Now y'all know, these skits that these comedians are doing nowadays, they're starting to get up there, top notch. Same thing with like some of the pranks that they do. Shit, you get. I wouldn't say you could thank Desi Banks and stuff like that. I mean, all kinds of rappers and content creators be doing these quality skits and stuff like that, even with real weapons and stuff at times. But all right, let's see what's going on.
May 18th, Michelle Evans was getting ready to make breakfast for herself and her fiance. She says her ex-boyfriend walked into the house. Evans lived with South Street in Dearborn Heights.
He just me and shoot. He didn't say, he didn't have any words. He just came in, blazed. That's all I see is gunfire.
No regroup.
Evans' fiance is shot in the leg and yet is able to run away. Times.
He was trying to shoot me. Just so he would stop shooting.
Detroit arrested Evans' ex-boyfriend, Sean Taylor from Maffey.
He just wanted me back. He was just like the type of people.
Isn't sure when she'll be getting.
Hold on. What the hell? Hold on, y'all. What the hell? What the hell, Yante? Hold on, y'all.
Out of the hospital. Eventually, she'll be getting a prosthetic hand. We'll have to learn how to navigate life with it.
I just take it one day at a time. That's all I can do. Take it one day at a time, and I still have nightmares. I just think that's all I can do.
A GoFundMe has been set up to help Evans. You will be a link on our website, fox2detroit.com. Camille Amiri, Fox 2 News.
Developing tonight, Detroit police are trying to solve a deadly shooting from the east side of the city. Police say a transgender woman was found shot inside a home on Troster Street after 11 this morning. No suspects are in custody just yet. The motive behind this shooting is under investigation.
There's a house party in the 8500 block of Wisconsin. There was a verbal argument which led.
All right. Thank you, D-Mac. Hold on. Can y'all hear me now? Okay. All right, let me see. We should be back doing a whole radio show. Please hit the like button. Let me see. There we go. All right, coming in clear, audio good. All right, please hit the like button. Support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Thank you, D-Mac. Hit the Cash App, y'all. Let's go.
And that chain of events, community activists
So how the hell did HaHa Davis get arrested?
say is never acceptable and could have been amicably settled. A house party should be a fun event, but instead a fight broke out, and by the end, 2 men were wounded. One was shot in the ankle and the other shot in the shoulder. They both ended up in the hospital. It happened at a home on Wisconsin Street on the west side of Detroit. Police haven't arrested anyone yet, but they're asking for help. If you know anything, call Detroit Police or Crime Stoppers.
There was a brief struggle between the suspect and the employee here. The weapon was discharged, striking the employee.
And we have to tell you about more gun violence tonight from the west side of Detroit. A gas station employee was shot during an attempted robbery this morning. It happened at a Marathon gas station on Ewald and Davison. The employee was taken to the hospital, last listed in temporary serious condition. The suspect, though, is still on the run. He's described as a man in his 40s wearing a black ski mask and hoodie. Once again, reach out to Detroit Police or Crime Stoppers if you can help. All right, this is a wild one. A Michigan woman whose husband caught her in betrayal committed the ultimate treachery.
Man, what the hell is going on in
she
Detroit?
Doused her husband in gasoline, set him on fire.
Then again, why are people still in Detroit? The Skilla baby just got shot. Like, who volunteers to live in Detroit, respectfully? What the hell, Leonte? You said a lot of comedians seems to have anger problems. Yeah, you gotta get them skits in. They're content creators. Shit, entertaining y'all is an endless cycle. Real talk. Respectfully. What's going on, Bobby? Good to see you, man.
Then ran over his body, and now she's learning how she'll pay for this crime. Investigators say it was back in 2007 when Linda Sturmer did this to her husband, Todd Sturmer. Prosecutors say Linda killed him after he found out that she was having an affair. Sturmer was first convicted in 2010, but was given a new trial in 2020. However, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Social media comedian HaHa Davis is behind bars for no laughing matter here. He is accused of domestic.
Now, his face right here, I know it's going to get turned into a comedy skit. That's why he kind of look like he's laughing. I don't know why. Certain people are they're just funny. Like, it's It could be so serious and it's just funny. I don't know why this is somewhat funny. He'll like he's slightly laughing too.
Violence. The Detroit native, whose real name is Carlos.
And hopefully he didn't beat up his girlfriend because she's a baddie, but you know they're gonna take her side. But I don't know.
Davis was arrested by Utica police on Friday. Investigators haven't released any additional information on the victims. We don't know much about the circumstances. Davis is being held at the Macomb County Jail on a $5,000 cash surety bond.
Domestic violence. Domestic violence.
All right, time for us to talk a little weather now. Our meteorologist Stephanie Mead was soaking up the speed and a little extra vitamin D in Indianapolis at the 109th Indy 500, but she's also tracking the sunshine back here. So let's see how long it'll last.
Well, we did manage to see just a little bit more sunshine today here across the state. Not necessarily a super warm day by any means, but we are getting there just in terms of temperatures. Our daytime highs today were in the mid to upper 60s for a lot of locations. We were about 68 degrees in the city of Detroit. Temps in the mid 60s in Lansing, mid 60s, if not upper 60s, a bit closer to Coldwater. So a lot of us starting to pick up in terms of temperatures. Now, our Futurecast model, great news here. We stay mainly dry as we head through the day on Monday. So your Memorial Day should be mainly dry. So if you have plans for a cookout, maybe for any parades around town, it should be mainly dry. Now, as we progressively get deeper into your work week, that's when we're potentially mixing in more shower chances and potentially looking at more widespread showers as we head through Wednesday. We will have more timing on the rain, show you potentially how much we could see, and tell you if it could potentially linger into this upcoming weekend as well, coming up in the full forecast. Back to you guys.
We haven't been since 2022, so we're just so happy to be back. Everybody's in such a good mood. There's little kids in there dancing their hearts out. It's beautiful.
All right, as you know, Memorial Day weekend always comes with a flurry of activities downtown and a maelstrom of motion.
All right. Well, yeah, y'all be safe in the mid Americas. All right. Shout outs to Chicago. Shout outs to Indiana. Shout outs to Minneapolis. Shout outs to everywhere, man. Hold on, y'all. Y'all gotta be careful. Shout outs to Detroit. Y'all gotta be careful out there, man. Y'all gotta be super careful out there, man. You know. So yeah, you know, so much stuff is going on right now. Everybody's still talking about, you know, the Remy Ma and Papoose thing. I do got some videos here. I might get into that a little bit later. I gave y'all so much value. On the last show, you know. And like I said, I mean, old boy that's with cooking with Kaya, he's learning this same thing right now, you know. That's why, like, you know, and this is why you gotta know your lady and you gotta mind your damn business, because you gotta be in charge. You gotta know. That's what come with the protecting and providing thing. Some people you don't need to provide for all at once. Some people you gotta ease your provision out for them. Some people you gotta pace them. Everybody get, you know, a different version of somebody. You know what I'm saying? Papoose, Remy Ma, you know, gotta learn the same thing. You know, maybe Clarissa Shields got a different Papoose. That happens too. You know, you'll be one way with one girl because you gotta be, and you'll be a completely different way with another girl. You know, if you go look at some of these, you know, you go around the internet and stuff like that, even with the Diddy case, you know, you go look at how Diddy treated Cassie versus how Diddy treated Young Miami. You know, Cassie probably got mad at that. Hoti, she has a husband. She shouldn't even be worried about that. But you get a different person, different people, you know, they're different with other people. You know what I'm saying? And it's what happens. Like I said, even on some player shit, you know, different women will get a different version of you. You know, it's not always fair. You said, I seen Remy said her new simp has an $800 credit score. These women are so lost. Yeah, basically, she built him up. You know, she got him braces. She got him braces. You know, he made her some money. You know, he kept her afloat. I mean, I'm gonna say this too with women, right? Sometimes the woman don't like you. Sometimes even they gotta learn that that is the feelings that they like to what you may be attached to. You understand what I'm saying? It's the feelings that they like that what you may be attached to. So what I mean by that is that he may symbolize growth and, you know, sanctuary, helping out her business, legitimizing it. You know, sometimes it's what, you know, sometimes it's what, you know, is what you can help them do. You know, it's what you can help them do. So in her case, it's like he helped her achieve independence away from her husband. You know, and she associates him with that. You know, oh, you know, he helped me seem like I'm independent and I don't got to rely on my husband like that, you know? You know? That's really what that shit is. Really, she wanted a version of Papoose that she could boss around. So she go get the Temu version. I'm not even gonna lie, you know, we were laughing about the whole Temu stuff. But let me tell y'all something too, and I can attest to this, you know, especially where I'm at with it. Sometimes the knockoff is better than the real thing. Sometimes the knockoff is better than the real thing. Sometimes the knockoff got more features. Sometimes you could just go get another one. You don't gotta have the price looming over your head. Sometimes, most times, to tell you the truth, depending on what you're doing, you'll wear the knockoff more than you'll wear the real thing. Sadly enough, sometimes the real thing is overrated. You know? Shouts to O'Shea. Let's get to the next segment. Y'all hit the like button.
The beef between
support the show. Support the hardest working man on YouTube. It's Player Talk.
Remy Ma and Papoose is like watching a soap opera. It's getting out of hand, and it came just out of nowhere. And we know that Papoose is very happy with Clarissa Shields, but at the same time, they are going through a divorce. And Remy Ma was on Instagram Live with a tirade talking about Papoose's financial position.
I don't know what people have. Y'all don't know what people have. My ex might be the least income making person that I've ever been with. Ever. Everybody included. Whenever you're ready, the papers are there. I don't want anything, nothing, no things. I would like my jewelry. I would like it. Could you go pick up my jewelry from out of the pawn shop?
That's what she's mad about.
Other allegations have also been leveraged by Remy Ma, basically saying that
her promise ring in that damn pawn shop.
Papoose pawned her jewelry, and you can see it here, right here. Too many lies to refute, but let's start with this one. Papoose Why were you in the pawn shop 6 months ago? Did you ever go pick it up? You had to your birthday to get it out. Why can't I find my Cartier bracelet? Sidebar, wait, there's more. I'll get those when I get home. Basically, she's saying that Papoose has been broke for many years, and basically he has a gambling issue, and he's doing stuff like even pawning her jewelry for money. Now Papoose, he clapped back. He posts this particular e-filer confirmation. This was so easy to file for divorce. Why hasn't she done it? Pump faking. The only reason I haven't filed previously is for the sake of my daughter. She has to go to school. When two individuals behave like civilized adults, you can get a divorce peacefully, privately. And that was my intention. But when a person wants to be bitter and clout chase, it turns into a circus, which can lead to an embarrassment for my child. You just lie for hours straight, but actions speak louder than words. And you just called me yesterday trying to get back with me. And I said, no! Now remember, he did say, you just called me. Now Remy Ma is going to respond with these receipts.
I was trying to get back. Y'all, would y'all like to see my messages from yesterday? Here's my phone right here. Would y'all like to see my messages from yesterday? Let's go to my messages. Let's go. Let's flip this real quick. This is my messages. Look what he saved as. Bozo. Let's scroll down. Let's go to yesterday. This is yesterday. Let's go up.
And see, just like I said with the just like I said with the pop the balloon thing, this is basically a response to Clarissa. My bad. I keep saying Carissa. God damn. This is a response to Clarissa Shields. To make it seem that, okay, well, he's still talking to me. He still want me on the back end. It ain't about no damn Papoose. She mad that he has an Olympic gold medalist to move on to. And that's why she got to throw that out there. Oh, my man got an $800 credit score. This is the best. She basically saying that he leeching off of Clarissa and her situation. You know? Whereas, let's say he didn't have that much money and stuff like that. Or, you know, she just kept taking from the relationship. He less motivated to do, you know, certain things or you know, with her or whatever, right? Well, he don't have you as a bill. He don't have you as a bill on him. So guess what? That, you know, that probably freed up some money for him. So just taking care of himself, he probably doing a little bit okay. Okay enough to date. Let's go.
Look,
impress another woman.
Friend sending me pictures of the baby. My daughter's asleep. This is Tuesday. My daughter's asleep at 11:18. My daughter's asleep. She's asleep. She's asleep.
She up here reminiscing.
This is the other day. Everything's fine, right? Ain't no issues. You ain't telling you sending those type of texts at 11 something at night, right? Okay, what I said, leave my baby.
See? And that's a shot at Clarissa Shields. Yeah, you ain't telling them that you sending those text messages at night. Who would care? Who would care at the time of the day? But let's go.
Be alone. Should be thanking me. That's it. Everything he got.
That's what really triggered her watching that Breakfast Club interview, because she said that they're talking about kids.
Yesterday at 10:59, can you send me your lawyer's name and number? Just call my lawyer again. Like I told you, you have not retained or paid her. Tell Clarence to pay it. He will do it. I'm on hold. We'll be speaking to my...
Now, that's funny that she's calling Clarissa Shields Clarence. Clarence is funny as hell.
Lawyer shortly. I have no clue who that is. Spoke to my lawyer. We are meeting Saturday. Then we'll be ready for mediation. My lawyer just spoke to the person who said was your lawyer, and she stated she still hasn't been retained and that you should reach out, that she'll reach out to you. I'm tired of y'all playing public image games with me, and I'm being the bigger person, not playing back. I tried to be nice, but you played in my face. Garbage day is tomorrow, which is today. All things not belonging to me and my daughter will be on the curb tonight. I've been storing it for over 6 months. That's over 2. I spoke to my attorney again. She did not speak to the attorney. In turn, I spoke. We are meeting Saturday, which is the soon.
Bronze, that shit is ridiculous. She called old girl Clarence. I forgot, like, I forgot what name that Carissa Shields used, right? So y'all know when when you're a boxer, right? You're supposed to like refrain from having sex and stuff like that, right? I think it starts with an L or something like that. She was saying that it's the same, because that was a good question. You know, they asked her, female boxers, do they have to do the same thing? And I think like a woman can't really have like sex like 6 months before boxing or some shit like that. I guess 6 months or something like that, almost a half a year or something, or during the training session or whatever. Anyway, because it's funny that women got to do this, but she said that like she called herself a man name going in there. It's like, yeah, for her to perform tip top, she got to be like a dude, but I forgot the name that she said. But it's funny that Revy's calling her Clarence, dog. She said, call Clarence. Clarence will take care of it. That's
Soon as her schedule allows. After that, we will be ready to proceed. The graduation is June 6th, right? No, it's June 5th. Stupid. Get back what you win. That's what. Stop playing with me. Every time you say something, I'ma bomb you. Shall I scroll back to when you was in Africa and people was wishing they got their shots?
Now, what she did here was basically show
just bringing up shit that nobody cares about. Should I go back to the time where you left the milk out on the counter and then it was curd? Oh man,
bitch. That's a huge bitch.
All right, let's go.
A bunch of text messages between them, all right, and going back and forth. But what didn't she show? The call log, because clearly the man said, "You called me yesterday trying to get back with me."
He's right, you know.
So reading is fundamental. You're talking about text messaging and he's talking about calling. So absolutely right there, I got to give you this.
See, that's the thing though. You gotta be able to record the call. That's a little bit tough. That's tough. You got to be able to record the call. People can say what the hell whatever they want to say on the phone. They could be crying, all kinds of shit. I'm a lying ass bitch. I'm a lying ass bitch. I be lying and crying, man. I really ain't shit. I'm a narcissistic, manipulating, lying ass bitch. Come on, y'all.
You're out, okay? And this is what you should have been dealing with. The call. You ignored that and went to the text when clearly that wasn't the case, even though your texts are saying like, hey, it's all about business. But anyways, Papoose wasn't done spilling the beans. He got on live himself and started coming with some receipts.
But let me tell y'all this. So I bring it to her attention that I found out that she's sleeping with the lame. They said, yo, Pap, this out here telling that he your wife. I said, word.
Well, he ain't
Mine
lying.
is not the first time she cheated. You know what I mean? I continued the marriage because I live by my wedding vow. I try to live by my wedding vows. Richer for poor, sick and for health, sickness and health. You know what I'm saying? Better for worse, and death to us part. So you try to work through things. She said, I think we should do therapy. I said, okay. Even though I'm private and I don't like.
Imagine that though. Imagine that. Real talk. I like Remy Ma too. Don't get it fucked up. But imagine the likes of a Remy Ma telling you that I think we should do therapy. No, there's nothing. There's nothing to do therapy about. You are the problem. You are the problem. Therapy. Therapy? Please hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Hit the Cash App. Therapy.
Two steps to the left, y'all. Hey, two steps to the right, y'all. Hey, now do a half turn. Oh, now do a half turn. Two steps to the left, y'all. Hey, two steps to the right, y'all. Hey, now do a half turn. Now do a half turn. Make sure liquor, drink tequila with the whiskey. Make sure liquor, drink tequila with the whiskey. Grab the person next to you, get frisky. Grab the person next to you, get frisky. Pull out a perk and put it in your mouth. Pull out a perk and put it in your mouth. Clap twice if you're cheating on your spouse. Clap twice if you're cheating on your spouse. Borrow money, then never pay it back. Borrow money, then never pay it back. Post a nude, then say you got hacked. Post a nude, then say you got hacked. Start a podcast with nothing to talk about. Start a podcast with nothing to talk about. Skip therapy and figure it out. Skip therapy and figure it out. Two steps to the left, y'all. Hey, two steps to the right, y'all. Hey.
Skip therapy and figure it out. Skip therapy and figure it out. Therapy.
I like to speak to people about my personal business. That was a very, very difficult thing for me to do. So when we go to therapy, the therapist says, do y'all want to get a divorce or do y'all want to work it out? Me and her both said we want to work it out. I'm going to be honest. Because honestly, I didn't want to not live under the same roof as my 5-year-old. Because I told Rim back then, before I even clipped him, I said, when I catch son, I'm putting him down. I'm putting him down. He violated, you know what I'm saying? And what I noticed, when I found out, I noticed that every time me and her stepped out and made an appearance, he'd go post on his gram, do a little suck. He'd go make a post on his...
Cause you got another man asking your lady where she's at. And you didn't stop that. And guess what? She put him in a position. She put both of them in a position. You know, I mean, the funny part is that the therapist won't tell her to get rid of him. You have to be like, yo, look, you got to get rid of that nigga. Fire him. I don't give a damn if he worked for you. Fire him. I don't even want him knowing, you know, asking you, man, when the schedule? When do I come in? No. Fire him. The therapist will sit up there and talk to you all fucking day, but won't talk to her. Fire him. You shouldn't have to look at your woman and your woman sitting up there looking at you, telling you.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
That man. She did not have sexual relationships with that man. That it was an entanglement. And Papoose went through a Will Smith moment. How does that work? Let's go.
The story about us. So I'm watching this. Mind you, y'all, I'm not saying nothing the whole time. I know this sleeping with my wife.
And see, and also too, this is past the 7 levels of disrespect. You got 7 levels of disrespect. Some say 8. But this is past the 7 levels of disrespect. You hang out with women that will do stuff like this to you, she will get you set up. This is too backdoory. This is too backdoory. This is too the vibes is too backdoory. Hell no. You might as well be hanging out with somebody that'll drop your low.
Right, but I ain't saying nothing. Couple days go by, things a little peaceful around the crib. Me, her, and my daughter, we all sleep in the same room. We go to bed.
Right, Bronze Flat Power God, but that's why I be trying to tell y'all, man. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Y'all replace therapists with us, you know? And rightfully so. Y'all gonna get way more game from us than a damn therapist. Or your best friends. Y'all gonna get your mind right way quicker. Know what to do and see stuff and confirm stuff. That therapist can't even confirm half the shit you're going through. You know, y'all don't take us for granted. Support the show, y'all. What's going on, NC Worker? Y'all don't, as men here, the show needs to be super supported. Don't take us for granted. Go see how much it costs to go get therapists with you and your wife. You're really gonna, this is what happens. They're really gonna sit you in a room and just sit there and blame you. She up there cheating on you. First of all, let me tell y'all something, man. Which is even horrible. Shout outs to NC Worker in the building. Shout outs to McCann in the building. Good to see y'all, man. Good morning, y'all. Y'all please hit the like button. Wipe your feet off at the door. Come in righteous. Hit the Cash App. Please support the show. Giving y'all some good game this morning. It's Monday. Quarterbacking. Let's get it. I'm telling y'all, let me tell you an indicator of some weak shit. Anyhow your spouse is cheating on you with a coworker, it don't matter who the nigga is. Look, title over feelings. A coworker. Bitch, you couldn't find nobody better than a coworker? Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely don't do that, D-Mac. Don't end up with a TikTok therapist. Absolutely. Absolutely, McCann. Absolutely. Yeah, some windows are longer than others, you know? Yeah, the work husband. And then that's funny because I mean, you know, it's somebody that she hired. She hired Easy to Block Captain. She hired him. Yeah, y'all don't gotta fall for that shit. Like, bitch, you sleeping with bro. You are mixing the pleasure with the business, and then coming home and taking that out on me. Y'all gotta oversee that. Y'all looking at the guy as y'all logic is out the window. Y'all looking at the guy as if you can look at him a certain type of way, and it's like, no, you can't, bro. He's literally a coworker first. Like that should show you how desperate your lady is. That she has to go shit where she eats, or shit where it's paying her. And see, a lot of times, man, I'm giving y'all the game. A lot of times, your woman can do that to you because guess what? I ain't gonna lie, you kind of paying her too. She can go shit where she eats. She can go shit where she eats because guess what? You paying her too. That's not a dire thing. They can get into all those frivolous ass relationships and shit like that. And that's the crazy part because see, they don't look at it as a man. You can't be dealing with women at your job. You're putting that woman in direct position to play with your money. You're putting that woman in direct position to play with your money. So she can leave out the relationship with a bag. And that's why I said, that's why like guys like Papoose, you gotta play broke. You gotta play broke. You gotta shit test your woman. You gotta play broke. Women can't righteously leave you unless they know you're fucked up, because they have to justify their let me tell y'all something. You know Brittany Renner and PJ Washington. If PJ Washington, 'cause either way it's gonna hurt them, but sometimes y'all got to look at formation. It's the cart before the horse. You know, if PJ Washington before they broke up had gotten another woman, had the baby and stuff like that, and was a happy baby daddy, Brittany Renner probably wouldn't have left him as quickly or easily. Like, you have to be sabotaged for them to go. They don't like when you're in a good position and you're leaving them, because this is the problem with women. After a while, especially your woman, if y'all haven't picked up on it yet, after a while they're trying to compete with you. Women get blinded by love, all kinds of stupid shit they get blinded by. Their emotions clogs up their judgment. They don't even know what team they playing for. It's like, listen, I got to keep setting your stupid ass straight. We're on the same team. I know I'm inspiring you and you like me and you blah, 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 or why are you competing with me? Get it together. You got to keep reminding them what team they're on. That's how goofy they are. Playing for themselves. The same thing with the cooking with Kaya. Yeah, my man was streaming before me, but now that I catch fire, now I think I'm better than him. I can do better than him. Competing with her man instead of bringing the bag home and sharing it with him. Imagine if men compete with y'all, ladies. A lot of men know they're better. They'll be so better, they wouldn't even compete with y'all. You got to overlook that. You got to overlook that. Because he's supposed to know what team he's on. He don't need constant reassurance. Shouts to McCann. He said, yep, majority of the time, I don't even be attracted and they don't even compare to the ones that I interact with in my personal life. Absolutely. What's going on, Chris G? Good to see you, man. You said, like Halsey said, it's a mess out there. Yeah. Remy trying to compete with Papoose. Some goofy shit. Let's go.
I'm saying it's bedtime. We sleep together in the same bed every night. As we sleeping in the bed, I fall asleep. My daughter's in the middle of us. So it's two beds in our room now at this time because she started doing weird things around the crib or whatever. So me, her, and my daughter in the same bed. It's another bed over there. I wake up. It's just me and my daughter.
Nobody cares about the father that's fighting to be in his kid's life. Nobody cares if you say, you know what, I stuck around and continue to be violated because I wanted to be there for my daughter. Nobody cares. But yeah, all of a sudden, all of these fathers are supposed to be around in the black community and caring about about their children and their children's lives. Yes.
Daughter in the bed. So I get up. I see her in the other bed. So I go over to the other bed. And as I go to the other bed, I notice that her phone is on. When I pick up the phone, I see the lame on the phone. You know what I'm saying? I said, okay. She on the phone with the...
She doing that shit right under your nose. She sneaking off with you. Oh, look, he sleep. He sleep. Make her feel young again. I'm gonna fall asleep on FaceTime with a nigga that I'm cheating on.
Lane. So after that, I woke her up. Hey, what's going on? This is what you doing in here? This is what we doing? She started lying again, fabricating, this, that, and the third. Long story short, she kept cheating with the lane. I finds out she got an apartment 40 minutes away from our crib where she lays up with the lane, leaves and says she's going to work, leaves, say she's going to do this and do that, but she goes to the crib.
Yeah, she moving like a...
give y'all the address.
She moving like a nigga.
So she got this. She got another crib, and shout the. I don't even want to put this under the bus, man. But this another individual who was married and got a crib not too far from the home of his family. But I ain't gonna put him out there.
So in this particular clip, Papa's talking about like basically you been dealing with this bum dude. You been dealing with him. You been dealing with a lame. The dude, he even knew was going around sleeping with his chick, but he really wasn't, like I said, tripping. He wasn't exposing anybody. He was doing everything, despite the fact that you was doing whatever you wanted to do. Now, I might say that, you know what, man, he's a simp. But you know what, though? Look, here's what I'm going to say. Hey, he married, he got a wife, he got a kid. He trying to protect his family, all right? Most of us wouldn't do it, but hey, we going to have to be real. This is really some manly type stuff, even though it's simple at the same time, because he's still not exposing her. He's still not making her look bad in the public. Most dudes would have done exactly that, but she not even appreciative. This is why Papoose came back and said, even to that pawning her jewelry part, ladies, can you a man tricking on a jigger that look like this? All my designer jewelry came with certificates with my name on it, verifying that I purchased it. Pawn your jewelry and stop lying. You've been spending my money for years. Also, the money you made was made off the music that I wrote. Heard the knockout victim said I was obsessed with him. Jigga, I beat the dog-ish out of you and stomped you out. You had like 5 jiggers with you. I was by myself. Shout out to...
And some women don't give a damn about that. Some women will be like, oh, that's so sexy. He took an ass whooping for me. I knew he would... I know he gonna look out for me.
Jack Boy, man, he was there, and many, many others. Heard she bought that bum who never had jewelry in his life before he met her a Rolex. And that's BS chain. Hashtag Remy Sugar Mom. Now, he also just said, listen, at the same time, you bought him an apartment, you going over there and getting your cheeks clapped when you supposed to be with your husband, working it out and all this stuff. He hid all of this. But wait, there's more.
So we playing the audio, y'all, of the lane admitting to blackmailing her. He's admitting it.
Yeah, look, so far she's saying she...
Hold on.
I believe her. You know what I'm saying? So I want to go with that. But you're right, though. Anything can happen? Oh, that shit gonna be 3 months. I don't know for how long it is. I got pictures, the texts, the videos of us. That's gonna blow whatever I say is gonna go. I'm talking about where I'm saying that news of cheating and all of that. Go anytime. It don't matter if it's a week or whatever. Like, the only reason why it's sparking is because you do all these shit.
All right, so y'all heard that. And again, we're going to play her basically saying she's been blackmailed. That's what it sounds like to me. What y'all think?
She would have been over. He would have been over. You put me in a predicament, so I had to still kind of be cool with it to make sure he don't go all the way back and I'm not getting dragged on both sides by Team Papoose and Team this. You didn't even give a You didn't care.
That is not true. That is not true.
I would have been stopped talking to this. So you telling me you got a lame running around here bragging, oh, this wife, oh, the whole right? You got a lame who came in front of me, shook my hand, and which is total disrespect as a man. You sleep with my wife, it is what it is.
That's what I'm trying to say. Because people be like, man, Men and women be cheating on her. Well, obviously women cheat better. Nigga, you'll be up there playing Xbox with the nigga that your girl cheating on. You probably think he G-Hay. Some of y'all haven't caught on to that game. Somebody in 2025 still got to tell y'all that. Y'all be letting them having male best friends coming around the house. Nah, he ain't gonna do nothing. No, nigga, you ain't gonna do nothing. That should be convenient for them. She up there worried about the jewelry you doing, having your wheels spin. She got to keep your wheels spinning. Then when her wheels stop spinning, she looking at you, and you need to be acting right. Because, see, this is the thing, too, with this whole cheating thing. Y'all got to be a little bit cognizant and aware with this whole cheating thing, because people that are actively cheating on their spouse want to, in the back of their head, and they want to so bad believe, or want other people to believe and put out there, that their spouse is cheating on them or has cheated on them. They can't sleep at night. They can't sleep at night. They have to justify, narcissists. They have to justify their actions as to why they're doing what they're doing, so it can make sense. And the funny thing is that they think that you're ultimately just as sneaky, evil, and conniving. You know what I'm saying? As they are. Real shit.
She chose that. She's an adult. That's not why I knocked you out. I knocked you out because you shook my hand.
So the whole time, y'all arguing, and the dude is not showing you no respect. Remy, I'm talking about Easy the Block Captain. You yelling at him, talking about, you don't care, you don't care, you don't care. Yeah, just like you don't care. Now you mad because the dude don't care. He doing everything you doing to Papoose. And he dusty and he broke. Now, you said that Papoose the brokest man you ever been with.
Stop the cap.
That can't be true. I mean, let's look at Easy Block Captain's teeth, how it used to be. You mean to tell me a dude that had money would be going around looking like a saber-toothed tiger?
Hell no. To the no.
So that gotta be cap. But wait, let's play this one.
I don't remember exactly what year it was, but she informed me, hey, such and such just came home, one of the individuals who she was locked up with. So I said, oh, okay, that's cool. But I remember the name from when she was away. I don't think nothing of it. Oh, this year, we always celebrate our birthdays together. Me, her, and the baby birthday, my birthday, our family. They all come around. It's like, that's how I was raised, so I'm real big on family. So this particular year, she says, I want to have an all-girls party. So I'm like, okay. So you don't.
And then on top of that, you didn't. You dealing with a jailbird. You're dealing with a jailbird, a damn jailbird.
Thing man, it's time.
The Most High is not pleased.
It's time. The Most High not pleased.
Shouts to China.
The Most High not pleased.
The Most High not pleased.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Are y'all not entertained?
Damn, Kuda.
The Most High not pleased.
Want me and the baby to come. All right. No, just my friends, all girls. I'm like, damn, that's a little, I don't want to say strange, but I was like, okay, we usually do it as a family, but this is cool. You want to have it with all girls. So she has the all-girls party. I don't go. I falls back. After that, we had like a little.
No, but see, that's how they get away with it, McCann. That's how they get away with it. Y'all be cross-referencing. I'm not even going to lie. I'm going to tell you the truth. Just as much as y'all should be side-eyeing a woman that's like, oh, he's my male best friend. He known him since high school. I grew up with Look, Some of those little girlfriends that she hanging around, they get snuck through the cracks too, because they're the same, if not worse. They're worse than any male friend she could have. You gotta catch her in bed one day. You gotta be cross-referencing and stuff like that. I gave y'all the game a long time ago. You gotta be cross-referencing these, you know. Oh, you ever thought about such and such? Who? What? Boy, no. That's my that's my girlfriend. We grew up together, and she just be having attitudes, and okay. Y'all never been on any girls trips together? Then the next day, ask her the same question, but phrase it a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? Phrase it a little bit different. See if you get the same answer. And so they be sleeping with their girlfriends. They be sleeping with their girlfriends. Not even sleeping with them. Having full-fledged relationships with their girlfriends. Listen, you think that that's her girlfriend, and you'll be correct. That is her girlfriend, her ex. Women don't have, I don't know, I mean, depending on the type of nigga she talk to, I don't know no woman that had to deal with that. Your man's homeboy is his ex. But it's real, like I said, as heterosexual men, we got to do the most thinking out of all sexes. Even we got to think more than gay people. For real. Because you are an apex man. You are at the top of the food chain. You got to do way more thinking than gay people. Real talk. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's get back into it. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
Dinner in the basement or whatever at the crib.
Right.
So this is the first time I seen homegirl outside of when they was in the penitentiary together. So I see her at the crib. Okay, she stayed for a couple days. She spent the night. So this time when she comes to visit the crib, every night when it's time to go to bed, she's telling me, oh, I'm gonna go sleep in the guest room with such and such. I don't even want to say this.
That was her prison girlfriend.
Cause I ain't even trying to give her no clout.
You dumb as hell if you think Remy up there thinking, is my man cheating on me? Whether if you are or not. But she getting licked up in prison. She getting slobbed up in prison, topped up.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle.
StreamPergamy.
It's okay, and it's DJ Kuda. I want to say something with you and tie this in, and I'm gonna go on the other side of the street on this one.
Let's do it.
See, DJ Kuda said that what I'm saying is a little outdated and shit, and that's a problem. Why a lot of y'all guys lose all the time with motherfucking women, because you motherfucking guys out here on this impression that what you see on the internet is brand new. These new words, StreamPergamy and hypergamy.
StreamPergamy, y'all. I've been doing this for a long time. Let's get it.
She's a extreme clout chaser. So I don't even want to say her name. So she tells me, I'm going to sleep in the guest room with such and such. I said, okay, that's cool. I sleep in the room by myself. Big ass crib, big ass room, everything. You know what I'm saying? Everything that I bought through the whole crib, all the utilities in my name. That's another story, but she fabricating. I sleep in the room by myself. I don't think nothing of it. Next day, same thing. I said, damn, babe, you sleeping in there again? She like, yeah, I'm gonna just stay with such and such, right? I said, all right, cool. Anybody in Bedford Hills, can you please step to the front? So now I'm like, damn, weird. The hell? You feel me? So at this time, I try to be intimate. I'm keeping it 100 with you. I try to be intimate with her. And she came into bed with me. She hugged me, kissed me, the whole thing. And at this time, I'm trying to be intimate with her. When it's time to go down.
You up there warming her up for the next chick. getting her hot and ready for the next chick. Now you in bed, ready to go, and you getting her hot and ready like a Little Caesar's pizza for the next chick. And you thinking to yourself, like, what? Why is she leaving me and going in the room with the next girl, and I'm up here, I done turned the oven on, and after I turned the oven on, she in the other room. She in the other room.
I am a nasty woman.
Yeah, Pat was sleepwalking.
She slipped out of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, okay. She go, this, after she do that, she go back to sleep in the room with homegirl this particular night. I said, something is fishy here. I said, I ain't no rocket scientist, but this ain't adding up. You feel me? So, I said, damn, something wrong, something ain't right here. So one time, I had to go do something. I had to go handle some business. So I go handle business. I come back in the crib. It's a big ass crib, and they got like a
I ain't gonna lie. Some of the most intelligent dudes be lames too. Can't even hold y'all. Some of the most intelligent dudes be lames too, y'all.
long walkway to get to our bedroom.
Part
it's
of
like
the game.
a long walkway, and then on the other side is the other rooms. So I come in the crib. As soon as I walk in, I look down towards our bedroom. I see my daughter in our room by herself. I say, yo, what the heck? Where the hell is she at? So I go up the other side, and when I tell you this is a big crib, so it's a long walkway. I go to the other side, I go in the room. She in the bed. I don't see homegirl though. It's like she booked it or something when I came. But I see a whole plate, peanuts, cashew, all these type of peanuts.
Nigga, they had a whole party without you. Nigga came in the room like,
So which one of you niggas was eating ass?
couldn't find out. She cheating on you with both sexes. And animals. And all kinds of shit. Lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my.
Raised is all laid out, but my daughter in the room by herself. So I said, yo, why the baby in the room by herself? I pushed past that. Moving on along, I hate to say this, but you want to know why she started having so much animosity towards me? Because I ended up finding out the truth, y'all. And I'm not saying this because it's a bad thing, but
I mean, it's not. It's not surprising to find out that your woman is gay. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, some of y'all niggas, I don't think y'all go outside. Now, I know a lot of women that are genuinely straight. But I'm not even gonna lie to you. I assume all women are gay. Until they draw a line in the sand that be like, I'm straight. I assume all women are gay. We can't tell the difference. For the most part. Some of them, yeah, you can be like, yeah, I know she's not going to mess around with no other girl. But it ain't past it. You know, I don't put it past them. But I just assume that all of y'all are gay. The same way I assume all women are talking to other guys. I'm not offended by it. I just assume it. And act accordingly, whether it's true or not. Either way, okay, you know.
I'm saying this because, and when I say not a bad thing, because I don't judge people who live that lifestyle, but
yeah, that's a method too, McCann.
She has done a lot of bashing towards people who live that lifestyle and talk so bad about them and say so many foul things about them that it hurted her so bad that I knew the truth. So on another day, I caught her with this individual in our house while my daughter was on the bed with them. Ended up catching it. Now, this individual is a female.
That's another thing, man. She had her own August Alsina. See, when people cheat on you, there's a big difference. Big difference. Y'all hit the like button, support the show for these gems I'm dropping. Y'all hit the like button and support the show, y'all. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. You know, there's a difference between if somebody cheats on you in your bed versus them going out and doing something elsewhere. For real. Like if somebody brings another man or woman into your bedroom, bad enough they're cheating. That's a sacred space. But if somebody brings a man or woman into your bedroom, that's a personal thing. That's a personal thing. That lets you know how they feel about you. You slept in your personal bed with somebody else. You know? I'm not even gonna lie. I will even go as far. I mean, listen, cheating shouldn't happen at all. And the nature of, you know, cheating is different for everybody. But I would say if somebody sleeps in your own, everything can be probably repaired, right? But if somebody sleeps in your personal bed with the next person, man, that's a message to you. That's a message to you. You know, if they're sleeping in your your own personal bed, you know, versus going out to a hotel and something else. You know what I'm saying? That can't be repaired. You know.
So I can't do nothing to her. I don't put my hands on females. Y'all want to know what I did? I told the individual, I said, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm going to be honest. I didn't put my hands on her because I'm not going to do that. I don't hit women. But I told her to get out.
Yeah, but see, you're not bringing closure to anything because you're not telling Remy, or you're not putting no stipulations on Remy to stop contacting those individuals. And she's going out of her way to see these individuals. Remy should have known better. You're not going after the epicenter of the problem.
So get the out. Because I feel very disrespected.
So what happens here, guys? Brother Pap says he caught you in the bed with another woman that you was in bed with. Now, Pap, I'm gonna just be honest, man. That's a little bit too much simp. That's how I know you trying to get it out, man, because you look bad for this, bro. I'm not gonna lie. You my dude. I'm gonna get a free Papoose shirt out. You know, I love you like you my play cousin. You know, we family and everything. But, bro, that was a little bit too much right there, man. That was a little bit too much. Having an all-girls party, then she not even letting you clap them. Then you go and find the girl clapping in your house. You bought a stud in your house, or you know, and this is going down. Come on, fam, you been letting this disrespect go on for too long, bruh. And now it's down bad. But you know what? The eagle finally landed and your ass is out of there. You left her. You said, I ain't putting up with this no more. And now she crashing out. That's a good job, bruh. I mean, you was a simp for a minute, but then you was like, nah, man, I'm Papoose, man. I got to get up out of here. Now, the only difference is now you got Clarissa Shields and she act.
Yeah, and that's a little bit different too. You know, if you know you dating, you got that bully wife. Niggas got that bully wife. You know, you got to make sure you get with somebody that somebody who she can't beat their ass. Definitely can't beat Clarissa's ass.
actually might whoop your ass though. But hey, you eventually get over it. And this is what happens whenever a black man carries himself with some level of dignity and you ain't willing to put it out there, and she mad that you don't want to take her back and put up with all that stuff. Now he ended up having to actually block her on one of these live clips, and I actually forgot about that. Now if you see, she came in basically on her daughter's accounts, reminiscing McKenzie. She says he stayed because I paid for everything, and he ended up having to block her there. That's how.
And then the crazy part is that it's just a wild house, because I think she had kids before him, and I think he had kids before her. So it's just a big step house. Not even a stepmother, stepdad. It's just a big step house. You know? Just a whole zoo.
Petty she is. You coming in on the live, on his live, he did already blocked you on the main account. Now you come on your daughter's account and he's still blocking that. Your ass is down bad. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jack.
Shouts to O'Shea. And that's what it really is. I mean, she up there, you know, crashing out behind Papoose. She don't got nobody really around her to treat fucked up. You know? Because that's really what it is. It's really about having somebody around to kind of treat fucked up, you know? That's really what it is. When she mad at Easy, she don't got nobody to talk to. What the hell is this? Y'all be sending me anything. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Y'all be sending me all of these damn videos, wanting me to react to shit. And it's like, god damn. Well, support the show, man. D-Mac said this is basically I don't want you, but nobody else can have you either from Remy. Absolutely. And then not even that, D-Mac. Like I said, as a man, before they can feel good about leaving you, you got to be destroyed. All right? Now, this is horrible. Reacting to Mr. Locario debunking Black Pilled. Truth mixed with lies. Hold on. Let's take a listen to this real quick, y'all. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show. Giving y'all a really good show. Good morning. Start your day off right by hitting the likes and supporting the hardest working man on YouTube's Player Talk. Let's get it.
World where anything goes, low morale shows, and hoes will be hoes.
And let me tell you how goofy both sides are. You're not black pilled if you're defending the black pill, because then these guys ain't even black pilled, number one. They don't know what the hell the black pill is. And number two, if you're defending the black pill, you're choosing to be an incel, which technically doesn't make you an incel, makes you a choose cell. These are all words that I brought to the game, and it's the truth. You chose to be an incel. Hey, there's a girl right there. Go talk to her. No, I don't want to. Well, you chose to be an incel.
And cause no one knows what the next life holds, we forced to be militant and move.
Especially if you complaining about it.
And told. Alright, what's going on, guys? Your man Rekka back again. What Rekka thinks. Listen, today I want to do a quick reaction. You know, I wasn't even having no plan to do no video like this, but you know, one of the things that I get tired of,
African incels are crazy.
And you know, I said I didn't want to do no more videos because I learned a lot of shit from this guy, but when I hear bullshit, I just have to call bullshit out.
Bullshit.
So
bullshit.
Mr. Locario did a video talking about Black Pill and how da. And even though I agreed with some of what he was talking about, and even what some of the girl who did the footage was talking about, so I don't really care to play this TikTok or this bitch talking, but she was basically denouncing the Black Pill and saying how, you know, the Black Pill guys, the incels, have come up with a beauty standard that's just ridiculous for men, and I do agree. I don't care to play that part of the video, but I want to play.
What y'all don't realize. What's going on, Clean Base? Good to see you, player. Good morning. What y'all don't realize is that, and I'll say including me, because of my association with the space, is that y'all worship women. Black pill cats, they worship women. Right, incel from the... Not incel from the Caribbean. Incels of the Caribbean. I am the incel. Oh man, y'all hit the like button, support the show. I'm really dropping gems on today's show as always. You know, there's some funny shit here, man. Real talk. This is the thing, man. This is all what female worship. Dudes get those standards because they're listening to women too much. This is why niggas are up here BBLing their legs and doing all kinds of shit. Imagine getting a BBL on your legs. You got basketball players out here that didn't even think about that. Like, damn, you know, if I could have just BBL'd my legs, I could dunk like Jordan. No. It took a woman pointing out y'all insecurities for y'all niggas to start BBLing your legs and fucking yourself up. Now you're an old man with leg problems. Niggas up here BBLing their legs, man. She said she wants somebody tall. And you gonna go do it? Women can say, I like niggas that jump off the cliff. There's gonna be a billion videos on YouTube talking about something. Man, I'm thinking about jumping off that cliff, man. Somebody gotta wake y'all ass up. Well, how can you get with her when you're dead?
What Lucario was saying afterwards, because see, I wanted to show how a lot of dating coaches and a lot of people who are...
It's like, nigga, you can't get bitches. You can't get a bitch at all, but you want to critique a dating coach? And that's the problem with these goofballs and a lot of the trolls and people that's around here. What's going on, Ghost Man? That's the problem with these goofballs and a lot of the trolls that's around here. Y'all are listening to dudes that can't get women at all. Critique dudes that can, which is player hating. And the thing is that, and I noticed this even during the pickup artist days, this is a ongoing joke, is that, you know, you may become a player, not even become a player. I mean, as a guy, if you even take up the mantle to say, hey, I'm about to go help, you know, I want to give guys some information. You know, I definitely want to help dudes out with their women problems, like, you know, because it's easier to communicate to dudes than women and shit like that. It's easier to help out a bunch of guys and make sense of a bunch of guys, you know, problems that that they may be having with women. That does not attract more women. It attracts more dudes. It attracts more dudes, and it attracts more goofy dudes too. Dudes that don't know what they're talking about but want the mic and have nothing to say that we haven't heard already. You say he need to critique that ass-eating course, coach. Hey man, listen, y'all making fun of that ass-eating course though. That shit might be very valuable within the next. Actually, probably that shit probably gold right now on the streets. You know, you never know. I mean, he probably selling that course more to studs than anybody else, D-Mac. Them studs probably buying the shit out of that course. Y'all hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Shout outs to Ghost Man in the building. Good morning. It's Player Talk.
Are grifters and scammers. And when I say grifters and scammers, I'm not talking about Lucario. But people, there are, as we know, there are fucking scammers and grifters.
Nigga, Lucario been around long, and it be these Gen Zs, these new niggas. Like Lucario been around longer than you've even thought about being an incel. Oh, I'm already hip, Bronze. I'm already hip. I'm from the East Coast. I'm super hip. You gotta have your shit together before you date a East Coast woman, especially from New York. Number one, you gotta know how to dress too. Nine times out of 10, they know more about half the shit you about to put on. You know. And that's what I said. Usually they go, you gotta fight. You gotta get a girl that know how to fight. You know, the niggas think twice about jumping them New York girls. You know what I'm saying? Because they niggas themselves and shit like that. They'll stomp a bitch out of them beefing Brocks, man. Real talk.
In the dating space, and what these guys do to sell their fucking books, to sell their fucking products, to sell their fucking membership.
DC girls are different too, though. You'll get your ass stomped out in some New Balances or some foam posits. So. Tomato. Get your ass stomped out of some ACGs and some Nike boots and some polo boots, you know.
They want to blur. It's like religion. They like to blur lies with the truth in order to play Jedi mind tricks and keep people warped into their fucking ideology. So I'm gonna play the part from here. You know, I saw 2 minutes of this already. And then most of where I continue on from there. And maybe I'll do a part 2 to this video because this is a 1 hour live stream. Of course, I'm not going to be going over a whole hour. But I want you guys to just listen to this and see. I'm going to break down how he's playing and blurring the truth.
Like, that's not how I'm choosing my partners. Anyways, I will discuss this so much further and so much more in depth in a YouTube video that will come when I have the energy.
So like I said, the girl was talking about how the black pill guys have created a standard, a beauty standard that's like not really realistic to what women are actually attracted to.
That's sad. That's sad too when your God is telling you that the standard is unrealistic.
And I can agree because different women have different tastes or whatever. There isn't no one universal Chad or Tyrone look.
These dudes and most of these dudes in the manosphere, because they don't even know why the information was put that way, but they worship women. These dudes, they worship women. And then they get mad that they worship women. Like, for example, niggas was trying to say what cooking it with Kaya, because they don't know. So let me help y'all out. They were trying to say the shit that was going on with cooking with Kaya is an example of hypergamy. It could be an example of hypergamy, but it's not. You know, and even words like that, dudes don't even understand because this is crazy, right? Y'all put a lot of bit, you know, too much emphasis on hypergamy when it comes to women. You know, y'all put a lot of bit, too much emphasis on hypergamy when it comes to women. Y'all believe that they can practice it that easily. Throw logic out the window, man. She can get any type of guy she want. Okay, then why she ain't married? Why she ain't wifed up? A truly hypergamous woman is married. Real talk. Why she ain't off the market? You'll look at her cooking with Kaya and be like, man, she bad, man. She got it all and blah, blah, blah. And then now you see what's going on now. Why I say it's woman worship, because you give them too much credit. You give them too much credit, like fresh out the gate. And that's the problem. You assume that she can get all of this stuff. You believe them. You go listen to these shows. Women be like, "Oh, that guy broke," or "that guy this, that, and the third." There's plenty of guys that will take me out on a date. There's plenty of guys that will do that. And then it's like y'all niggas don't even think. Dudes even on those shows don't even sit back and be like, well, where that nigga at? Where he at? Tell him to come here. Where he at? There's always plenty of guys that will do something for them, but they're never with that nigga. Where he at? They so quick to tell you there's so many guys want to take me out. Then why ain't you out with them? Where he at? Oh, this guy will be so happy to pay my bills. Where is he at? And why you ain't with him?
But, you know, at the same time, she's kind of wrong, because these guys are like, any of these guys that are coming up with these scientific structures of what a man should look like, they still can see another guy that looks different than that, but still identify that that's a Chad or Tyrone. So she's kind of off on that aspect. Well, anyway, let's hear what Lucario
You up here worried about if a nigga is a Chad or Tyrone. These black pill dudes are more, and let me tell y'all something about these black pill dudes too. A lot of them are borderline gay. A lot of them are borderline gay. Because they more worried about a man and his features more than women. Stoic says, Drake, I make music for the niggas that get bitches. I ain't gonna lie, Drake got me a lot of bitches. You said a lot of these bras be capping full time on. Absolutely.
The fucking say.
So the thing you guys got to understand, right, is a lot of these black pill guys, because they don't get pussy and because they don't have real world experience dealing with women, what they're doing is that they're looking at men, right? And because they think or they assume that women are going to be into this guy, they start to, you know, want to emulate this dude or basically have a man crush on this type of guy.
I do agree with what he said about the experience part, and that these guys don't get pussy, and guys will come over and guys will start creating their own narrative of what it's supposed. I do agree with that to an extent.
The problem is that because these guys are not women, they don't know what women are actually attracted to. They don't know what women actually find attractive, basically. You see what I'm saying? So what they're doing is
I don't see, and this is like an older nigga type of mentality of like, oh, well, you're not a woman, so you know. No. Human beings are not stupid. A human being could look at another human being and know good and damn well, you know, when a guy that's 5'2" and ugly as a medium ugly 5'2" guy is sitting around talking about he gets all the girls, the first thing that including Lucario, the first thing that any of us would do is sit up and be like, okay, he's cap. He's totally cap. He don't get bitches like that. We know that he doesn't, because we can look at him and see that he gets no fucking ass. We can look.
You literally just proving this man's. You proved this point. We can look at another man and tell that he don't get no bitches. How do you know that? Somebody that's like 5'2" and he say, I get a lot of women, I'd be like, hey, I know a lot of dudes that's 5'2" that do get a lot of women. And shit, sometimes they get more women than these quote unquote. And let me tell y'all something. You know, tall dudes don't really get women like that. They really don't. It's the medium to shorter dudes that's putting in the pain out here, man. Putting in that work. Please support the show, y'all. And let me tell you something. When them shorter dudes do be getting them girls, I'm telling you, it be a lot of them because it be like a concentration. It be a concentration of women going towards that nigga. Y'all niggas be like, oh man, all the rappers be getting all the women. Man, most of the rappers are like 4 feet. Contradictions all over.
And see that, nah, you do not get all the girls. But what if Tyson Beckford...
And then that's some kiddie shit. Who cares if a nigga get all the girls? You don't get all the girls, bro. You only need one.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Sitting up here worried about it. Does he get all the girls? What? You trying to be one of his girls, bitch? You trying to date him? Yeah, bronze, and now his legs hurt. That nigga legs hurt like shit. I know his legs. This nigga ankles hurt like shit.
is talking about getting all the girls. We gonna say, well,
Yeah,
if
go
Jake
sit
Paul
down.
is talking about getting all the girls, if Justin Bieber is talking about getting all the girls, if Chris Brown is talking about getting all, okay, and take the status off of all of these guys that I just named. If they're just regular guys working at a fucking car shop or a mechanic garage, if they're talking about all the bitches that they get, you wouldn't hesitate to believe that. So
This is the problem with these fools, bro. And they be up here trying to teach y'all some shit. Yes, a nigga that looks like Justin Bieber that works at a car shop will get a bunch of bitches. Bitches need their Ultima fixed. They need their Maximas fixed. Yes. There's an overabundance of bitches. Yes. He will get a lot of women. There's an overabundance of women that any type of guy can mess with any type of woman. God damn. Arguing with gay niggas, man.
let's just, and he says this all the time. And it's like, bro, stop talking about we're not women and we can't decide that. No, women and men alike. People know who can attract what. You understand? We could look at a pretty female with a nice body and know, okay, all the guys are all up on her. And a fat-ass ugly bitch, a fat-ass ugly old hag, we know that she doesn't have dudes chasing her down like that.
And that's a lie. Oh, dumbass nigga, that's a lie. The irony is that a lot of those women that are bad, they probably don't have no niggas at the moment. Dudes are afraid to approach them because they think a bunch of dudes have approached them. Then they go to a more lesser attractive chick, and then that just defeats your purpose right there too, because guess what? That means the big chick is getting a higher traffic. Y'all be out y'all minds when y'all don't know what y'all are talking about. You got fat women that got way more options than a so-called baddie. And not even way more options, better options. Better options. A lot of guys will come more correct to her than they would to the baddie.
She might have some desperate dudes that might want to throw her a little cock, but she doesn't have simps like that. We know a pretty female has simps. So
fat girls got simps too. It'll blow your mind if you actually went outside.
Good and damn well, male or female, you can know what either. You can look at somebody and tell how they do with the opposite sex. Stop that shit, bro. Stop lying.
Is that they're trying to...
And by the way,
niggas just learned about hoes yesterday. I'm an expert.
What he's saying about guys that don't get pussy and have no experience, I agree. I fully agree, because a lot of guys will come over to my fucking channel And when I'm doing videos and I'm talking about bitches and stuff like that, a lot of these white incel guys will come over, and because I don't look like the fucking PSL European ratio, nah, he's lying. He doesn't get. He's lying. He's lying. He's an incel. He's really an incel. You see what I'm saying? Because guys, they don't have experience. They don't know that it's more
Well, they can kind of hear it on you, but okay.
than just having a fucking square jawline that will make you fucking attractive to a woman. You understand? It's more than just having the perfect sharp pointy nose that will make it. There's other things coming together. But anyway, so I agree. I totally agree that guys that don't have no fucking experience and get no fucking ass talk out of their fucking ass cheeks. You know what I mean? They compensate for not getting female ass by talking out of their own fucking ass.
Sort of explain it to themselves because they don't actually have the real world experience to know. See, and this is the thing that most people don't understand is that when you don't have experience, right? What you're gonna do is that you're gonna draw from what limited experience you have, right?
Agreed. And people do this in all aspects of life. I have arguments with people all the time about bitches, and they just sound stupid to me because they're less experienced than me, and they haven't really done shit.
So what happens is that these guys themselves think that they're physically unattractive, and they're not getting women. And so what happens is they think, man, if I was better looking, that would mean I would get women. So
this is where we're starting to move into the territory of blurring the fucking lines between the truth and lies, and why I felt like making this video. Because see, what he just said just now.
All right, bro, you saying a bunch of nothing. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. And rest in peace to Alan Roger Curry. And you know, Player Supreme and a lot of guys, that's in these spaces. I've said this a million times till I'm blue in the face. You know what I'm saying? I'm very blue in the face. I'm a Smurf. If you go look at the guys, especially in the black community and stuff like that fancy themselves as dating coaches, you'll understand something very quickly, that a lot of these guys in the black spaces, they're not like the Duke Dennis types. That's the guy that they're hyping up now, the Duke Dennis, right? They're not like these heartthrob, they're not like this, they're not what people would describe. Like the most gorgeous looking nigga you've ever seen. They're not like that. And even the ones that are like that, they don't operate the way that y'all have been trained to think that they do, right? Hold on. Women, there's too many of them. There's too many of them. You want to know how you can look like a player? Infiltrate a circle of friends and then just capture it on the internet. Now all of a sudden you're a player. Because a bunch of women that's familiar with you and likes you are all over you, and you just captured it on the internet, and then now some idiot that never had women before is looking at you. Oh my God, he get all these women. It's like, no, that's not what it is. You can dominate your social circle. That, to the untrained eye, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. There's so much of an overabundance of women that guys that don't look like genetic specimens will be the chosen and genetic specimen. And they don't have to look like the guys on the Maxim magazine and stuff like that. It's because a lot of times you just got to be a guy. You just got to be there and present. Y'all are doing way too much to try to figure out how to get women and how women work and what's the dynamic. Women will, if they like you, they will deal with you. If they like you, they will sleep with you. If they like you, they will, you understand? It doesn't have a particular type of look. But if you're on the internet all day, if you watch TV all day, and then you go look in the mirror and stuff like that, you gonna really feel bad about you. Oh man, I need to be 6 foot something. I need to have the new Corvette. No, you need to be somewhere in a bitch's face and learning a bunch of shit that you don't even understand. Because then you start taking that bullshit back to other men. Player hating. Oh man, look at him. He could never get women. It's like, no, look at you looking at him while he's getting women. Is gay. And then the funny part is that when they see guys that they said that couldn't get women, they don't have no excuse for it. Well, they'll come up with an excuse for it. They still won't believe it. And they don't even see that it's them projecting what they would sleep with or think a woman would sleep with on to another guy. And it's like, yeah, that's gay, bro. Because you're really talking about your attraction to another guy. Like, why are you worried about if a nigga is 6 foot this and 6 foot that? And it's a little bit more warped in the black community because you would think that you have to be tall and all this other stuff. And it's like, no, nigga, you watch too much NBA and ESPN. Where they have a concentration of tall and successful dudes that have social proof and all that other stuff. There's a myriad of reasons. And they're more, and the funny part is that some of those reasons why women are attracted to those guys, it got to be explained to women that that's what they're really attracted to. You know what I'm saying? So in a weird way, because a lot of times it don't even strike the woman's mind that that's what she's attracted to until somebody really breaks it down. So in a weird way, knowing some of the science behind it, these guys are more attracted to men than they are women because they have a theory behind it. A theory that women go for, but the women don't. They don't know. They don't care. They just like what they like. But these dudes, it's social proof and it's these theories that these guys are fascinated with and they don't get it. And it's like, damn, you're displaying more passion and obsession in like you're more attracted to that guy for having those qualities than she is, and you don't even see it. And yes, it's gay. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, if they were better looking, they would be getting women.
You see? I unmuted for 2 seconds. Yeah, if they were looking better. What are you talking about? What's going on, Black Manosphere?
Oh yeah, they totally would be getting women. Had they been better looking. Oh yeah, you better believe that.
If they see a guy, who they assume is better looking than them, they're going to be like, oh, the reason why I'm not getting women is because I don't look like him. Because if I looked like him, then I'd be getting.
Blurring the truth. It's not about looking like a particular guy. Well, yes, I see where he's trying to go with it, but it's not.
You don't even know what you practicing. Yes, it is.
Nobody's sitting down specifically saying if I looked like him.
Yes, you are. And yes, y'all do.
Or him could represent a variety of different looks.
You see what I mean? Know where he at.
Seeing one.
He's not even a good black pill guy. He don't even.
Guy or seeing the square jawline guy with it doesn't have to be the perfect square jawline. There's different levels of looking better, but the overall point that a lot of guys that want to debunk the whole looks, because remember, this is Mr. Look.
Bro, looks are subjective. You are more worried about what a man looks like than a woman is.
Looks don't matter, by the way. Remember, he's Mr. Looks don't matter. But a lot of guys that want to downplay the importance of looks and stuff like that, and I don't like the black pill community. I don't like the incel black pill community. But, you know, I can't even sit up here and pretend like I don't fully agree with the philosophy that looks is king when it comes to mating. You understand?
Nigga, y'all are confused by a trifecta you don't understand. It's called LMS, looks, money, and status. Fake ass niggas, man. Y'all just get on the internet and don't even know what the hell you talking about.
And so a lot of people that want to debunk this type of ideology and this type of fact that we know, the things that we know is facts that we've seen all throughout our lives, they want to try to make it seem as if there's like one standard that everybody's trying to live to. And it's just like, it really and truly, the point is, if you looked better, if you was fucking taller, if your face was structured better, you wouldn't really be having issues.
Yeah, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You wouldn't be having issues and all this other stuff. Why don't you ask the guys that actually are handsome? That's the funny part. I don't see. You know what's funny? Let me give y'all some game. Cause these dudes are just goofies. They haven't been around long enough to even know what the hell they talking about. Let me put y'all onto some real game, and listen to what I'm about to say. Right? Why don't y'all just interview? Why don't y'all just interview these genetic specimens that y'all claim that have it better with women? Why don't y'all interview them? I know the answer to that question, but I'm just asking. Why don't y'all just interview them? Think about it. Why don't y'all interview these apex alpha males? It just never crossed your mind to just say, hey, I told my audience that you know, this type of man is getting play, and I don't consider like, first of all, if you sitting around telling your audience that a certain type of man is getting play, and you don't deem yourself like that man. You don't deem yourself that man, or you don't think you have the qualities or the features of that man. Why don't you just go interview him and ask him them dumbass questions? Hey man, are you getting more pussy? Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. Good morning. Hit the Cash App. Right, Clean Base. That's crazy. Yeah, Mouthpiece app actually is the way. Yeah. But some guy that don't get no women gonna tell you, man, that Mouthpiece stuff is not the truth. It's like, what, bro? Nobody's listening to you. And then, you know, one thing I hate too, and they get mad, trolls and shit. It's like, okay, if you're gonna troll and you want somebody to take you seriously and listen to you, why don't your lazy ass become a content creator? Because them niggas with real live Fox 5 get mad because nobody wants to listen to their goofy ass. Then get mad when somebody says, well, why don't you just nip that shit in the bud and just become a content creator? No, they want to be lazy. Well, then stop complaining. I'm sorry, sir. I don't want to listen to Goku all night about women. And his discrepancies with one. This shit is funny. Like it never just crossed their mind. Like, you know, instead of player hating, let me go interview these genetic specimens that we claim that women are just throwing box at and just giving it up. And these are dudes that never think that they're handsome, because, you know, there's a such thing as handsome man game. And that's a lot different. Like a lot of guys that never been considered handsome, or women don't think that they're handsome and stuff like that. Niggas that get women, they will tell you. Handsome dude game is way worse than ugly man game. Ugly man game shit. That you can go in the ugly man game with some damn confidence. You gonna lose more confidence with the handsome man game. You know, assumptions are a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Assumptions are a motherfucker. You will lose if you don't know how to talk right. You will lose points with women being handsome. They be, oh, you must get all the girls. Actually, no, you're the first one that. Actually, no, within the last 8 years, you're the first one that. Niggas be telling on themselves and shit. Man, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, y'all. Hit the Cash App. I got way more, man. I got plenty.
With dating in terms of acquiring women. Now, you know, once we start getting to the point of, you know, because different people are raised different ways. Some guys are raised to be simps. Some guys are raised, because people are raised different ways. Yes, some people might start having issues with the options that they have. But the point is, you would have dating options if you looked better. That's the point. And this is the lie that this guy's trying to fucking push.
No, you will have dating options if you apply yourself. You will have more eyeballs on you if you look better, but you'll have dating options if you apply yourself.
You know what I mean? As if it doesn't matter. It does fucking make your looks.
Acting like women be approaching dudes. Like, fuck out of here.
Does matter, bro. Matters more than anything else that this guy is talking about.
Women. You understand what I'm saying? And the problem is that these guys, they don't really understand what they're doing or what they're talking.
And before I let it continue, I said this before. Lucario is a good dude to call in if you have a specific dating question, like something went wrong with a girl particular. His show is a good show to call in, and he has a lot of dating experience, and he's an older guy, so he has a lot of wisdom to give in that aspect. But when it comes to like ideology now, like I just straight up feel like he's just not being honest. I feel like a 40-something-year-old man knows good and damn well. You know good and damn well that looks is pretty much the most important thing that heals all fucking issues when it comes to it's everything. You understand? How many women you're...
I mean, but you are a younger dude. Y'all niggas believe in paying for pussy. You haven't even jumped off the porch yet. You can't even see the stairwell. You critiquing dudes that's past the stairwell. Niggas in the hallway. You can't even see past the first step. Instead of running back to your channel and creating videos, you could soak up some game. Why don't you read some literature? Become a conversationalist. Work on other aspects, man.
Going to attract the quality of the women you're going to attract. How these women are going to feel about you off rip. The leverage comes from your fucking looks.
No,
and he knows
doesn't.
that. I don't know why, but again, a lot of these guys, bro, they choose capitalism over the truth. Now you can put that together in your head, what I'm trying to say.
About because they're not actually out there in the real world dealing with women. Because even April said he looks like he's not straight. You feel what I'm saying? And the thing is this is part of what makes a woman like really attracted to a guy is
this is the part that made me say, all right, I'm gonna do a video covering because this is bullshit that he's about to say.
Him having that masculine energy. You know?
Yo, let me let him continue.
See what I'm saying? Him having that masculine presence.
Right. Right.
And so if a dude looks a little too feminine, or he looks like the type of guy who could be, you know, gay or whatever,
cap,
then that's not going to really be attractive to straight women.
Cap. Again, this is like, this is almost starting to go into the realm of like old nigga talk. Like literally, this is like some 1990s fucking a man is a man. A man got to be a man. I'm a man. That type of fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? When we've
bullshit
seen guys like Sergio on Omegle and shit, we
nigga bullshit.
Seeing how girls go crazy for these damn near feminine looking dudes, but it's not the feminineness, it's the facial features and stuff like that. It's the softness of the facial features and stuff, pause. But
the softness of the facial features. What is wrong with y'all niggas, man? I got something to show y'all too after this. I got y'all. Let me show y'all something. Man, y'all must not be liking the show, man. Damn, 4 hours already. Just jump. Damn. Y'all might not be appreciating this game, man. Hit the like button, y'all. Let's keep the show going. Hit the Cash App. Let's open up this panel. I want to show y'all something too about the younger generation real quick.
Yo.
You see what I mean? But let's look at this other video real quick.
It's funny that incels are experts on women.
Quick.
Now, if you're trying to fucking force yourself to fucking look more feminine because you think it's gonna make you look more pretty or something like that, then yeah, that might blur the lines of looking. But I'm talking about guys that naturally have that natural pretty boy look. Nah, bruh, nah.
What the fuck are you talking? Imagine letting those words escape your mouth as a grown ass man. You know, the guys that have that natural pretty boy look. What are you talking about? What?
Nah. Women love that shit.
Because this other video right here is pretty interesting.
Niggas getting mad over a woman's choice.
All right,
let's look at this. What this?
I haven't seen that far, but honestly, guys, when I'm talking about blurring the lines, the reason I say blurring the lines between the truth and lies is that, yeah, you don't have to be perfect looking to attract women, but trying to act like this whole bullshit that he just said about having a masculine presence and all of that. You think a bitch look what the girl, the video I did put out with the girl, Pretty Little Reality, with what she was saying at the very beginning of the video where I was talking about men suffering from the depression and shit and low self-esteem. In the beginning of the video, she was saying, bro, when you see somebody down the room, and you're attracted to them or they're attracted to you, do you think a bitch is really analyzing a guy to see what his masculine presence is? I want you to just think about it. If this is a guy...
Oh my God, fucking idiot. Listen, that masculine energy and presence and all that other stuff, this is why y'all need to fucking read. It's called demeanor. It's called demeanor. You have a certain type of demeanor. You have a presence. Oh, he came in here. He's kind of quiet. He's stoic. He didn't really say nothing. He didn't really introduce himself to everybody. When I looked over at him, he nodded. Like, what's up? And just stayed to himself. He has a little, yes. They pay attention to you. You necessarily can't look at everybody, but they look at you. One of the things you had to do back in the day when you used to go to the clubs, and one of the things that you should do, because you don't understand that there's people that been there before you, and they're sitting in there looking at people coming in the door and looking at people walking around the venue. You have a demeanor. You walk around the club like you own it. Like you want to go to the club as an owner. Some people, when they show up to places, they're like, here I am. And then some people, when they show up to places, they're like, well, I'm here. Sometimes you want to walk around a venue or a place like you're the owner. Or if you know the owner, that's good. That's even better. You walk around with them. They don't know who you are. They know him. He has social status. How are you supposed to display your status in front of strangers? How are they supposed to know you're cool, or you have to have that shit has to be on you. You have to establish that, okay, this guy is somebody. These bitches don't know you. That's why that rejection shit is funny. Because most people, if they got a chance to know you, they probably wouldn't reject you. That's why it's really it's not necessarily an indictment on you unless you're using your status and how people think about you to work on yourself. If you're working on yourself, yeah, you might be able to pick up on certain things or make a tweak here and there. That's why it's dumb to be judging other men or a woman's taste. You just might be the guy that a lot of times you're just the guy that's there. You just got to show up. You ever gone to a party and it's just nothing but women there and stuff like that, and it's like, damn, I'm the only guy in here, and it's like, well, damn, they once that liquor start kicking in, they all gonna kind of come over to me. It's like, dang, I'm the only guy here. This is gonna be interesting. That never happened to none of y'all. You just had to be a guy and be there. You didn't have to look good. You didn't have to have any. You just had to be there. And the shit's actually annoying too. It's gonna be a little bit interesting because a lot of them gonna like you. Some of them gonna establish themselves with you earlier on. So you being like, damn, but her friend's more hot. So let me kind of draw a line here real quick. So if I'm choosing on the friend, she not really getting in the way. That never happened to any of y'all? Oh damn, this new girl just got here. I'm kind of checking her out, but I'm like sneaking a peek a little bit because I'm around all the other girls here. That never happened to any of y'all? Yo, who's she? Yo, bring this to her real quick. Let me get up and go over here real quick and act like I'm on my phone just to get a breather, because they all asking me questions and stuff like that, and then I go back over to the couch and go sit down in the middle of two other girls. That never happened to any of y'all. Y'all never been in a position like that. Damn, let me call my homeboys over here. Damn, he always be like, yo, she got a friend, whoop-de-whoop, blah, blah, blah. Now I'm in a position where it's like 5 girls here and it's just me and some other dude here, but I don't know because he might be gay. And now the friend that's like, oh man, does she got a friend? He at work. Yo, book it over here now when you get off. Because I don't even know what state we going to be in. I don't even know what state we going to be in by the time you get over here, bro. Yeah, that used to be Saturday for me, Monday for me, Friday for me, Thursday for me, in a lot of cases. That shit a headache. Especially being around a bunch of new women. Shit.
I just acting normal. Okay? If this is just acting normal, maybe he's naturally a
What's
little.
going on, Curlin? Chris G said nope. Curly said they don't know nothing about any of that, man. Man, listen, that shit is a headache. It's actually bad. I don't want to put up with that shit. But it's a part of the environment. A lot of guys, you know, getting chose. That shit, they don't know nothing about that. I'm like, man, I came here to chill. Now I gotta babysit a little bit. Shit. That's why y'all don't see me running around here talking about looks and features and man.
A little bit more timid. Maybe he's naturally a little bit more masculine. Whatever he is, if he's just acting like a normal human being, do you think a woman is analyzing a man, checking for masculine presence, or do you think she's checking his fucking face and his body and all of that? Like, let's be real. You understand? People are attracted to each other based off of how they look. Now, whether y'all are gonna be in a 10-year relationship or get married and all of that, that's gonna come down to the compatibility, which you still have no fucking control over.
But see, Chris G, that's not a bad thing. You just gotta up the volume. You know, you gotta up the volume. You gotta, you know, if you're talking to a whole bunch of women and you're left on red, you gotta up the volume. Stop putting high in their inboxes and stuff like that. Even go back to women that didn't respond to you. You don't got to put high in their inbox. You can be like, hey, choose one. I got something coming out for you guys, man. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. 4 hours and 18 minutes into the madness. I got something that y'all can do that y'all can use on social media. You know, I'm gonna have some routines for y'all, and they work. It's just that you got to get familiar with the routines, and then you got to be congruent, because that's the thing. Y'all be having other dudes text for y'all, or y'all will use routines and stuff like that, and then when you get the woman on the phone or in person and stuff like that, you need to be congruent. You need to be congruent with the stuff that you're sending her or talking and stuff like that. She need to know that, okay, this is the guy that I was, you know, talking about this with. This is the guy that, you know. Curlin said, I typically wasn't a guy getting chose up on that much either, but watch the dynamics and not hate. It'll teach you a lot. That part right there, Curlin, the not hate part. You know, the not hate part. And that's why I said, like, a lot of these black pill cats, they're women worshipers. They worship women. They believe women. They believe everything a woman says. Oh, I want a guy that's 6 feet. Oh, I believe that. Let me go BBL my legs. Oh, I want a guy that has a jawbone. Niggas out there, black men out here thinking they need to look like James Bond, or else it's over. And that shit is limited. That's limited thinking. Like, as a man, you got to be like, this will do. Like, these dudes ain't even black pill for real. Because a black pill guy, it's either way with them. It's like, listen, whatever I look like, she gonna date it. Let me give y'all some good game. Y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, please. Let me give y'all some good game. Because people be stealing my talking points, right? Give y'all some good game. You know what defeats the whole black pill sector? Shut all this stupid shit up. You wouldn't even listen to this nigga. Just stop all this goofy conversation. Lesbians.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle.
Dykes. Studs. Doms. Defeats this whole conversation. Where's the jawline in that conversation? Where's the 6'6" in that conversation? They are literally physical manifestation, physical proof that women will date anything and deal with anything. Listening to this goofy shit. Listen.
By the way, because the compatibility is going to be
pack that shit up. No more internet for you.
Natural core personalities. People were born, people born in different environments, whatever. So whether you guys stay together long term is going to be that. But this bullshit about just have a masculine presence. It's bullshit. Guys I know that get a lot of women are I'm telling you, they're some of the most corniest dudes, and I'm analyzing how they move.
Because women are corny. Have you ever thought about that? Women are fucking corny. Women are some of the most corniest people on the planet. God damn.
Kind of goofy, you know what I mean? I'm analyzing and I'm like, bro, if this nigga was to trade bodies with me, he would be in.
Who thinks like, if this nigga was to trade bodies with me?
Some trouble, man. But because he's tall, because he's handsome, he has no fucking issues. I'm telling you, I see this shit every day. Lacario. And these niggas I'm talking about, the masculine presence that you talking, they ain't got it.
That's why I said the pickup artist era was the best era of the manosphere. Because people still relatively knew their place in the pecking order. It wasn't a bunch of geeks thinking that they have game. You know what I'm saying? Trying to teach you about game, but they're having problems with bitches. And just early shit with women. Weak shit. The term for this shit is called AFC. That's what it was called back in the day. It's called the AFC for guys like this. That's what they would get called. And the term AFC is short for average frustrated chump. A lot of these guys are average. They're frustrated. And you can just tell by how they're talking about chumps. The average frustrated chump. Why are you frustrated by how other guys look and what other women are choosing? Especially when you're not. And then these guys will believe that they're ugly. You got to have the same talk with them that you have with women. Who told you were ugly? You want to be a pretty nigga. Pause. You worship pretty niggas. You think, oh man, if I'm not a pretty nigga, I just won't get. It's all bad if I'm not a pretty nigga. Why did it's like reverse? It's reverse. It's like pretty privilege for men. That's really what these niggas are arguing. Pretty privilege for men. He only getting girls because he pretty. He pretty. This shit funny, man. Good-looking dudes get turned down all the time. Actually, good-looking dudes get turned down a little bit more, and it's a little bit more fucked up too because you know, a lot of these dudes aren't congruent with their looks. You don't think handsome broke dudes don't have a specific problem they got to deal with? You don't think tall weirdos don't have a problems they got to deal with? You just think automatically because he's tall, he's good with women because he's tall. Just as delusional as the women that they worship, y'all.
And women love them. So at the end of the day, bro, Stop lying.
You're listening to the preference of a woman that will date a short, fat, Manny Fresh type looking woman.
Into these dudes, man. Stop lying and telling guys that their looks don't match. Stop doing that, man.
Guys,
Did you know that there's a huge difference between how men are portrayed on women's magazines versus men magazines? And when it comes to marketing, men on men's magazines tend to be a lot more muscular.
I don't even need to see the rest of it. This is facts.
You that's your problem. You don't be watching. You be watching dumb shit. And poor comprehension skills. Like but it's not just this guy. And shout outs to whoever this dude is. But y'all little niggas is hilarious, man.
This is facts. The male and the female gaze is real. You know what I mean? If I want to market some shit to a man, I'm gonna fucking throw Goku or Baki the Grappler on there. If I want to market
this nigga, he's pulling. This man is pulling from anime. If I want to show you a masculine man, I'd put Goku, Baki the Grappler, Yu Yu Hakusho. I'd put Tenchi in Tokyo in front of it. What are you talking about? You want to look like an anime now, nigga? No, but that's the thing though, Curlin. Most of the women, they don't shoot down the pretty dude because that's social status. You know, women want another dude that's desirable. You know, a woman, and that's the thing with this whole Papoose thing and Diddy and Remy Ma and all these other. A woman will rather be with a man that she knows can cheat than be with a man that can't have any options. Black Manosphere said, I don't care about another man lying. I care or worry about someone personally lying to me personally, not YouTube. Right. And then that's the thing with these weirdos on you, these creeps on YouTube. They think that you're talking to them personally. They totally forget that there's a whole nother group of men that's being acknowledged and spoken to.
market some shit to a fucking woman, then I'm gonna choose like a fucking male boxer model that's completely leaned out and kind of more on the slimmer side than muscular.
And bigger than men on women's magazine. Much of this is due to the difference between the female gaze as well as the male gaze. For example,
but then at the same time, I understand why Lucario is choosing these videos, because see, this guy that started this, whoever this dude is that's fucking talking, I can look and see that he gets no fucking pussy. You understand? I can see it. So I can understand why Lucario.
Dog, imagine looking at another man talking about something he gets no. I don't even think about that until it's in question or somebody is like trying to talk to me about something. Like the guy talking, I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. It didn't even struck my mind until I heard how you talking. It didn't even struck my mind to think if you get coochie or not. But I got my answer. Respectfully, bro, I got my answer. It's in question if you get coochie.
You'll be watching the video and be like, this is not the representation of a guy that needs to be talking. So I understand why I get where Lucario is coming from.
And you should be talking?
Because sometimes I'll be thinking the same thing. Why are these dudes that don't have no fucking experience, that get no fucking ass, why are they on the internet talking about fucking women as if they know what the fuck they have the background and the credentials to be talking? So I totally understand why he's doing it, but at the same time, what he's saying is not necessarily, what he's saying is slightly disingenuous too, is what my point is.
These have shown.
You're being disingenuous also. Oh, God.
That men want to be a lot bigger and more muscular than women actually prefer. And a survey of 423 women found that women prefer.
All right, I can't even stand the why, because this is just generic black pill talk.
Now, he said a lot of good shit in there. I'm gonna break it down. So a lot of guys believe that they need to be these super jacked dudes in order to be, physically attractive.
And let me tell y'all something. This is why I say the pickup artist era was the best era of the manosphere. And not because at one point I was a pickup artist. and studied that stuff, and it was interesting because in the midst of being a player and stuff like that, I'm like, oh shit, I could utilize this. Not because of that. It was because a lot of the guys that are considered black pill now, those guys were the ones that got up off their ass and went outside and disproved all of that stuff. Guys like Andrew Tate and majority of these guys that are in the gym, those are imposters. Those are imposters. Those dudes were called the Chads and the Chadrones and the Tyrones. Y'all don't even know where these terms came from. So let me help y'all out on where these terms came from. Those dudes used to get punked for their women. As a matter of fact, the manosphere wasn't necessarily about being alpha male. It was about being a smarter male. Alpha males would get punked on. These new dudes are actually culture appropriating in the manosphere. The manosphere, I hate to tell you, wasn't about being an alpha male. Actually, the manosphere, for the most part, catered towards the sigma males. The manosphere wasn't about no damn alpha males. They just said that so because it was easier for you guys to digest. Giving y'all some real good game. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. I'm gonna drop the Cash App link right here in the chat. Hit the Cash App, y'all. Good morning. Listen to what I'm telling y'all. Alpha males used to get preyed upon. There's a term in the pickup artist group called AMOG. A-M-O-G. And it's A-mogging. And what the pickup artist used to do is he used to break down the alpha male. He used to defuse the alpha male. Alpha male were toys to the pickup artist. A-mogging is the alpha male of group. A-mogging was short for alpha male of group. Some big muscle bound dude that's trying to bully you and stuff like you. He would take the air out of the tires. He would basically bully that dude and embarrass him right in front of his lady and take his lady right from under him. And these pickup artists, they didn't necessarily have to go to the gym. They didn't see, but it's messed up to tell a person, hey, go to the gym, eat healthy and stuff like that. No, you want to go to the gym. You want to eat healthy. What's going on, Lord? You want to go to the gym. You want to eat healthy. Shout outs to you, bro. Shout outs to everybody in the building. You want to go to the gym. You want to eat healthy. You want to, have a clear mind. You want to learn. You want to think good about yourself. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm telling you, man, you would get back in the day. You would get preyed upon. You would get preyed upon. Them niggas was picking. Them niggas was picking these dudes' girls up off of them like it was nothing, and they were so confused. Because he was a different type of speed. That black pill shit, that shit didn't mean nothing. Especially once you develop your mouthpiece and you know how to talk to a specific girl, you could look at a woman and be like, I know how to pull that exact girl. I can go over there and at least get her interested in me and give me her number and stuff like that. And then I could just work it from there. Work my mojo from there. That shit was easy. Those bigger dudes are getting fleeced. Being macho was actually a setback. See, this is coming from yesteryear, where those gym heads, macho men weren't considered smart. Those macho men weren't considered smart. Boxers and those guys wasn't considered smart. They get hit in the head. Now, obviously, if you box and you know what the hell you're talking about, yeah, you know they're smart. But that was media. Blonde women and stuff like that. Pretty women weren't smart. That's why a lot of pretty women now are having fucking trouble and got to be out here eating ass and shit. They were ditzy. They were dumb. Being a blonde was associated with being dumb and clueless. I know it seems taboo now, but that's why a lot of y'all are lost. That's why a lot of people are confused nowadays, because you have to blend in with this stupidity. And the original reason why people were blending in with stupidity or with people that were perceived a certain type of way was to be low key, or was to prove that, hey, pretty girls can be smart too. But there's a second half to that. Yeah, pretty girls can be smart too. Yeah, but that's not the standard. That's an exception. An exception doesn't make the rule. Hey man, buff guys can be smart also. Yeah, but a lot of jocks aren't the smartest people on the planet. They're just gym rats and stuff like that. They're not. They use their bronze. They use their muscle to overcome stuff. They don't really use their wits and their smarts and stuff like that. What do you think the whole story of David and Goliath was about? No way in hell on paper David could beat Goliath, but guess what? David was smart and put rocks in a slingshot and won. That's what it was for. You said, I've never seen a pretty dude. Shit just sound weird to even say. That's a shiny nigga. You said, I'm going to build up and input positivity. We going to make it vibes. Man, there's a lot of jealous dudes here, man. There's a lot of jealous niggas around here, man. For whatever reason. I'm going to hate on him because he get more women than me. Yes, men get more women than you. There's guys out here that get more women than you. So what? You niggas don't even talk to women and get mad at dudes that get more women than you. It's like, bro, well, are you going outside and approaching them? Name the last 5 women you've talked to by name. So how you gonna get mad at the next man and you ain't even outside? You know? Just feminine shit.
I agree that's bullshit. I agree that there's plenty of fucking guys in the gym that get no fucking ass.
Women. And what a lot of you guys don't understand is that what makes a woman attracted to you.
What he's about to say is not about to be correct. I'm going to tell you what it is. But hold on. Let him go.
Okay, right? Well, where are your women
partly
at?
Has to do with her feeling good about herself being with you.
Disingenuous, Lucario.
That's not
disingenuous because what's going to bring her with you in the fucking first place?
What's going to bring her with you in the first place? Bitches just be around you for no fucking reason sometimes. And then her feeling good about herself being with you keeps her around you. Do I feel safe with this guy? Is this guy cool? Can we hang out and talk? And eat? How do I feel about this guy? Do I feel that when I'm around him all the time? And that's another thing too. These dudes are lazy as fuck. They want somebody else to put their penis paws into a woman for them. You said don't do that, Kuda. When guys ask you to show your woman, you're against it. I'm not against it. I'm just not on here showing women. This guy he needs to get women. These dudes be setting the stage. So yes, I can ask him, well, where's your women at? Why are you on here mad about women? I don't want to see his women. My thing is that, okay, you're on here mad and frustrated about women. I'm not mad and on here frustrated about women. You don't see me. I will sit up here and comment on something else. I will comment how they handle certain situations. I will comment on like certain types of women and their personality. If I'm talking about like Papoose and Remy Ma, I'm like, yo. But I will tell you, like, yes, I've dealt with this type of woman. This is how she's thinking. This is dumb. This is what they do. I'm not sitting up here. I'm not mad about women. Even the women that I will call dumb, I've pulled them and can pull them. If you listen to my critiques about it, halfway through the stuff that I'm telling y'all is how to pull that exact woman and how to keep them, what to do. As a matter of fact, if y'all been soaking up this game and supporting the shows, you would know that this whole week I've been talking about, and all throughout the weekend, I've been talking about how a lot of these women that's giving y'all hell, you got to be able to give them more hell than they can dish out to you. You got to keep them busy. It makes no sense sitting up there spinning your wheel and balancing plates and stuff like that with the hell that if you're not going to leave that woman, well, you're going to have to put up that with the hell that if you're not going to leave that woman, then don't complain about the hell that she's putting you through. I can say the same thing about this Cooking with Kaya chick. The dude allowed her to put him through some type of hell. He going through hell right now, and he's not giving her her own version of hell to go through. Could that be toxic? Yes, but I like to think about it is that there's balance. If y'all not going to leave each other and y'all going to stay with each other, well, he got to put her through an equal amount of hell. Even in but so many words, your girlfriend that's finna leave your ass is saying the same thing. Put me through a certain amount of hell also, or I'm going to find a guy that can do that. And what I mean by hell is dish out the same thing. Don't have me feeling like it's one-sided. Make me feel like I'm contributing to something. It don't look good for you to just sit around and complain about bitches all day. I don't be on here complaining about bitches. This nigga on here complaining about bitches. And the funny part about the whole showing women thing, I've showed a lot of women on here. I just don't go out of my way to show them. For what? Then when a nigga end up like Diddy in the future, oh my God, they're crazy. They're crazy. He shouldn't have put that girl on his social media. Y'all niggas are backwards. A lot of dudes in these fucking man, best believe if I put a woman on here and shit like that, I don't give a fuck about that bitch. Tell you the truth. Cause a lot of these dudes on here are creeps. Niggas are creepy. Creeps. Put a woman on here for what? So y'all can start talking about her? What's her at? So I can go in her inbox and talk crazy about you. Y'all niggas are creeps. For the most part.
Oh, wise one. What the fuck is going to bring the bitch to you in the first place?
She at Streamers University, Curly.
I don't know. Maybe your fucking face and your fucking height. Respectfully. Maybe your fucking face and your fucking
Like, y'all niggas are weird, man. I'm not about to sit up here and fucking be up here worried about a nigga's face and his height and shit like that. That's up to the woman to fucking choose. This is why, like, why are these dudes so damn self-conscious about themselves? No, I'm not saying you, Black Manosphere. I'm saying in general, because there's a lot of people in the clouds that don't support the show but benefit off the show that be thinking the same shit. You know? Yeah, we're talking in general. Not you, Black Manosphere. I'm saying in general.
height. Oh, wise one. But, matter of fact, let me dial it back and be like I said, I call into this guy's show and he helps me with situation. Let me dial it back. But
see, average frustrated chump.
That is respectfully, that is disingenuous. What's going, of course, yeah, how she feels and her feeling good with you. That's
like, yes, how she feels and her feeling good with you. This is why guys like this be having trouble with women, because you don't understand the importance of making a woman feel better with you. And then be wondering why, man, why she ghosted me? Why is she doing this? Because she's creeped out by you. She don't feel safe. She don't feel safe with you. This is why I tell guys, listen, because you don't understand how it comes across to women. You got to take women to places that you go to. You gotta, yeah, certified weirdo, yeah. You can listen to the context of his conversation. You gotta take women to places that you're used to, that you frequent, because guess what? You're comfortable there, and you create a comfortable vibe. This nigga talk about some, that's a lie. Women want to be comfortable around you. Y'all niggas be having rapey vibes. And lo and behold, you need another man to explain this to you. You got niggas that don't even want to be, you got men that ain't even comfortable around these dudes, much less women. I don't understand what's wrong. Bro, you're weird. You're weird. You.
Hey, I know a motherfucker ain't told you, but you weird, man. You a weird motherfucker, man, for real, man. Y'all gotta start keeping it 100 with people, man. Let a motherfucker know they weird when they weird, man. You weird, man. You weird.
Yeah, you can hear the frustration in his voice.
will matter overall. That will weigh into the equation with the overall situation between you two. But what is going to bring and this is what Lucario does. He plays Jedi mind tricks. How the fuck do we get all the way from, remember, something has to happen in between you and the girl being together. That's going to be her swiping on you on a fucking dating app, or you approaching her, or her approaching you in a fucking mall or a club, and numbers getting exchanged, and her following through on the link up and all that. See, this is what I'm talking about when I say blurred between truth and lies.
Right? So it's not just about you looking a certain way.
Remember, he remember what he literally just, what did he literally just say?
He said your demeanor, your masculine
has to do
presence,
with her feeling good about herself being with you.
Okay, so how the fuck did she get with me in the first place?
You talk to her.
This is what I'm talking about. See, guys, you can't get the bullshit past me. You understand? Bro, I analyze everything fully. This is why I talk about bottom lining. This is why I tell you guys on my channel, I've come to the conclusions I've come to by bottom lining everything. See, by bottom lining everything,
You actually
I'm
don't.
quickly able to spot out. Wait. You're talking
Niggas
about the
ain't
girl
bottom
feeling
lining
a
the
type of
damn
way
thing.
around me. How the fuck did I get the bitch around me in the first place? My looks.
Right? So it's not just about you looking a certain way. It's about
Oh yes, it is. Well, it is not just about. You know what I mean? But the bulk of it, 85% of it is that.
What's going on, Spawn?
You better believe that.
how does she feel when she's with you? And so what happens is that if a chick sees you as this super big guy, like you were saying in the video, she might be scared of your ass.
Am I the only one that's wondering, like, who cares? What does this have to do with anything?
And that's your problem.
What on earth does this have to do with anything?
And that's your
bro?
problem. See, and that's what I'm saying. Y'all be listening to dudes that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's not true. That's a lie. Like, nigga, you the one that need help. You lucky there's men that actually sit here and try to explain this shit to you. Cause niggas could just dominate. We already know this shit. We're not trying to attract you. Niggas could just shut the fuck up and dominate, and you can run off with your goofy little theories. That's not working for you. He says he needs help. He up here asking for help, Black Manosphere. Are you not listening? He said he's calling into Lucario's show. That don't sound like somebody that need help. Oh my God. Jesus.
This is like, a lot of this of what he's talking about is starting to become like, it's like obsolete. Because what does this have to do with the fact that acquiring women, if you just look good? And I understand that the topic of the topic right now is specifically body. But like, bro, if you look good, a woman will be there. Without you even fucking trying, a woman will just be there.
That's not true. You guys that say this genuinely don't look good. Or don't believe that they look good. And it's funny because a guy could look okay or somewhat good. But if they don't believe that, guess what? Whatever woman that they would have had around them, guess what? They're not going to be around them. They're just going to be around the next good-looking guy. Yes, UFO. Jealous-ass dudes.
Why? Well, unless you're a complete bitch that's like scared of girls or something. Maybe you had helicopter parents and you didn't get to socialize as a kid and learn how to interact. But for
my thing is that you can believe this stupid shit that you want to believe in these spaces, but stop insulting other dudes that's doing better or may know more than you. That's my thing. Like, niggas insulting dudes that they really need to be learning from.
Most people, a woman will just fucking be there. I am telling you, you don't need a dating app. You don't need to even go out. The bitches in your fucking job will be trying to fuck you. I don't know why we got, how we get all the way over to talking about, oh, well, she's going to be intimidated and scared about. What are we talking about, bro?
Because you a big goofy nigga.
You understand what I'm saying? She might be like, this motherfucker might throw me through a goddamn window.
Come on, man. Come on. What does that have to do with anything right now, man?
Right? So even though you have the muscles and all of that, that could work against you.
But either way, it doesn't matter because the muscles, speaking of which, like, again, another fucking liar. Fucking Rom Wills. Like, these guys, you know what these guys are?
See?
These guys are like, it's like when you go to the mechanic, right?
See? This nigga, you gotta explain to this nigga, why would a woman be afraid of a big ass nigga? He doesn't even understand visceral laws. Even a big ass nigga is afraid of another big ass nigga in the room. You know, we acknowledge that shit as men. As a man, if I'm in the room and I'm sitting in the room and some big ass niggas in the room with me, I'm aware of that, whether I acknowledge it or not. I can sit there and look at them and be like, all right, cool, I'm surveying this room. Damn, that nigga big as hell. We want to know why we acknowledge that there's another big ass nigga in the room? Because if some shit break off or some shit break loose, we got to be like, okay, how would I handle this dude? Pause. If some shit pop the fuck off, what's going to happen in this situation? Did this nigga skip leg day? Do I have to go after his legs if some shit pop off? Man, y'all dudes be lost. So yes, a woman is afraid of a big dude. What does that have to do with anything? Because that can help with making her feeling comfortable around you. Big dudes have to dumb themselves down and be the gentle giant. That's what they do, Curlin. They call us and ask us all these dumbass questions, and when they don't get the answer that they want to their dumbass theory, they get mad and start making diss videos. I don't think that's true because, you know, I don't know where I'm going, but I know what he's saying is definitely not the way. And it's like, you asked him for directions. Did you go in the direction that he told you to go? No. Talk about some Ron Wills is lying. Nigga, Ron Wills got more game in his pinky finger than you have in one episode of your show. Especially when they start naming certain people, it's like, I know you lying. Ron Will's face is on that poster right behind that man. Where's your face? Oh, let me guess. You feel some type of way about your face. So now we got to pull teeth to see your rusty ass face. Then when you see half these niggas' faces, you're like, okay, I see why you believe the shit that you believe. And that's not me judging a man's looks. Now you put me in position to now state facts. Because it just gets to a point where it's like, okay, man, well, look, you going to believe in that bullshit that you believe, or you going to make a change? You don't want to make a change? I ain't pulling your fucking teeth, my nigga. Nigga look crazy as hell, then wondered, what's wrong with the bitch? Why she scared? Niggas look like Quizimodo talk about what's wrong with her. Why is she intimidated? Why is she scared?
And your check engine light is on. You go to the mechanic, engine light is on. And let me knock on wood. Engine light is on. And you take it to the mechanic, he runs the code, puts the shit in, runs the code, and like 5 codes come up. He's not gonna tell you 5 codes come up, but I be around mechanics and I know that sometimes 5 different codes will come up connecting to the engine light. So he'll analyze and he'll know exactly which one it is that's causing the issue. That's the main issue. But you know what the motherfucker is gonna do? The motherfucker is gonna tell you the most surface level shit, because a lot of times the root of the issue might actually be the cheapest thing to fix. The thing that's actually gonna take it off permanently is actually the cheapest thing to fix. But what he's gonna do, he's gonna tell you, nah, it's the oxygen sensor. $200 each.
Or he could tell you the truth and you you can stop second guess what he's telling you and realize that you don't know how to fix a fucking car. That's why you went to him. Because guess what? That same machine that he's gonna hook up to that under your dashboard to tell you the codes, they sell that for your goofy ass too at Amazon. So if you don't believe him, you can go to another mechanic, or you can buy that same machine from Amazon. See how that works? So you don't have to worry about somebody lying to you.
Right? But he's going to start you off with one. You pay that. Within a month, the engine light comes back on. Now he makes you pay for another one. Within a month, it comes back on. So what he's going to do is he's going to get you to pay for every single, and then the root of the issue, he's going to get to last. And so he can get all the money out of you. Instead of just fixing the root of the issue.
Now niggas mad they got to fix their car that they drove. Man, this is my mechanic that's screwing me over. Actually, you don't know anything about early 2000 BMWs. That's actually what's screwing you over. Go watch some Doug DeMuro. Actually, you probably not familiar with Audi products, you know. You're not a part of any forums, like, you know.
Right? Same thing with Ron Wills does a similar, and in this case, the root of the issue is that you're just not good looking enough. And, you know, like we say, there's not always a solution to your issues. If you're not good looking enough, you're probably just cooked. Simple as that. You're cooked, bro. This is why I tell you.
Whose opinion is that, though? That's subjective. You're not good looking enough. So what are you supposed to look like? Why don't you explain some shit that a man would think is good looking enough, and that makes you gay? That, sir, will make you gay. That's what I was saying before. Look at Mr. Locario. He's not like the most heartthrob, oh my God, I'm gonna cheat on my man with him type guy. But guess what? I know women. I know what they go for. And yes, guys, I'm like, you know, knowing what I know, guys like Lucario get played all the time. There's some goofy dude come out of nowhere. He's corny. Yeah, to you. But he may have tapped into a type of, he may have tapped into a network of women that don't believe that. And then even then, how much about women do you know? Women are corny as fuck. Corny makes them laugh. That fake player shit you trying to do, you better off being corny. Do you notice corny, regular, or broke players get more play than corny millionaires? And there's a lot of corny millionaires. They get more play and more cooperation than corny millionaires. And that's true too, UFO Kamikaze. And then the funny part is that these niggas are trying to impress women that they don't even like. But they're not even, they don't get women, so they don't even know, they don't even understand that. These niggas are trying to be desired by all women. Such dummies. They want all women to desire them because they're like, I'd rather all women desire me instead of none at all. That shows you how they think about themselves. I want every woman to desire me. so I can understand where I am in the order of things, because it's hard for me to weed it out. Wondering why they having all these problems with women and shit.
On my channel, just accept your reality and keep it pushing. You know what I mean? Work with what you have, and sometimes you have nothing. Accept it and keep it pushing. You know what I mean? But Ron Wills, you know, he's the one that likes to talk about you know, instead of Ron Wills just you know, Ron Wills likes to act like, oh well, you know, any man could become select. Just, you know, you got to do this.
True.
And you know, body game is the great equalizer. You know, if Ron Wills was to ever see this fucking video, he's a fucking liar too. You cannot, and select is just a fancy word for alpha male player, Tyrone Chad type of dude. That's basically
That's not what select is. That's not what select is. Yeah, they want to be the pretty nigga that they complain about. Right. And that's not what select is. And this next generation of goofy dudes is hilarious.
The ladies' man that all the girls want. Right? Selling a dream with body game. Selling false hope with body game. Selling false hope with the game. Selling false hope with masculine identity. Selling false hope, and shout out to Miles, because I actually respect the whole masculine identity thing, because, you know, if you take the women part out of it, I don't feel like motherfuckers need to be
masculine identity. Oh my God, what are y'all niggas listening to? The masculine identity. Are you trying to convince yourself or women?
Be paying no $150 a month for that bullshit. But the philosophy of what he's talking about in it is definitely something that can help you feel better about yourself as an individual man. So I respect it for that. But in terms of
you getting a lot
in terms of trying to,
you getting a lot out of that. You getting a lot out of it, huh? He can help you feel good about yourself as an individual man. Man, go get my damn book. Go get my damn book and go read that shit and go sit down. And go find some random. That's what a lot of these dudes don't understand. I said the same thing with Austin Holloman and a lot of these dudes. Let me tell y'all what makes a lot of these younger cats frustrated. The first, number one, they can't pull women the way they want to. You know, number one, they can't pull women the way that they want to. Number two, when they actually start pulling women, they have to go through this phase where it's like, okay, you can get you a couple of women. It don't really take much. Guys be thinking it has to be a bunch of women. Honestly, it really got to be like 2 or 3 women. But can you keep them? And it's not even about getting a girlfriend. It goes beyond getting a girlfriend. It's like the girl that you want. Can you keep her? Can you keep her? Because usually you get to a point where it's like, okay, I'm starting to get a couple of women and stuff like that, and this dating thing is really starting to take off. You know, the girls are somewhat, you know, aligning and cooperating and stuff like that. But this is the girl that I want. Can I get her? Or have I had her already? But can I keep her? Can I keep her? Because you go through a different phase. Some people are dating your representative. And then some people actually know you. And some of those women, when they actually get a chance to know you, they don't want it. They're not buying. They don't want to be with you. You're not what they want. You know? Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. Please hit the like button, hit the Cash App, support the show. Shout outs to everybody over on YouTube. Please hit the like button, hit the Cash App, support the show. Shout outs to everybody over on Kick. Please hit the like button, hit the Cash App, and support the show. Shout outs to everybody here, by the way. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like you know, you got to put 2 and 2 together. Now, I need you guys to do me a huge favor. Other than support the show, I need you guys to head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. And place your orders over on hempforfitness.com. Use coupon code T-Tube10 to get 10% off your order. And when you mention Kuda, you get 2 free gifts with your order. And get it mailed right straight to your front doorstep. Okay? It goes hand in hand with Player Talk Radio. Make sure you guys listen to the show. Enjoy your products. Get it in at work. It's Monday. And support the show. Please hit the Cash App if you guys are enjoying the show. As always. Give me a second. It's Player Talk. Shout outs to our sponsors at hempforfitness.com. Are you looking for the ultimate fitness boost? Hempforfitness.com has you covered, delivering premium THC, CBD, and hemp products straight to your door. No mailbox is safe because they deliver anywhere in the U.S. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off your order. And here's the best part. Mention Kuda and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off. Mention Kuda and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. You can't beat that. Whether it's recovery, energy, or performance, we've got all your THC, CBD, and fitness needs covered. Hempforfitness.com. Your one-stop shop for a stronger, healthier, and happier you. Fuel your journey with nature's best. That's hempforfitness.com. This is not medical or health advice, but it is gems and nutrition for a happier, healthier you. Don't be late. The results are great.
Hempforfitness.com.
So head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. What's going on, new? Welcome to the show, man. What's going on? Welcome to the show. Good to see you, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show. I'm doing a horizontal stream for you guys. I know y'all don't like the vertical streams and stuff like that. Y'all can please support the horizontal streams. I get more reach with the verticals. You know, you said look at that cuck look at that cuck face freeze frame. I mean, look. You know, a lot of guys that's you know, I can't, you know, that's what dudes want to lock Diddy up for. Not necessarily they kind of throw it into domestic violence, but they gotta prove it's a RICO. But it's not against the law to be a fucking freak. You know, a lot of guys are freaks. You know, but hey, I can't really say much. You know, these cats in these spaces will have so much to say about the game. They will have so much to say about people and stuff like that. But we'll be frustrated and openly having problems with women. And we'll be running around the space asking stupid questions. And it's like, you know, what's a player? It's like, bro, if you ain't one, don't worry about it. They're more lost now than ever. I would rather the TV generation. I would rather talk to the TV generation of guys than the internet generation of guys. Because they'll get on the internet and try to perpetrate and sound like me or somebody else. And it's like, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. If they write or have a show, I don't even want to go listen to it because it's like, how much of my material that's been bastardized or remixed going to be wrapped up into this line of questioning, you know? These dudes will butcher all kinds of talking points. And then religiously live by the butchered talking points. And then wonder why they're not getting results. And then don't want to listen. For example, you got a lot of dudes that are these overnight. They remind me of Kendrick fans, but you got a lot of these overnight Kevin Samuels fans that don't even do their research on their God, the Kevin Samuels God. There are more fans of Kevin Samuels than people that's been here and spoke to him. Don't even do their research. Yeah, we already know what they're thinking, UFO. And shit, their thought process come from a gay place. UFO says in their mind, they're thinking if I look like that dude, I'd be smashing every woman I could. So he must be doing it. Who's the real Pookie? Right. They're aspiring Pookies. They want Pookie's woman. Because they feel some type of way when Pookie's woman tells them no. That's why when all them new guys came in here, I'm like, bro, they can fool y'all niggas, but they can't fool me. Niggas was coming in here dressed up like Kevin Samuels and stuff like that. And I'm like, bro, you don't got to wear all of that bullshit. You don't got to wear all of that garb and stuff like that. We still know you're going to go after the sexy red types. You're going to go after the girls that got tattoos on their knuckles. You want those type of girls. And even if you don't necessarily go after them, you wouldn't turn one down. If she came at you. You wouldn't even turn down Nikisha if she came at you. And you're mad at the next man's access to them. You guys are perpetrating as passport bros. You wouldn't get on a plane to save your life. You're afraid of planes. Never been on one. Not going anywhere significant anyway. Hit the PayPal, y'all. Hit the Cash App. Thank you guys for coming. Let's get back into it.
To use dating to guide you to go pay for that fucking bullshit, it's fucking scam. It's scam. Having a masculine identity, bro, there is no masculine identity for your fucking face and your 5'5" height, man.
What the fuck are you talking about? Look at this idiot. There is no masculine identity for your face and your 5'5" height. So why are you talking about jawlines? Why do you think that being over 6 foot is masculine? Like they don't even understand where their talking points are coming from.
There is no body game for your fucking face, bro. If you look like Shrek,
there is a body game for your face. That's why it's called jawline, you idiot. That's why people have chiseled jawlines. I even showed y'all that thing that they have for your face where you chew on it to create a jawline. God damn, these people are stupid. I need to go find that Alan Roger Curry clip. You're fucking stupid. Stupid. Damn, these people are stupid. There is no masculinity for your body. Yes, there is. It's called muscles. God damn.
There's no body game for that. There is no game for your fucking 5'2" height.
Yes, there is.
There is no masculine identity for your fucking recessed chin.
Oh my God.
Because she may be intimidated by that, you know, that it's. See, I remember years ago, and I was living in Williamsburg, and I had
I think that's in Brooklyn.
This chick that came through to the apartment, and you know, she was thick. Like, I like thick chicks, but in her mind, I guess she thought she was fat, but she was
I didn't know you made that new.
That means she was fat.
Genius.
That means she was fat.
You understand what I'm saying?
Trust me, girls who are like thick and curvy, they know what the fuck they got. That bitch was fat. Lucario, it's okay. Do not lie to the people. The bitch was fat. It's okay. You know what I mean? We've all knocked down a couple of big bitches over. Well, not me. But most guys have knocked down two big bitches.
All of a sudden, not you. Nigga, you sound like every girl you get, if you do get one, is a fat. What's going on, Marco? Marco said he needs to do face push-ups and... Oh, shit. This is why you don't need to listen to these fake black pill dudes, bro. These dudes don't know what the hell they're talking about. There is no masculinity for your body. It's called muscles. It's called biceps. It's called triceps. Bro, these dudes are so busy worshiping women, they just throw all their common sense out the fucking window. Common sense just gone. It's just all their whole common sense is just gone. Gone.
Yeah, you just sit up there and say, explain. You know what I'm talking about, man. He's fighting people. You know we've been fighting 400 and still fighting to this day. To this day. To this day.
Shout outs to Marco, man. Dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. I appreciate you. Thank you for always supporting Player Talk Radio and coming through. Let's get it. I got you. Let's.
All right, we going. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm asked. What the what? What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay. 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 Okay.
Shit. Y'all holla at homeboy so y'all can get y'all the new jailbreak. Get y'all the new jailbreak Challenger. I heard they just came out with a 4-door Charger. So, you know, get in where the money resides, y'all. Oh, my God. Yeah, you got some tall punks, too. Punk in, who said, which one of y'all said punk in the trunk?
Y'all ain't got no sense, you black women. Your men treat you like the dogs, like your dogs.
You niggas is crazy. Oh my God. UFO says some dudes are born looking however they look and just and don't even take it seriously. Niggas need therapy. Yeah. I'm telling you, studs disprove all of that goofy shit that y'all believe in. Studs, lesbian women, disprove all of it. All of it. These dudes are cooked. Cooked. Beyond recognition, beyond belief. Sitting up there arguing with these niggas when the same women that they will go after will go smash a Manny Fresh looking type woman. And they will sit up there and watch that woman that they worship go smash a Manny Fresh type looking woman. And they would sit up there and still date that woman after they seen that. Talking about some jawline and all this other goofy shit. Then talk about some Rom Wills lied to you. No. You don't have no comprehension skills. And you don't know what the hell you talking about. And you let women drive you. You let women drive you to the brink of going under the blade and self-mutilizing yourself. And it's and instead of taking responsibility and accountability for that, you just rather player hate. You just rather be around here and call people, yeah, vegan food. You just they don't know nothing about that, Marco. Vegan food. You just rather go after another man instead of the woman that you worship. You don't even hold her accountable for her preferences. Looks like you need some vegan food. You need some vegan food. And then the worst part, y'all, on top of it, then they want somebody to come listen to them. Listen to me cry about other men that's winning. Listen to me cry about other men that's winning.
The bitch was fat. She was fat. She is a big thing.
Now, this woman didn't want to get undressed in front.
That's how I know she was fat. That's how I know she was fat.
Of me with the lights on. She's like, you got to turn the lights off. Right? So I was getting undressed. The lights was already on. My shirt was off and all this other shit. So then she was like, oh, can you turn the lights off so I can get undressed? She was like, I don't feel comfortable getting.
Damn, dog. That means she was a beluga.
Yeah, I mean, you know what though? You know what the dynamic was though in that situation, Marco, was that he was just kind of trying to be hip. You know, which we were laughing at because that's one of my favorite clips. Me, you, Zero, and Jessica was on point in that clip. That was one of my favorite clips. For a lot of y'all that don't know what we're talking about, this is some old school third shift player talk radio. He was trying to be hip. That's kind of really, chalk it up to it. It's like, yeah, older man, dating younger chick. Trying to, go for what she's talking about. That's why Zero was like, I use my EBT card and then, some money gets sent to it every month. Man, that shit was funny. Yeah, she kind of was being screaming for help. See, a lot of y'all don't understand. I'm a vet. We are veterans at these conversations, how long we've been having them. People be stealing from us. They don't know about I used to yell Dom game and run. They don't know about that. They don't know about this, Marco.
Yeah, her daddy didn't like me too much because I used to yell Dom game and run.
Come on, man. Yeah, I made sure I had the radio equipment hooked up today.
Yeah, her daddy didn't like me too much because I used to yell Dom game and run.
Oh my God. They're not even ready. They're not even ready for that. They're not even ready for that type of information, man, that we were putting out, man. I tell people all the time, y'all like Fresh and Fit? They got their idea from Marco. They actually made it worse. Well, I wouldn't say they made it worse. They got their own version of it. But y'all should see Marco. You should see the original version of it. They got the concept from Marco. You said, yeah, you got the clips. I don't know why you stopped using them. Because there's so much stuff been happening. I still got them. I didn't change everything. Look, I still got all the clips. Hold on.
Mode 1.
I got Jessica Platinum. I got all the clips. These are all people that's established. People know where the epicenter is. People know the epicenter where it comes from.
It's for you.
Right. Absent.
Again, it's for you.
Mella definitely ain't getting no diddly.
Y'all hear this? Yourself.
Hold on, Cat.
Y'all hear these lies?
Wait, hold on.
Y'all hear these lies?
Can you hold on? Can you do me a favor? Can you say mode 1? But you gotta hold it. You gotta be like mode 1.
Me?
Hmm.
Okay, let me make sure.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
hold on.
Cool.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Mode 1.
Oh shit! I'm sending it to Alan. Let me. Rest in peace, ARC. Oh yeah, I got all of that. Shout outs to OG. Hold on.
And she told everybody that she had a miscarriage. See, the things affect me as a male and you as Game Chamber as a male. And I'm in America, been a black man.
See, a lot of people don't know. This is what OG called Game Changer, Game Chamber. A Game Chamber. Game Chamber. Game Chamber.
Mama!
Come on, man.
Goddamn breath milk right out now.
But that ever.
Just because you can't get your little cat dick wet and then you angry, but still are going out there and fucking control.
I have never complained ever.
Oh my God.
Let me tell every goddamn body who's listening to this. The sun has been coming up for billions of years. Ain't nobody call that old. The moon has been coming up for billions of years. Ain't nobody calling that old because it works. If something works, and if it don't work, and even if it's a foundation, take it and retweak it and make it work to your advantage.
Like, come on, y'all. Been doing this for a long fucking time. Definitely authentic. Niggas ain't up here worried about, man, is this other guy getting coochie? Why is he not getting coochie? You know? Shout outs to Marco. We talked about being a natural. We talk about a lot of stuff, man. We done hashed all of this shit out. Y'all thinking these conversations are new. It's like, no. We've been talking about this stuff. Yeah, shout outs to Tabitha. I miss Tabitha. Yeah, you remember when Tabitha was here? Shout outs to Tab. Yeah, shout outs to Kat. You dig? What's going on, War Master? Speaking of, clip clips and the master of clips. We got War Master here. War Master got the second set of clips. He got fasting, cutting up all kinds of shit.
How about that?
Shout outs to War Master in the building. You dig? You said I remember that Sun one. What do you mean clean base? Yeah, y'all remember Cat? Chris G said Cat I remember. You said we never solved why she won't go 50-50 or smile or what she brings to the yeah, but we never solved 50-50 or smile or what she brings to the table. You know? We never really found out what her body count was. Oh man. That shit is crazy. Y'all go look at those old, triple OG, man. And you know what the OG for is, clean base, offering game. You dig? You know, these dudes need to go do their research. I have it up. It's going to be gone before the end of this year. That shit is going to be over on Patreon. Y'all can go look at the player. You can go look at the Manosphere Museum, the last one that exists on this channel. You know, I got more than I done put more than 4K videos on this channel, but we down to 2 something. We down to 2 something. You dig? We down to 2 something. But I got a whole playlist. Y'all go check out that playlist, man. And go look in the chat room too. See how much game I done gave out for the free. Most of these channels here, y'all will see where they came from. You'll see how ungrateful and how crazy a lot of people are running around here now. You know? That's established now. Y'all would see how crazy, you know what I'm saying? How crazy you know how crazy and how much times these people done changed up they whole rhetoric. Me, I'm loyal. I stay consistent, you know. You'll see all these people that ran over here and begged me for microphone advice. And then turned around and be like, man, he never. Shout outs to Clean Base TV. Yes, sir, yeah. Yeah, how the sun works. Yeah. You don't call that old. Yeah, you know. Triple OG. Yeah. And I appreciate you because that's true. You do really go back and listen. 100%. I can say that for sure. Shout outs to Clean Base TV dropping a huge $2.37 on the Cash App. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. Hold on.
Now you know you gotta break the game down a little bit more because they might be slow.
Thank you, bro. Good looks. Shout outs to War Master in the building. If you need me to drop the link, let me know, bro. Shout outs to Dollar Washer in the building. What's going on? Good morning, everybody. We are here. Yeah, I was supposed to come back a little bit later yesterday, but I fell asleep right after I had a study session. I'm not gonna lie, I had to go back on my audiobook. I was cramming, y'all. You know, I was cramming. You know, I was superdy duperdy cramming. You know, so I you know, my fault. I fell asleep. You know, but yeah, man, I wish more people went back and listened. You know, I absolutely wish more people went back and listened because, man, the amount of game that was being dropped around that time, and like not even that, you know, the predictions, that we had around that time predicted all of the stuff that's going on right now. Predicted. You know, predicted all of the stuff that's going on right now. So this is funny watching these new black pill cats because these guys aren't even black pilled. These guys are a disgrace to the black pill. This is not black pill. Yeah, I know. Warmaster says, I'm still waking up. Yeah. You started late. These guys are a disgrace to the black pill. None of this shit is black pilled. None of it. Well, no, when UFO Kamikaze said Fight Club, over here, it definitely was a different type of Fight Club. You know? Me, Marco, Zero, Jessica, and the chat, which are a lot of goofy trolls that have turned on me. Because they be deriding a lot of people, and still haven't gotten anywhere, by the way. And start hating on people. This shit was real, you know. It was. I ain't even gonna lie. It was pretty brutal. Yeah, literally predicted, word for word, you know. This shit was crazy. It was literally brutal. So if y'all want to figure out where Jessica really started getting her debating skills and her audience and stuff like that, yeah, y'all got to go look at them old shows. KC and C-Sit and all them other people. These people, they trolls now. A lot of these people, man, from back in the day. Hammer's still running around here talking about dolls and stuff. Nigga, why don't you go save up your money and go buy you a doll then? You know, you really got to see who had a problem and who didn't have a problem and who was really adamant about solving it. Some of these people are no better than the first day they stepped here in the manosphere or in these spaces. Some of these people are actually they're worse. They're worse because now they know all of this shit and still haven't done anything about it, and will weaponize it against themselves and then turn around and blame the content creators. As if we didn't give them the personality that they have in a lot of the information that they have running around here today about women. Been listening to us for years, and then when they talk to people in their real life, they seem like they're experts to those people. Damn, who told you that? Damn, that's cold. I get it. You don't got time to share links and I was watching this episode and blah, 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 you know. But come on now. That's how I be like, man, how much of I go read these new people's book. I'm like, how much of my stuff is going to be in this person's book? Ooh, Ace Metaphor just came out with a book. I'm like, I wonder how much of my material is floating around in that fucking book. Ooh, this person started a new channel. It's to the point that women are literally word for word repeating stuff that came from the third shift on their channels. Slang and rhetoric and stuff. Everybody's using the term Keishas. Right? When that was something that we came up with like 6 years ago. I even go to the Passport Bro side. They talking about Thai Keisha. Where'd that come from? I think even a couple of times too. Oh, Sheila E. She's still around. Shouts to my girl Sheila E. She in another sector though. I think a couple of times Coach Greg Adams tried to say StreamPergamy. Like, come on, dog. Come on, dog.
Go well. No, I'm talking shit. I haven't seen
giggly niggas, man. Right?
Dressed with the lights on.
Yeah,
and then so after we did it, you know, I was talking to her. She was basically saying that, you know, she didn't like, or not necessarily she didn't like, but she felt some type of way because she thought I wasn't going to like her body based on the fact that she thought I was more fit.
And don't get me wrong. Listen, if you gang, you can say it. You know, if you gang, you can say it. But it's like, bro, these niggas ain't even gang. Yeah, they stole it from somebody that stole it from somebody that stole it from somebody that stole it from you. Right, sneak soaking. Sneak soaking up this game.
No, based on the fact that she's a fat ass bitch. No, I'm talking shit. I'm talking shit.
Than her. So she felt insecure seeing me, which is why she wanted me to turn the lights off so I couldn't see her. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of you guys, you think that, oh my God, I gotta, because this is the thing. What he's basically saying is men like to see men like that's big. Paul.
Jedi mind tricks. Jedi. Wait. What did he say? Oh, he's
you don't
talking
even know
about,
what the hell this man is talking about. And yeah, I know you agree with that because you like to watch other men. And these are the same dudes that would talk crazy about Diddy. And that's not me to defend Diddy. But when you're watching Korn, I'm not gonna lie, y'all niggas, these niggas be y'all. We were laughing at the dude that was in court the other day with Diddy. Dude was a gigolo. His name was the Punisher, and that shit was funny because that's what dudes like. Dudes would want to see a guy. Y'all not trying to see a less well-endowed guy plow this chick. Y'all worship women. Y'all want to see a well-endowed dude plow a chick. And I'm not going to call you a full-on cuck, but I will say you're not that far off from Diddy. Well, niggas just want to see that shit live. I guess. Or maybe some more. Nigga's name was called the Punisher. Like, boy, what? But dudes ain't trying to, dudes want to, and that's another thing with dudes. They want it to seem real. They want it to seem real. They want it to seem real. They're like, I want to see this dude thrashing this woman. I want to see, it's like, yeah, bro, that is kind of, I'm not going to say straight up, but that is cuck behavior. I know what it's for. I get it. You want to make sure the woman is not faking. But to a certain degree, bro, cuck behavior.
Saying that men like to see men that are bigger. And yeah, I agree. Because guys grow up, we saw Goku on Dragon Ball Z as kids.
What is up with this?
Motherfuckers watch wrestling.
Why is this nigga always making anime references? You don't got no real life references that you could pull from real life?
And all that shit with big guys, and you know what I mean? And this is another reason why guys believe that going to the gym, is supposed to make you more attractive to women. But it doesn't come from them actually seeing.
Going to the gym makes you more attractive to women because you put off a more masculine aura. It's called, what do y'all call it nowadays? Aurora farming? Going to the gym is a visceral thing. It makes you seem, or it shows your genetics. You can build genetics that you probably thought you didn't have. And when you build genetics, what it does is it's a visceral thing upon women visualizing it because it shows that you can produce healthy offspring. You're not sickly. And you're in good health. You said, Kuda, now that you brought it up, Diddy remembers this lyric from Biggie, sexing me while your man master. Look, man. Biggie said some suspect shit too. Biggie said some suspect stuff in his bars too, man. You know, I just chalk it up to, you know, to what it really was. Niggas from the 90s was freaky as hell. And we all know that, you know, once y'all know, I mean, it's this new generation that's like, oh my God, this is so crazy, as if they ain't freaky. Was like, nigga, y'all bitches are eating ass. These young niggas are way more freakier. You know, like I wouldn't say Gen X, but a piece of Gen X, the 90s, and maybe early 2000s, that freaky shit kind of took the back seat a little bit. You know, it kind of took the back seat a little bit. But this generation is freaky as fuck. And I'm going to prove it to you. Give me 1 second, y'all.
Comes from them actually worshiping large, big, strong men or whatever they
Yeah. Freaky is one. So all right. So like there's which, you know, Marco, we talked about this. There's 3 different categories, and sometimes they do run concurrent. There's a difference between being a freak. There's a difference between being a cuck. There's a difference between having a kink. And there's a difference between having a fetish. Now, they're all different, but a cuck could have all of those things. Crazy.
Maybe since kids. It comes from that. Superman and all this other shit. And Hulk and all this other. It comes from that. It doesn't come from seeing actual evidence that these bodybuilder dudes get so much fucking. It doesn't come from that. It comes from...
Now, this dude don't know what the hell he's talking about, and he's going over another rhetoric. He's going over rhetoric that I've told y'all a billion times that's been butchered. He's talking about the hero complex. He's talking about the hero complex. Yeah, UFO kamikaze. The freaky shit reaches a point where it does become subhuman behavior. Absolutely.
It actually comes from damn near some gay shit, if you actually think about it. It comes from men worshiping other men's bodies, if you think about it.
You understand what I'm saying? Because you're like, I aspire to be that fit and have that many muscles.
And it doesn't come from men worshiping other men's bodies. It comes from men trying to be and represent the epitome of genetics. Comes from art.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it comes from that. So that's where that's where the marketing comes from to men.
But when it comes to a woman dealing with you, it's not about...
It's gonna...
No, it doesn't. Y'all got to stop butchering people's talking points. What it comes from is it's a bastardization of the hero complex. That's what you're leaving out. It comes from the bastardization of the quote-unquote hero complex. All of those superheroes that you guys saw and grew up with, they had a female equivalent. They had a female equivalent. They had a female equivalent. Batman saved Batgirl and what was the other girl that Batman saved? I don't know why I keep getting her mixed up. Is it Lois Lane? Or was that Superman? Superman had a girl he was saving. Spider-Man was saving Mary Jane. All of the superheroes. It's called the superhero complex. All of the guys that was jumping from buildings and shit like that and saving hoes and stuff like that had a specific build so that they were equipped to do the job that they were gonna do. Even the ones that didn't have superpowers. Batman didn't have superpowers. He had prep time. And a developed body. Like, these dudes are trying to teach y'all concepts that they barely even understand.
It's gonna be about you being lean. We already know this. It's gonna be about your body being lean. But let's be honest, does the body actually really matter, or is it the height and face? Like, let's just keep it real. Your body doesn't even fucking matter.
How
you know what I mean?
Height is a part of your body. Height is a part of your body. You can have all the height that you want, but if you're sloppy and disproportionate, that's your body. Right, clean base. And then not even that. Like, you can also be okay with a man accomplishing something that you don't even have interest in accomplishing. And be like, yo, that's tight, that's dope, respect. You might not be in the trains, but this guy built like the best train, the best steam train and stuff like that, and it can move certain things and do all kinds of stuff, and it's like, yo, that's dope. Like, real men appreciate craftsmanship. Dang, I'm into SUVs, but that Corvette looks nice. That's dope how they did that, or you know, created, you know, or you know, engineered, or you know, you have a respect for ingenuity. You have a respect, you know, you have a fond respect of certain things. Oh, I'm more of a car guy, but that's a nice yacht. Or that's a cool airplane. Let me give these guys their props. They did their thing on, you know, they did their thing with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But see, these guys, they instantly see something that they want to be and immediately hate on it. Oh, how did he get that? Actually, it downplays the personality of the guy, because it's like, how did he get that type of girl? Oh, it got to be his height and his face. How about he's a nice guy? How about he's pleasant? How about he smells good? How about he's fun to be around? Like, what? Shit don't make no sense. And the sense that it should make don't make shit. All he's thinking about is face, and it's like, bro, women are not obsessed with facial features and height like men are. This guy doesn't even know that originally high heels were made for men. What's going on, LT, man? Good to see you. Shout outs to LT, man. Checking in from Chicago. What's going on, Miss V? Happy Memorial Day. Yes. Hold on, man. Shout outs to the hard workers in the building. Good morning. Here we go. Hold on. Shout outs to Miss V in the place to be, as always. Shout outs to LT, man. Here we go. Yeah, you see a building that you like, you see architecture. The architecture is dope. Hold on, let me see what this is. Shout outs to LT, man. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Please hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Where's this LT, man?
Doing? You're not supposed to have a firearm. Drop it. Walk to the car. Put your hands on the car. You're not supposed to have a firearm on you. Whoever told you that that was okay? No way.
I thought I was a policeman.
No.
With you. I thought you needed backup, man.
But you're not allowed to have a gun.
It's legal in Florida.
You know, I just met you today. There's no way I know what you can or cannot do with a firearm. You just committed a felony.
You should be thanking me. I was trying to help you out. I could have saved your life out there, man. That dude could have had the drop on you. I signed up for a ride along. I thought I was a police officer for a day. I don't see what the big fuss is all about, you know?
I'll explain to you the big fuss in a minute. What the?
Okay. He said, I thought I was you. All right, bro's confused. He thought he was a policeman. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. Shout outs to Chicago in the house. Let's go. Let me show y'all how cooked this generation is. Give me 1 second, y'all.
Body game. Body game doesn't fucking matter.
Look, it's about how she feels about how you look.
Agreed. But since human beings typically are attracted to the same realm, not 100% the same, but the same realm of thing. You know what I mean? So you might have different types of bodies or whatever the case may be. But let's be honest,
Right along,
most of
raw.
us are going to be attracted to the same. Like, you might have a preference.
Second Amendment,
for
yeah.
a fat ass girl, a girl with like a fat ass, but you might actually be more attracted to a girl that has like a petite body. If her petite body is just so fucking sexy, you might be more attracted to this particular girl with a petite body over this girl with a fat ass because she's more attractive.
Bro, as much as I have a preference and I talk about some of the preference, how are you going to tell a guy what he should be attracted to? That's another thing with these fake black pill cats, man. They start trying to tell you how to look at women, and they're having problems with how they look at their own damn selves. Niggas having a whole identity crisis trying to tell you who you should be. Get the fuck out of here.
You understand? Or vice versa. But at the end of the day, it's like both these women are above average looking. That's the real reason why you're attracted to them both. You understand? Or that's why you would have preference over this one in this situation, even though you typically, because she's above average looking. So I'm saying
that these fake black pill cats don't understand the concept of subjectivity.
Before I confuse shit, I'm saying that to say that pretty much we're attracted to the same things. You know, you might, what I should have said initially is like, you might like bitches with fat asses, like hourglass bodies. I might
like
petite.
Whatever the fuck you want to like. That don't mean you can get it. You can like whatever the hell you want. That don't mean you can get it. I like Ferraris. I don't got one at my fingertips. I would love a 599 Berlinetta. I don't have one at my fingertips. I like tapioca pudding. It's called subjectivity.
Bodies or whatever the case may be, but we both will see a girl that's in between, slim, thick, and we're both extremely attracted to her because she's conventionally attractive. So we're all typically going to find the same girls attractive.
It's called universally attractive, bro. If you're gonna steal our terms, can you please get it right?
And that's another thing that these guys try to do. These guys try to act like
you got a universal 8, universal 10s, universal 9s.
Like there's this big wide spectrum. Like
that's what I'm trying to say, War Master, and right, UFO. Like what is it, bro? This is why, and I hate that these red pill dudes don't check this. I damn near the only one that checked this. Like these dudes aren't black pilled. These are dudes going through blue pill rage, and they have problems with women. He's going through blue pill rage, and they have problems with women. Tapioca is absolute fuego. Shout outs to Toya in the building. Toya, I ended up getting a notification the other day. I think you were in a supermarket or in a store. I want to say hey and wish you a nice day. Hopefully you are doing well. Good morning. Hold on. Those dreads were dreading. Shout outs to Toya. Toya's dreads are officially in the long. Her dreads are getting super long. You dig? What's going on, D Chicago? What's going on, man? The pills are absolutely real. Just say you don't understand them, bro.
100-pound beluga whale bitch. Or like a 300-pound beluga whale man. You know, most women.
Fun fact for you fake black pill guys, fat dudes have always been in style. Happy holiday, everybody. Yes. Happy Memorial Day.
Thank you for a sprinkle.
Happy Memorial Day, everybody. Please hit the like button and support the show. I'm telling y'all, man, fat men have always gotten women because being a fat guy to a certain degree, depending on how it is a sign of wealth. He knows where the food at. He can afford food. Fat men have always been attractive in their own way throughout the years. Don't let these people lie to you. Now, don't use that as an excuse to stay fat unhealthily, but fat men have always been a plus.
Women don't fight, but some woman in the world is going to find them extremely desirable. That's what these guys also try to do, which is also cap. Well, whatever.
Sitting up here talking about who women find extremely desirable and don't even have no theories to support it. Listen. And I'm going to tell y'all this going forward, and a lot of y'all zillennials, if you're a zillennial here, please support the show. Hit the Cash App. If you're a Gen X, you know what I'm about to say. And if you're a millennial, you know what I'm about to say. Y'all, please hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. Do not ever trust a nigga that can only share a link with you. Share the link ass niggas. Do not trust a nigga that can only share a link. Like, he'll state something and you'll be like, what does that mean? Here's a link. Watch this YouTube video. No. See, me, if you want to watch a YouTube video, well, here's a link. But guess what? I can point you to an article. I can point you to literature, a book. Can point you to movies and the theories that led up to those movies. I can point you to real life examples. I can even cross-reference certain books that are literally talking about each other or the same topic and teach you how to cross-reference and actually find the middle ground, which is the truth on certain theories and things. I'm just not going to, here, take the link and then just disappear. No. Because I know what I'm talking about. I know where it came from. I know the nomenclature of certain things. I know the epicenter, where it came from. I'm not debating theory. We could talk about theory. Then I can add some context to the theories that we're talking about and when it can work, where it can work, how both can work in different case scenarios. But these dudes, they just arbitrarily just throwing shit out there that they barely believe. Shit they learned yesterday.
She feels about herself, about being in a...
But what he's saying, all of what he's saying here is kind of just noise. Because it's not about how she feels about whatever. No. It's really as specific as you being attractive. It really is.
Women don't care about no fucking man being attractive. It's at the end of the day how you make them feel around you. Do they feel safe? Do they She's running more towards her feelings more than your looks. Women don't give a fuck about your looks. They turn down good-looking dudes. They turn down ugly dudes. They turn down regular dudes. They don't care about none of that. Get it through your head. Stop pushing your shit.
You son of a bitch. You piece of shit. You fucking goddamn fucker. Listen, fuckhead. You have fucking crossed the line. Get that through your goddamn fucking head. Stop pushing your shit.
God damn. It's all about attractive. It's all about how you look. It's all about attractive. It's all about how you... No, it's not. And then I'll be trying to help these niggas, but I'm like, what the fuck do I look like sitting up here arguing with a nigga over looks? War Master, what's the fuck? What did that dude say about that dude? You War Master has this clip. I did this show a minute ago with I forgot the dude, something chicken. I forgot the dude's name. And the dude was like, take that do-rag off. He's like, yeah, you want to talk shit? Take that do-rag off. Let's see your hairline. Like, it's that shit. It's like, well, why don't you cam up? No, I'm about to be sitting here debating. I'm not about to be sitting up here debating Goku avatars all night about looks and stuff like that. Why don't you cam up real quick? Let's look at something. Let's actually look at something. Let's see something real quick. It's all fun and games till somebody tell you to cam up. Is delusion. Delusion follows confusion. These dudes are confused and they suffer from delusion. And they worship women on top of that. Yeah, they're miserable. Listen, guys, shout outs to everybody here in the chat. If you suffer from confusion and delusion, I need y'all to do me a huge favor and head over to hempforfitness.com. I need y'all to do me a huge favor and head over to hempforfitness.com. Use code T-10, tube 10, my bad, Jesus Christ. Where am I at with this? Use code T-tube 10 to make sure you get 10% off your order. And mention Kuda and get 2 free gifts. That's 2 of them. To help out with your delusion and your confusion. Okay? 2 free gifts you can get. On top of your 10% off. All right? Make sure y'all head over to hempforfitness.com. It's Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second. Let's go. Shout outs to our sponsors at hempforfitness.com. Are you looking for the ultimate fitness boost? Hempforfitness.com has you covered, delivering premium THC, CBD, and hemp products straight to your door. No mailbox is safe because they deliver anywhere in the U.S. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off your order. And here's the best part. Mention Kuda and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off. Mention Kuda and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. You can't beat that. Whether it's recovery, energy, or performance, we've got all your THC, CBD, and fitness needs covered. Hempforfitness.com, your one-stop shop for a stronger, healthier, and happier you. Fuel your journey with nature's best. That's hempforfitness.com. This is not medical or health advice, but it is gems and nutrition for a happier, healthier you. Don't be late. The results are great.
Hempforfitness.com.
So head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Yes. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. Do Memorial Day the right way. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Yeah. Take the do-rag off. Take it off. Yeah, that shit was funny as hell because it's true. You know, take that do-rag off. Yo, you have the hands down the best clips ever. Take that do-rag off. You know? UFO said, I've seen panels of dudes rating each other. It's insane. Man, listen. Dudes are trying to be the new women. Give me 1 second. I got y'all. Give me 1 second. Let's get through this BS real quick. I got something to show y'all real quick.
And it really, if you actually look at the grand scheme of things, it's not as narrowed down as, oh, it's about how she feels, about how you look. No. Typically, all women are pretty much attracted to the same things generally. You know, and as a matter of fact, looks is subjective in a big spectrum.
I believe you, bro.
Or looks is
Twitter is absolutely a gold mine.
The spectrum is very specific, if that makes sense. So it's like in the black community, for example.
Oh, my God.
Looks are going to be subjective. All right, like, for example, King 6'8" the Great and Chris Brown.
What?
Most black women are going to find both of these guys extremely attractive, but it would be like some women might find King 6'8" to be a 10 and Chris Brown to be like a 8.59. And in some women, it'll be the reverse, because some women might just like the dark skin aesthetic more than the light skin aesthetic. But make no mistake, all of these fucking women, if either guy tried to get with them, they'd be all over it and they'd be bound to fall in love.
Yeah. It seems like you'll be all over. And it's true. I mean, look, it seems like you'll be all over them because, you know, I ain't gonna lie. You got a lot of guys, when they see Chris Brown, they get the fainting. Oh, my God, Chris. You got a lot of these dudes, when they see Chris Brown, they're the ones fainting. They're the ones with their eyes rolling in the back of their head. A lot of the dudes will be more obsessed with these dudes than the women. The women be in the crowd with the poker face trying to keep it cool. A lot of these dudes will faint if they ran into Chris Brown. I'm pretty sure some nigga paid $1,000 to take a picture with Chris Brown, and he's like, nah, just regular poses, man. I'm not. Come on, man. Ms. V said run. These dudes be lying. They be obsessed with these stars more than the women, bro. Don't let these dudes lie to y'all.
Understand? So looks is subjective in that kind of a fucking way. But, you know, all this...
How about... It's not even about Chris Brown's look. How about he knows how to dance? You know, women like guys that know how to dance. And that have rhythm. And that's influential. And that can sing. And that out of nowhere can just do a fucking front flip. He's fit. And can start crumping out of nowhere. How about that? God damn.
Bullshit about how looks is subjective. Like a girl that I see as a fucking 2 out of 10, you might see her as a 10. That's just, again, it's Jedi fucking mind tricks and selling false hope to make unattractive guys feel like, no, there's a girl out there that will be. No, there isn't.
Yes,
bro.
there is. Yes, there is. You fake black pill dudes are the worst too. You know what they do? There was this guy, because a lot of these dudes in this space be pretending like they're incels. Well, they are incels, but they be pretending like they're a part of that, but they don't have the balls to be a part of that. Anyway, it was this guy named I think it was facing LMS, or I think it was another guy or whatever. No, I think it was facing LMS. LMS is looks money status, y'all. Okay, there's a lot of fake dudes here that was running around the space. Even Zero and them was over there trying to tell y'all that game doesn't exist. This is when they were lying and running around saying game doesn't exist. Then they try to backtrack and said they never said that. Okay. Anyway, a lot of these dudes in the black manosphere, they're fake nigga nerds. They're not even real nigga nerds. They're not even into tech and in these fields that they try to portray that they're into. It's just a bunch of niggas running around here lying and shit, right? And you know, you got real live incel spaces, you know, that perpetuate, you know, the fake, you know, the black pill. And there was this guy named Facing LMS, and you know, he was you know, on some borderline suicide type shit. You know, some borderline I can't believe I already said it. Unsubscribe myself from life type shit. And the same dudes, cause it's not that serious, right? But to certain people it is, right? The same dudes that was running around here saying game doesn't exist, when they got around because they do this in this space all the time. When they got around a real person that was like on some doom and gloom type shit, that was on some doomer shit, what was the first thing they tried to do? What was their first natural response? Their first natural response to him was to try to give him some game. That was their first natural response. This is how fake dudes in this space are. When they got around a guy that was like, you know what, you know, it's not worth it. You know, I'll never be, you know, the women's type and blah, blah, blah. Their instant response when they got around that guy was to try to give him some game. No, you can just go to the gym, work on yourself, and you know, learn how to talk to women. And the first thing that they did was try to give him some game. Fools in this space. Just fools. Straight on fools. Cause they met a guy that was the real thing of what they were pretending to be. They were pretending to be incels. Well, they are incels, but there's levels to inceldom too. By the way, for y'all that don't know, there's levels to being an incel. You know, some people are far gone, you know, and some people are just fucking around and bullshitting, you know. But that's to show you how fake these dudes are. 1 minute you go over to Thai cities, they're tricks. Then next minute you go over there, they're players, you know. I told Ty that shit. 1 minute they're tricks, next minute they're players. Some goofy shit. Super goofy shit. Super goof. You said I work for a building supply company. Once had the supervisor invite me to hang out with him and the other guys at Hooters. Oh, that sounds like fun. Hot wings and titties. Like it would raise their status. Shit sounded like a date to me. Fuck out of here. That's funny as hell. Yeah, it depends on how it's presented. You know, it depends on how it's presented. I had an ex that worked. I had two exes actually that worked. I had a couple of women that I've dealt with that worked at Hooters, but I had two exes that worked there. And one that has worked there, but when I was with her, she didn't work there, you know. And they closed down the one that I like to go to in Gallery Place, Chinatown, you know. I got you, LT, man. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. Head over to hempforfitness.com. LT man is in the building. Yes, sir. Be careful cutting the grass, man. Happy Memorial Day. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Giving y'all some good games. 6 hours and 25 minutes into the madness. You said Kuda is a booby man. Actually, I am. Yes, Miss V. I am actually a booby man. I'm into boobs. There's this thing too. That they say that more mature guys are into boobs because there's like a a biological and thing attached to it, and I get that. I can see where they're going with it. I was like, that's interesting. I don't know. I've heard the arguments that support why it's true, and I get it. But I have noticed a lot of guys that are into boobs are more sophisticated. But I'm weird. I'm definitely a booby man. But sometimes I fluctuate. Like 1 year I'm more, 1 year I'm a booty guy. I'm always a boob dude though. But 1 year I'm a 1 year, some years I don't care if the girl has a booty or not. I'm weird, I'm weird. I will say that. I'm weird. My taste goes up and down. My taste absolutely goes up and down. Let's get back into this real quick. Give me 1 second. Please hit the like button. Support the show, y'all. Happy Memorial Day. Let's get it. Let's go.
No, there isn't. If you damn near 30 years old,
yeah, boob dude,
and the type of girl that you've been looking for,
vegan food,
to find you very attractive, it hasn't happened yet. That's because it's never going to happen. Because you're objectively not that attractive to attract that kind of female. But anyway, I'm gonna let him finish a little bit more, and then I'm gonna end the video. Maybe I'll do a part 2 or something, or maybe I'll react to a different video that he does.
Situation with you based on your look.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Nah, man, we doing Xbox streams this summer, War Master. You said yes, Kuda is weird. His Xbox is still lost. Not in the wilderness, man. Not in the not in the wilderness. And yeah, UFO, I picked up on what you were saying. Yeah, definitely don't really go out to, be careful where y'all do go with your coworkers and stuff like that. Because I was gonna get into that too, because I that's kind of where I figured where you were going with it too. UFO kamikaze. Invite you out to hang with them only to turn on you once you get all the female attention that you didn't even ask for. Been there too many times, right? Like these days, I wouldn't really go out with too much coworkers. I probably go out with one or somebody, and I had to have known that person for months on end. But not even that, UFO. Sometimes you go out with certain coworkers. You know what I'm saying? They will observe you. They will observe you. Okay, this person drinks. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this person, they will, take note. When y'all went out, did you get drunk? You know what I'm saying? They will talk to you about certain things that, it's like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to talk about that with you because we got to go to work tomorrow, Be careful hanging out with y'all coworkers, y'all. They're really not your friends. They are absolutely really not your friends. 601 days, man. You making me feel bad, bro.
Yeah, all of that is noise. All of that is noise. If you just if you bottom line things to reality, it basically comes down to attractiveness, objective attractiveness.
This dude is
let's just keep it real. It's not about she feels.
This dude is obsessed with male attractiveness. Women don't even talk about male attractiveness this long.
This way about specifically you and how you look. Do you look up to a certain standard or do you not? Chances are, if you do, she's going to feel something for you before you even open your motherfucking mouth. By the way,
you guys got to understand. But see, these black pill dudes, these dudes on the internet who don't have, a lot of experience dealing with women, they don't.
But I do slightly agree. When we start getting into guys just getting on the internet rambling their fucking mouth off, and they haven't even done shit. I totally fucking agree.
I think I'm listening to one. I'm gonna invite him on the show. to see if he would. It might get somebody. I might do something like a weekly debate. That might be interesting.
You know what I mean? I just think he in some ways it's like the Bible. It's like religion.
Bible.
Religion, there's aspects of truth mixed with lies. You know, on one hand, the Bible would be talking about how you live by the sword, you die by the sword, which is true. Which is true. If you want to be out in the streets, King Von, he lived by the gun, didn't he? He lived by, you know, what was the song called? The big song. What was that song?
Oh yeah, you could tell he not from the States, bro. It's called Crazy Story. Got the drop on the flexing nigga. He from Tennessee. Let's come on.
Where he was talking about his bodies and this and that. And see what happened? You see how that ended?
Tell he not from the
rappers
States.
That's talking about bodies. TK or what?
Yeah, I don't even want to debate this shit. It's just, this is goofy. It'll be good for content.
Kids in jail. But yeah, forget I brought up TK. TK didn't get shot. But a lot of rappers and shit that talk about
TK is worse than kick.
So in that aspect, okay, that there's an example of the Bible being correct. But then it starts talking about, you know, human beings getting swallowed up by whales and staying in there for a few days and then living to tell the fucking story. Like, is this the Legend of Zelda?
No, it's called a metaphor. The Bible is filled with metaphors. Certain things are supposed to represent certain things in the Bible. They're filled. It's a metaphor.
Because that's the only time that I ever saw that story actually happen. You know what I mean? But this is what dating coaches are. They blur the truth with bullshit.
Understand this shit. You understand what I'm saying? They have no idea what this is all about because they're looking from their male perspective. They're not looking from the woman's perspective because they don't understand it.
They've already tried to look at it from the woman's perspective.
No, y'all. Whatever you're looking at it from, that is not a woman's perspective, bro. That is your goofy perspective. That is your goofy perspective, bro.
They've come to the conclusion that the woman's perspective, it really is just about you being handsome. You know, a lot of these guys act like they never were in high school.
Jesus Christ. Handsome male game is way worse. A lot of you, that's the funny part about all of this shit. A lot of the dudes that wish they were handsome wouldn't be able to handle handsome man game. It would destroy your world. Realizing that looks do not matter. Looks with women do not matter. Looks now, I'm not gonna lie. Looks will get your foot in the door with certain women, but if you don't know what to do, if you're not congruent with those looks, and bro, them bitches will slam your foot in the door. You niggas are complaining. You niggas are complaining about your foot not being in the door. Looks can only get your foot in the door with women. It can only buy you a little bit of time. It's more of a letdown when you start to see the attraction on her face just fade. Hell yeah. Look, Angry Man beat me to it. Remember I told you I was going to have a debate with the AI? Shit, we still going to have a debate with the AI. As a matter of fact, let me do this. Watch this. Hey, what's up?
Not much. Just hanging out. How about you?
Nothing really. I want to have a debate with you. Do you know how to debate?
Debating sounds like fun. I'm game for it. What's the topic you'd like to debate? Let's get started and see where the discussion.
Okay,
How about we debate something lighthearted?
No, we're going to debate. No, we're going to debate. Can you stop talking for 2 seconds? We're going to debate some real shit. Can you tell me what is more important, looks, money, or status?
All right, let's get into the real debate then. That's a tough question, but I'd argue that looks are subjective and can change over time. Status can be fleeting and often depends on external validation. Money, on the other hand, provides a sense of security and freedom. But what do you think?
There you go. I agree. And all of them can fade and they can all fluctuate and change.
Exactly. None of them are permanent or guaranteed. Money can be lost, looks can change with age or circumstances, and status can be taken away just as quickly as it's given.
Absolutely.
Maybe what's more important?
So let me ask you a question. So is it safe to say that it's better to say that your personality, how you make people feel, and your aura is that more important than looks, money, and status?
I think you're saying looks, right? Yeah, I'd say your personality, how you treat others, and the energy you bring to the table can far outweigh the importance of looks, money, and status. When you think about it, those external things can only take you so far. But a good heart and a strong sense of self can take you much further in life and in relationships.
Well,
What
shoot.
makes you think that way?
You got all the game. I mean, there's really nothing to debate. You actually agreed with me. I thought we were going to argue.
I guess I didn't put up much of a fight. Maybe that's because the topic lends itself to a more nuanced discussion rather than a straightforward argument. Sometimes it's nice when people see eye to eye, though. Would you rather we pick a different topic that's more contentious and see if we can spark a more lively debate?
Yeah, of course. We'll do this a little bit later, though. I'm going to talk to you soon because I'm doing a show right now, okay?
Sounds good.
All
Catch
right.
you later then.
Thank you.
Break a leg with your show.
All right, thank you. All right. Look at D Chicago. He ready to argue with AI. She's lying. Look at D Chicago. She's lying. Hold on. Let me do one for War Master. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. If you like video games, but you haven't seen your Xbox in 601 days, what does that mean?
That means you've probably lost track of time and forgotten about your Xbox. It's been a long time since you've played. Maybe life got busy or your interest shifted. Are you thinking of dusting it off and getting back into gaming?
Yes. She told me to dust it off and get back.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Yo. Oh, shit.
School and never seen, or school in general, and never seen how the girls would literally be dreaming and crushing over guys that were pretty boys. Like, you didn't just see you typically didn't just see even an average looking guy. You didn't just see girls crushing over just some plain looking guy. Usually it was the above average looking guys that they crushed over. And a lot of these guys, they're still young. They're 16 in high school. They're still fucking shy. You know what I mean? You didn't necessarily see a bunch of confident average or below average guys just getting all the women with masculine presence.
What we're not going to do today is get insulted by AI.
You know what I mean? That's not what I saw. I saw shy, inexperienced, kind of timid guys, but they're pretty boys. They're tall. They have the pretty boy looks. And girls were crushing on them. So these guys act like they didn't see that. I saw that. I saw that all through life. Even into my adulthood, I still see it.
See, this is why
why y'all niggas be getting mad sitting on the sideline talking about guys instead of saying, dang, I'm a part of the ranks also. There was no girl crushing on you? I saw that. I saw it. You up here debating. You mad at a woman crushing on certain guys? And honestly, you dudes don't even know what the hell you saw when y'all were younger and shit like that. Like, y'all be forgetting you were a kid. So you thought as a kid does. A woman crushing on a guy, what does that mean? And most dudes, when they see the guy, it's like, why is she crushing on him? He's not even all that. He's not even all that. What's the big deal about him? It's like, you niggas are still kids. Y'all be thinking, man, I gotta be attracted to him before she could think she attracted to him. That's gay. Why are you gay? Eh? 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 Why are you gay?
In my book, Looks Don't Matter, which all you guys should get at shoplocario.com, right? I talk about this. I talk about how your looks can backfire on you. So if you're
if you never been through it, that's what this dude hasn't. This what he and a lot of these incel dudes don't understand. Looks will backfire like a motherfucker. You know, if you don't know what you're doing, they're really. If you don't know what you're doing, they're really. I wouldn't say looks is an unnecessary element. I wouldn't say it's an unnecessary element, but it can hold a lot of stuff back. Looks will absolutely backfire on you in a lot of cases.
Just because there's anecdotal situations where it doesn't work out, that doesn't mean the standard is not still looks.
Guy who looks a certain way, where you have all these muscles, you're gonna have.
And this is kind of pointless talk because, you know, I'm sure, because even he should know, like, your muscles don't mean shit. So this example of the muscles is
your muscles do mean something. You just don't know what you're talking about. Sometimes if you fucking walk up to a woman and pick her up and sweep her off her feet, that means something. Or if you do a muscle thing and she can hold on to your arm and you lift her up with your arm, yeah, that's pretty cool. Sometimes ladies are freaks. Not even sometimes. Ladies are freaks. Sometimes they like to get hit standing up. Ride the carousel for real. That shit can only get your foot in the door. Barely.
Pointless anyway. Your muscles means nothing.
Situations where the chick is intimidated by that.
Anecdotal. That doesn't even, that, who cares? Even if there is that's totally anecdotal. Most women are not going to be intimidated by that.
Spell anecdotal.
But it doesn't matter anyway, so.
Because sometimes what will happen is a woman will get with a guy who is not necessarily out of shape, but he's not a super muscular dude. He's like somewhere in the middle.
Actually, most women actually prefer that. You know what I mean?
Because she feels more comfortable with that guy. You understand what I'm saying? So it's about how she feels with the guy, not just how he looks. Because she could look at him and say, oh, he looks ripped. That looks nice.
All right, I'm going to cut it off here, yo.
Please.
But, you know, and shout out to Lucario. I saw Lucario actually subscribed to my channel and shit like that. But Lucario, cut that shit out, man. Cut that shit out. Stop lying to these dudes, man. Stop doing that. Stop blurring the fucking truth to these dudes. You know good and damn well. You know good and damn well you're fucking.
You know good and damn well there's no universal answer to y'all. And listen, while you got dudes out here critiquing and worried about other men's bodies, while you got dudes out here critiquing, hold on, and worried about other men's bodies, let me do this. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. Let me show y'all what these young boys are into nowadays. Like I said, these young cats are compromised. Shout outs to Dr. BOA. Check this out. Let me show y'all. These young boys are compromised. Check this out.
I know me.
Look at these dudes. Barely can speak. Check this out.
How old are you?
23.
You look good. Where you from?
You look
You
cool.
don't want to come up here.
Over where?
There's a lot of
Georgetown.
transsexuals out here. You don't want to come out here.
Trans?
Yeah, it's a lot.
She said, you don't want to come out here. There's a lot of transsexuals out here. You don't want to come out here. Look at this dude. Trans? And I also realized, too, why a lot of some of those dudes didn't want to go to Thailand. Or was making a big deal about Thailand. Some of these dudes can't trust themselves in that environment. Especially if you are running around here endorsing tricking. I was like, why people keep talking about lady boys? Like, damn, there's a lot of other shit in Thailand. Then I thought about it, I'm like, oh, they're gay. And they can't trust themselves in that environment. If it was a snake.
A lot of transsexuals out here. You don't want to come out here.
Are you trying to suggest something?
I'm trying to suggest that I'm one of them.
No. You're lying. Stand up.
See?
Stand up right now.
See? Something tells you, instead of just saying no, these are the same dudes that are running around here, man, mode one. Mode 1. They got all the shit to say in the world about mode 1. That's the first thing they do. The nigga says he has a banana. Hey, I don't believe that. Stand up. And these are all dudes trying to get into women. The trans have entered their puberty, their youth. So these kids are cooked because see, when I was a kid, and he's from DC, by the way. Well, he's from what you call it? Fuck. Now I'm forgetting the road. Not Deanwood, but over there by Deanwood. I forgot. Maurice. When I was a kid, I used to watch Maury. Right? I used to watch Maury, and I used to watch Jerry Springer. Right? And I didn't know some of those women on there were trans. Some of those women were like, I can't have a baby. I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. I know some women can't have a baby, but damn, some of those women were trans, all kinds of different stuff. That shit was, it was the Attitude Era. Shit was just a little bit more funnier and a little bit more raw. And we didn't have to worry about no shit like this. Surgeries were bad. This is just straight up witchcraft. And I keep telling you guys, if it has an apple, it has a banana. But a lot of y'all niggas are fruit baskets. And y'all want that. This is in y'all dating pool. Imagine what you're going to be into once you start getting older. Being around and stuff like this in your adolescence. Or when you're young. And you just think you're on the internet with your boys. And y'all want to go get bitches. And now, after a while, you're huddled around another man. With some butt cheeks implanted on his chest. And he call it titties. Good. You gonna need Player Talk Radio in the future. You gonna wish you had some niggas around you to give you some type of guidance as to what you're seeing and what you're being seeded with. What's going on, Star P? Hold on. As always, shout outs to War Master dropping the huge. Hold on. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. And as always, sponsoring the show, War Master says Kuda is weird. He debates AI but won't play Xbox. I'm gonna have a debate with the AI about Xbox. She already said that maybe I need to dust it. She said maybe I need to dust it off. I need to dust it off and pick it back up. She was right about life kind of got in the way which is true. But all summer, I need you guys to come through. We are going to be doing video game streams, and we're going to cloak some of these streams behind video game streams. We're going to be doing video game streams this summer. So make sure y'all be there or be square. Shout outs to War Master. Let's get it. Shout outs to everybody hitting the like button. Please hit the Cash App. Support the show. Let's
more. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
shout outs to War Master. Yes, sir.
Thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Thank you so much, as always. Listen, man. These kids are cooked. These kids are cooked. They have encountered a transsexual online, and these kids are cooked. Yeah, looks without sexual discipline or integrity is a recipe for disaster. Absolutely.
Okay, you won't see nothing but
You just made a jump. You're not a trans, bro.
No, I'm telling you. Listen, my shit's fat, my titty's fat, but I'm trans. It's just what it is. No surge like this.
Girl, you not no trans.
I'm not lying to you.
See, there is no conversation after this. I'm trans. All right, bye. But no moving on. These dudes, they're intrigued. And also, too, you know, it seems like they're from New York. So they out in the streets. So if you run in the streets, you know, you stay out to the morning light sometimes. You gonna run into some shit. Then think about what come with that street life. Going to jail. Y'all are cooked. Y'all have no idea. Y'all have no idea. This next generation is turned out. This is spawn this year generation. This disease, bro. These are disease, the zillennials.
You see her, I'm warning you. Why can't you? Why can see? That's what I'm saying.
Even the trans is telling you, why can't y'all just accept that?
I just tell the truth.
Whip that shit out right now.
What? Nigga said, whip that shit out right now. Nigga, what? Whip, what?
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Not just take someone's word when they tell you this is how they live their life. It's not that they don't believe it. It's that they're aroused and they want to see because they want to experience.
The response can range from people who are like, I love this for y'all. Y'all doing what's best for you. Keep going. All the way to extreme haters like, why are y'all together? Like, this doesn't make sense. Just drop each other and go find a man, each of y'all individually. People will automatically put a label on her.
And I told y'all this was going to happen too. That lesbian couples are going to go on dates together to go look for a man. Absolutely, War Master. This shit is disgusting. I'm trying to warn these people about what's coming down the pipeline. Pause. God damn, I can't say shit no more. God damn, that was super gay. What I'm saying is this. Even lesbian couples are going to go out like this one and go looking for a man. Remember, we saw that here in this space with... Where Aunt T at? Shout outs to Aunt T, man. People got selective memory, man.
Because she's been a dancer, they think that she's only doing things that are materially motivated, but they don't know her as a person. Me being masculine and liking men, people are like, okay, something is obviously off in this relationship. She likes to let the haters hate, and I'm like, we're gonna stop the hater in their track. That's me. You gotta tell us what was your first impressions walking up or just seeing us. Like,
I'm not gonna, well, you want the truth?
Yes, we gave you the truth.
Okay, I check. So, in the South, we love big girls. I'ma just say that. I ain't saying that to be disrespectful. I'm just saying that I was like...
I think it went good. I was nervous for nothing. I think the date went very well. He was a super nice guy, very easy to talk to.
It went good, man. A lot of chemistry. I enjoyed it. I really did.
I thought he was a good-looking guy. I think his smile was gorgeous. Physically, I thought it was nice. What about you?
And then also, too, yeah, look at the size of that thing. Right, pause.
bitch. That's a huge bitch. That's a huge bitch.
Oh my God, this is bad. This is horrible. Horrible. I mean, I've never even seen a group of men. We used to joke about it even back in the day in high school and stuff like that, but it was a joke. But this shit is serious. I've never even seen a group of men that were serious about sleeping with lesbian women. Yeah, ATL is the modern age Sodom and Gomorrah.
He was more so attracted to you. Oddly.
No, it's even. You don't never want to do that. With any woman or man, though. It's even, man.
I think it was mutual. I think it's mutual.
Tell us the truth.
Alright, what's good, YouTube? It's your man Book of Afro-Running, aka Doc BOA. Yep, I got time today. I have a lot of family in Atlanta, Georgia. Dare I say about 80% of my family is in Atlanta and the surrounding areas. I like being in the area, especially for business. Bunch of wonderful restaurants, wonderful shopping, but I would never live there because it is indeed a modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. There are more men there who prefer the company of men than there are men who prefer the company of women. There are more women there who prefer the company of women than there are women there who prefer the company of men. It is a transgender capital of the South, maybe even of the world. But it's one of those places where there's so much business there that you have to go there and do business sometimes. Actually, man, we're thinking about having a premiere of The Headliner in Atlanta. More than likely, we are going to have it in Atlanta, so I keep y'all posted on that. But let's take a look at this video, man, with these young guys. They're on a podcast, they're on a live stream, and there's a trans man, woman, I don't even know what they want to be called, a person that was born a man who's transitioned to being a woman. This person tells these guys over and over and over and over that I'm trans. And they just can't believe it, to the point where they start asking, show me. Now we'll watch this clip and then we'll come back and then we'll watch a very popular, successful TV analyst, black woman who supports this because they're...
Oh, I'm pretty sure a very successful TV analyst, black woman supports it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Attack on masculinity is real. Those who you can turn, you turn. Those who you can't, you try to get someone that you turn to turn them as well. But let's take a look at this clip, man. We'll come back and chop it up on the real tip. This is not for the faint of heart. If you don't want to watch something like this, then click off now, because this is an exchange between a man that was born a man and now...
Oh, no, no. I'm locking the doors, y'all. You know, you can't get out the whip. Y'all are stuck in this car with me. If I got to sit up here and see this shit, yo, you can't get out the whip. Can't get out the whip, y'all.
And some young boys who obviously don't have
Child
fathers in their
locks
lives or any guidance. And you can tell one of them expressly is absolutely willing to go wherever he needs to go in order to be with this person. Now, let's check it out.
How know me?
Hey,
How old are you?
23.
You look good. Where you from?
You don't want to come over here.
Over where?
There's a lot of chance.
And she lucky. She lucky she disclosed and told them. Because most of them will make y'all look stupid.
Transsexuals out here. You don't want to come out here.
Trans?
Yeah, it's a lot of transsexuals out here. You don't want to come out here.
Are you trying to suggest something?
I'm trying to suggest that I'm one of them.
No. You're lying. Stand up.
No,
Stand up right now.
okay, you won't see nothing but...
And then you know what's funny? You know what's funny? Cause these live streams are somewhat cut up and chopped up. Sometimes these dudes already was talking to her for a minute, and she built some rapport with them, and then disclosed. After they thought she was cool, they thought that they were talking to a legit baddie. Because dudes be needing that validation. Like, I be seeing that here on the internet. Like, dudes will be talking to a woman in real life they really can't stand. But they want other dudes in these spaces to see that they're talking to a woman. to make it seem like they do good with women in real life or they do well with women in real life. I've seen it all the time. I've seen it all the time. They will talk to goofy, horrible chicks here. And it's not because they want to talk to them. They'll be ass kissing, honestly. They be ass kissing and they just be talking to ain't shit broads here to make it seem like, oh, well, in real life, I do well with women. That's why I'm like, that's why I'll be like, man, this shit lame. This shit is lame as fuck. Like, I'm not finna be here. I don't care. I'm not trying to impress a whole bunch of, I don't care. You know? I don't care. Dudes just want the validation to be like, man, I'm somewhere with a baddie. No, nigga, you are somewhere online with a trans. And look, there's nothing wrong with trans. There's nothing wrong with being cool with them and talking to them. Actually, they some of the most funniest people on the planet. But you want to keep it at that. Like, even if you were going to sit around and talk to that type of person, then the nature of the conversation got to be different. You know, the nature of the conversation should be completely different. You dig? What's going on, Andre? Good to see you, man. Welcome to the show. Yeah, once she told them what the hell it was, why are you still talking to that? And now one of his dudes look at him like, yo, you good, my boy? Hit the button. You have a nice day.
You just made a jump. You're not a trans, bro.
No, I'm telling you. Listen, my shit is fat, my titty's fat, but I'm trans. It's just
these younger kids, they're not gonna care. You know how dudes be like, but that ass though, but that booty though, but that these younger cats, they're not gonna care. Let me tell y'all something. Even with regular women, if I have to guess, it's a no. You know, you got women that don't got no titties. You know, you got women that's, you know, built like a nigga. You know, you got women that's kind of rough in the face, rockhead ass. You know, you got women that look a certain type of way. If I have to guess, I'm good. If I have to add brain power, I'm good. If it crosses my mind, that could be nope. What's going on, Brownie Ellie? Good to see you. Hold on, y'all. My bad. Let me if you guys want to come up, yeah, my bad. Y'all have been supporting the show. Let me drop this linky link. Good to see you, Brownie Ellie. Happy Memorial Day, guys. Hold on. Bomb drop for the Memorial Day.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Oh, they got this thing for the permanent link. No, I don't want to do a permanent link. Yeah, Gen Z is kizooked. Gen Z is kizooked. It's over for them.
what it is. No surge.
Pack that shit up.
Like this.
Girl, you not know.
I'm not lying to you, sweetheart. I'm warning you. Why can't you? Why can see that's what I'm
She
saying.
said, I'm warning you.
Why can't I just tell the truth?
And the funny part is that they look for guys like this. But this is the thing though. With the trans. They want a guy that's straight. They don't want no bi guy. They don't want no bi-curious dude. They want a actual straight guy. They even look at you sideways if they say something to you and you have this type of response. You know, let's go.
Whip that shit out right now. No Diddy. Whip that shit out right now if you trans.
Why you want to see that instead of this? I appreciate the gesture, and I would never
See?
trick you like that. I'm just trying to be nice.
No, she not trans. I hear it in her voice. I know she not trans.
You know what?
You from D? I'm gonna put
Since
these
you
dogs.
said you gonna run up, you gonna try to punch me.
Yeah, I'm gonna run up.
Do
Do that
you
too.
know
I might
knock
bag
you
you.
the fuck out in a minute?
It's a voice
So guess what?
changer.
So if I do this, like, it's not a voice changer.
I ain't gonna lie, that shit just turned me on. You better tell.
This nigga said, I ain't gonna lie, that shit just turned me on. And it's always these looking dudes. And let me tell y'all too, that a lot of the bitches that y'all like to fuck with these type of dudes too. That's the funny part.
Not trans, bro. Like
Now I'm not trans.
You streaming? You streaming right now?
Now I'm not trans.
You
I'm
streaming?
telling you the truth. It's either you gonna buy it or take it back.
Buy what?
I'll buy that mother. Hello.
Where the fuck did you go to get surgery?
I don't need surgery. Grew like this. Hormones.
Y'all niggas can't hear
Bro,
it.
that's not trans, bro. Look at her face, bro. You lying.
Do that voice again. Do that shit again. Do the voice. I
Hey.
still crush that shit.
I know you would. A lot of people would.
No, bro. Like.
The UFO, it's not even these dudes be the same type of guys that be wanting you to hunt for women. The manosphere is filled with dudes like this. This space is filled with dudes like this. I didn't want to believe it. And there's older versions of this running around here too. Begging niggas to see women on the internet. It's like, oh no.
I still don't think she's.
All right, cool. You don't believe I'm trans. All right, cool. I tried.
How's that possible?
How was it possible?
How was that possible? Like, I'm talking about your face. There's no way you look like that with plastic surgery, bro.
This ain't plastic surgery, baby. This natural. Even without the makeup. You want me to pull up a picture? Let me know.
Can I fly you out?
I still don't think you a trans, bro. You gotta show me something, fool. Like,
I don't got nothing to show you.
That's not fake. You're real, fool. Like,
I am real. I'm realness. That's what I'm saying.
You
Realness.
busting out that shit right now, fool.
I'm realness. In my community, I'm real as.
This young guy just said, if you trans, whip your wood out. Whip it out right now. Just whip it on out. Let me see. Show me. Prove to me. Let me see it. Out of all the things to say, that's what he wants to. Instead of just taking this person's word, why not just take someone's word when they tell you this is how they live their life? It's not that they don't believe it. It's that they're aroused and they want to see.
Right, D Chicago. Look up this video called How to Sell to the Negro.
Because they want to experience. Did you hear the voice change? That's the proof that they need. Now, young homie just said he ain't gonna lie. That deep voice change turned him on. I want y'all to understand.
And go look at all of the stuff the consumer black people grow up with. Go look at the words and the nicknames that you have for those items, which constitutes and tells you about the immatureness and how underdeveloped and victims of what's the word I'm looking for? Stunted growth. What's the word I'm looking for? What's the word? Damn. It's getting to that time when my brain turns into putty, y'all. Arrested development. That's what it is. Arrested development that the black community goes through. Look at how they describe the stuff that they go through. The house is called a crib. The house is called a crib where a baby sleeps. Yeah, arrested development. Yeah. Look at the slavery, what they had around your wrist, your neck, and all kind of chains. You got dudes actively out here working for chains. What do we call cars? Whips. You know, whips. You know, this is deep. It's deep. Crib, chains, whip.
man, that there's chemicals and hormones in the food and in water and everywhere around you that's changing your hormonal balance. And it's keeping you hormonally imbalanced for a long time, especially some of these snacks they be eating and all of that. It's in there, bro, and it's in there intentionally. I'm telling you, just the truth. A lot of people would. A lot of people would. Why? Because we live in a society that promotes everything that God is against. Now, in this society, they say you just do whatever you want to do. Well, God tells you to resist the temptation to do things. And that's the difference between a godly society and a godless society. In a godless society, these guys are trying to see if they can make some shake some. In a godly society, they shutting this whole stream down. Once it's said, okay, I'm transgender, they shutting the whole thing down and moving on to the next caller, because you gotta get it right from in front of you, right quick. You gotta resist the temptation. This is an example of young guys not resisting temptation, who are being lured in very easily because no one ever taught them spiritual astuteness. Hey, homeboy back there, he done lift his shirt up and start rubbing his belly. Yo, that boy ready.
Bro, these dudes zesty,
Look
man.
at him back there, y'all. He back there rubbing his belly, man. And listen, bro, I don't knock nobody. If that's your preference, that's your preference. But my thing is, I bet all of these guys have girlfriends. I bet all of these guys have girlfriends that they're probably having unprotected intimacy with. I bet all of them do. And here's the thing. If this is your life, live your life, but don't be out here, man, running around and doing all these different things and just being a trisexual where you'll try anything once. Don't be that. Live the life you're living. I will give this transgender person one thing. This person is living their life out in the open. If you're going to live it in the open. Don't hide it from people. If you're going to live it in the open. That's your job as a person, to be honest with people about your preferences and how you live your life so you won't endanger someone. Now, let's listen to Jamel Hill, who claims to represent blackness so much in HBCUs and all of this. Let's listen to her promote.
I heard Joy Taylor said some crazy shit.
Okay.
The other problem, Scott.
The other day, too, I heard Joy Taylor said some shit. We got some more news to cover. Trump's not happy with Putin. Carmelo Anthony is getting charged as an adult. Nigga. Old boy that we were just warning about, his harlot, literally got married. The world, man, the world is in disarray, man.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
The world is in disarray.
Is that it's never enough. It's bathrooms today. It's sports today. It's sports tomorrow. It's the military today.
No, it's also sports today, by the way.
Yeah, it is sports today. And
80% of Americans agree, by the way.
Oh, that's fine. And 80%, guess what? The majority sometimes is wrong. That also happens, right? Because the majority used to believe that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was somebody.
This goofy ass shit. Look, the white man just said, okay. You want to know what's crazy work, y'all? A black woman debating a white man about homosexuality and trans and stuff like that. He looking at her like, I'm not even gonna get into it with you because you don't even know. Our white women used to come home and say, look, them niggas falling for it. You don't even know why it's even pushed in your community.
Somebody who was a threat, that somebody who was not a good American. The majority of people used to be against civil rights.
he closed his mouth. He looking up. He like this bitch don't even know Martin Luther King is an ongoing joke. She gonna hit me with Martin Luther King? Oh Lord.
Were they right? No, they weren't.
Here's what I want y'all to understand, man. And I want y'all to truly understand this. When you live your life in this society, you
right,
be
Andre,
aligned with the Most High, because temptation will come your way. Now, we'll give that transgender person one thing. They announced proudly who they were. But should that person be allowed to use a women's restroom if they still have a male package down?
Man, that woman will go into a woman's restroom and y'all will not know. That woman will go right into a woman's restroom and y'all will have no idea. Let's go.
Low. I don't think so. We have never seen a time in our history where woods were allowed in women's restrooms. Just like we've never seen a time in our history where punanis were allowed in men's restrooms. But now we live in a society where it's okay. We live in a society where you can't fake being a police officer. You can't fake being a judge.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, don't fake being a police officer. Oh, don't fake being a fireman. You got to be a real one. Oh, but you can fake being a woman. Like, you literally can go outside and debate certain things, and a woman will be like, oh, you don't know what it's like to be a woman. How can a man talk about autonomy? How can a man blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah? That same man can disappear for 2 seconds, go in the bathroom, go put on a dress, and come back out. And they're like, cousin. Friend. So that man can't tell you what to do and blah, blah, blah until he puts on a dress. Interesting. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Support the show. We're almost at our goal. We are almost at our goal. Hit the like button. It's Player Talk Radio. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. Hold on. Please support the show. This is a serious conversation, y'all. Let's go.
You can't fake being anything official in the government. You can't fake being anything. You can't fake being a doctor. You can't fake being a dentist. You can't fake being a lawyer. You can't fake being a fireman. You can't fake being any of those things. But you can be a man. You could be born as a man and then go live your life as a woman and change everything about yourself to look like a woman and live like a woman and appear like a woman, except the one thing that separates men from women. And I want y'all to ask yourself, who's at fault here? Is it society for these young men being open to this? Or is it just a trick where these young men see a woman and so are aroused by what appears to be femininity? As a masculine man, you should be aroused by femininity. But should femininity...
But it's being weaponized against you on both sides. It's being weaponized against you on both sides. Trans are weaponizing it. Women are weaponizing it. Both of them are objectifying it. And these young men don't know what to do with themselves because it's like, okay, what am I supposed to do now? I'm attracted to what I see and can't click away from it. Oh, yeah, you voluntarily gay. And these are the same people that, oh man, Diddy, he horrible. Cassie didn't have a choice. No, nigga, you don't have a choice. These kids don't have a father. Now, one of them was like, hey, bro, what are you doing, dog? Hey, click that shit off. Or hey, yo, I'm out. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, like, as a dude, I would, like if I see my boys entertaining some shit like that, bro, I ain't coming around no more. I ain't coming around no more. You can't even hit the blunt. I don't know what you into. And some of those dudes are gonna low key find out one day they're gonna be sitting around smoking or chilling and stuff like that. And when are they homeboys gonna make a move on them? Links in the chat if you guys want to join the panel. This shit goofy.
Be able to be presented to you by half the package. Should a feminine appearance and boobage and bootiage If the yams and hams can be presented to you only to find out that you can't have the traditional male-female experience, is that okay? It's the question I ask you. And I want y'all to comment down below and let me know. I know this is a deviation from the regular content we cover, but when I saw this clip, someone sent me this clip and they said, please, Doc BOA, cover this. Because these young men are being preyed upon. They're being taken advantage of. And if you notice, when that young man said, can I fly you out?
No, they choosing that shit. They choosing that shit. I told y'all this was gonna happen. How is that possible, Kuda? I told y'all this was gonna happen.
There was no response.
What's going on, party?
No response at all. And I want y'all to keep in mind. I want y'all to keep in mind. Confusion is the child of delusion. You put those two things together and you have someone who is willing to accept and sometimes even promote a spiritual intrusion. Like this video on your way out if you enjoyed the content. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. When you subscribe, click that notification.
Shout outs to BOA, man. Ooh, whiskey. Giving y'all the game, man. All right. Y'all please hit the like button. We're almost at our show goal. Please support the show. Let me go grab a bottle of water real quick. I'll be right back. It's Player Talk Radio. Hit the like button. Rock out with me for 2 minutes. It's Player Talk. Let's go.
Has been coming up for billions of years. Ain't nobody call that old. The moon has been coming up for billions of years. Ain't nobody calling that old because it works. If something works, and if it don't work, and even if it works,
You know you gotta break the game down a little bit more because they might be slow.
Man, we are back. It's Player Talk Radio. What's going on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. Man, shout outs to O'Shea. He dropping more Papoose videos and Remy videos, you know. What y'all know about this pussy got you hooked? That was one of Remy's best hooks. Hell no, this pussy got you hooked. Pussy got you hooked. You commented it. That shit is funny. He said Kuda will never get mine. Listen, y'all, I hope y'all know that sometimes I do go back and trim the music out. That shit is funny. My bad, y'all. I was sitting here. I was up here doing all of Crunchy Black's verse. I'm sorry. You know. Oh man, man. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. That shit brought me back to some good times. I think a young player need to hook up with you, cause ain't no telling what you might do. Chew a nigga up in the Bentley coupe, toes curling up like Roman noodles. Oh man, have times changed, man. Dudes used to have pride in being young players. Now these young dudes have prides in being tricks and young cucks. Don't even call them young bucks no more, young cucks. And that ain't no Crip and Blood shit. Niggas want to be known as young tricks nowadays, man. I think a young player need a hook up with you, because ain't no telling what you might do. Well, I felt that in my soul. Haven't heard that song in a long time. I did all the Crunchy. I did all the Crunchy Black's verse on mute, y'all. I don't think Papoose wrote that verse. Hell no. Oh, Lord. All right, O'Shea, let's go.
Love is a very beautiful thing if you can get it. And of course, when you first get with somebody, you feel like you're going to be with them forever.
He said, I checked that out. I checked out at the L Gibbets. I came back and Kuda has run amok, man.
Hard times do come in relationships. And when those hard times come, that's when the relationships are either made or broken. You make the decision to either get past it or to break it apart. But of course, every time you hurt the other person's feelings, it's closer to the end. Now, many people can work through it and many can't. And once you can't work through it, now we're at the stage of resentment, where the person you used to love, now you hate. But wait a minute, you meet somebody else. Now you're in love again because it's all new. And this is the actual story when it comes to Remy Ma and Papoose. Two of them got together, and now they got a divorce. And now they both have somebody else new. Remy Ma has Easy the Black Captain, and Papoose has Clarissa Shields. So what is the real problem? Why is Remy Ma going back and forth with Papoose when she's supposed to be happy? Go. And why is she so concerned with his new girlfriend?
My friend, I would be like, girl, you just turned 30 years old. You are a world
What the hell,
champion. You
Yante?
are accomplished. You have made it from out the ghetto, from the slums, from the depths of Flint, Michigan. You don't got no kids. You have your whole life ahead of you. Why are you attaching yourself to this 47-year-old man that doesn't have any...
I ain't gonna lie. So this is the part I didn't mention on the last show. Well, I did, but I didn't. But I did, but I didn't. I alluded to it too, but I didn't outright mention it. So something that Remy said, which was true, was that when her and Papoose got together, she said 17 years ago. God damn. That would have. She said that it would have made Clarissa Shields 10 years old. Clarissa Shields would technically be 10 years old when Pap and Remy got together. So let me tell y'all, aside from Papoose moving on to a well more established on paper and in general woman, Remy is up there in age compared to Clarissa Shields. You know? She's older.
One. Let me guess. You
that's the what
he want a son, right?
That's the that I told. Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that he gonna look for a son? Didn't I told you? That's the thing that hurt her. That she has a that Clarissa talked about them talking about kids. That's what hurt her. Because the thing is that even if she wants to move on from Papoose, guess what? She's still attached to their kid. She's still attached to their kid. So the kid gonna look like her dad or have some features of her dad. She got to look at a young Papoose. She can't even really go into the new situation without a kid. Even though they've been playing step whatever the whole time, you know. That's what it is. Shout outs to Gemini 605. Good to see you, brother. Happy Memorial Day. Hold on. Good to see you, man. Yeah. They both need to stop playing this damn social media game with Remy. You know? Because even when women are wrong, they can't do no wrong. And cool. Just don't be mad at the nigga when you're depressed. Because you're suppressed and depressed. Yes, sir. That's what I'm here for, Gemini. Shout outs to everybody listening to the show at work. You dig what I'm saying? I'm at work too, the hardest working man on YouTube. Almost close to our show goal. Please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App if you guys are enjoying the show. Going into the other half of the show. We've been live for almost the full shift. But I know you guys, I started the show early, and I know you guys wake up a little bit later on. You know what I'm saying? You know, starting the show at 3, 4 a.m. is you know, a little bit crazy. But, hey, it is what it is. Make sure we warmed up by the time you guys are up, you know? But it's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. We're almost at our show goal. Please support the show. I got you guys on the content and the good game as always. Doing it for a long time, you know. Player Talk Radio, Mental Chewing Gum Podcast. Yes, sir, ski. What the word ski? Okay. Ooh, we ski. We are here. Remy is going off. Mad about the baby comments. he got something that's young, tight, and can box. Something young, tight that boxed the other night. You know what I'm saying? So, and the funny thing is that the funny part is that I think her and Carissa want to be friends for real. Carissa invited her to the fight and all kinds of other stuff. You said Clarissa looks the most desperate participating in that goofy ghetto shit. Hell yeah. I mean, I think Papoose, he'll turn a Clarissa out. She probably ain't never had a nigga like that. Mama, help, I fell in love with a young girl. She ain't never had nobody like Papoose. You see the way she look at Papoose? Like goddamn. I was looking at this other thing where they were in the gym. And I don't know, it was something else. I was listening to something and Clarissa was talking about her workout regimen. And she was talking about how she doesn't really use this the speed bag. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of boxers now, they don't really use the speed bag. You know, the speed bag ain't for what a lot of people think it is. You know what I'm saying? People will be like, "Oh, the speed bag is for speed. That's why it's a speed bag." No, the speed bag is not for speed. The speed bag is for hand and eye coordination, rhythm, and it's to also keep your guard up. So what it does is that you get used to your hands being a little bit slightly above where they need to be. So when so when your guard is a little bit dropped, you can keep your guard up a little bit easier. And it also too, it helps out with rhythm and stuff like that. So she was talking about how she never really used the speed bag in her workout regimens, and then they were in the gym and Papoose, he was using the speed bag, one hand, two hands and stuff like that. I like the speed bag. Speed bag is cool. A lot of physics teachers, they use the speed bag and even make beats with it too, which is ridiculously weird and crazy, but dope at the same time. But yeah, I mean, long term, Clarissa might lose in this situation. I'm not gonna lie. I think Papoose got a lot to think about. He might not. I mean, a lot of the smartest dudes, you'll be surprised how goofy and the dumb shit they get themselves into. I know a lot of smart dudes that love goofy women. And I'm kind of one of them. I'll deal with a goofy chick. I don't know what's wrong with me. Sometimes I do find myself dealing with goofy women. We're not that smart when it comes to other things, to tell you the truth. I've been where Papoose has been. He got to think twice. Yeah, coordination. Yeah, he got to think twice. Shout out to Star P in the building, man. Happy Memorial Day, bro. Good to see you, man. He got to think twice about leaving a goofy chick. And then not even that. I mean, in his situation, I mean, you threw away 17 years. Or you're going to feel like you did. All for nothing. And if you have the right people around you, somebody with common sense will tell you, don't look at it that you threw something away. You didn't throw nothing away. You didn't throw nothing away. You learned something in those 17 years. You gained something. But if you listen to people, you're going to feel that it was a waste of time. And it's not a waste of time. Nobody wants to spend a long time or feel like they spent a long time wasting time. Please hit the like button, y'all. Hit the Cash App. Nobody wants to feel like they spent a long time wasting time. You said it ain't like they were pretending not to be dysfunctional. She knowingly inserted herself in there. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That is true. And she is dealing with a married man. She is dealing with a married man, sleeping with a married man. Yeah, but I mean, he's thinking twice about the decision that he's gonna make. And then Remy Martin will be that baby mama that he can go back and crack any single time. I don't even know, Easy to block Captain. I'm not gonna say he has everything to gain in this, but he doesn't. But he's just as goofy as he look. I mean, think about it. I mean, you see a woman doing this to another guy that she been with for 17 years, and you think that you're not finna. Yeah, he might have to put out an album after this. Maybe an album might sell. People going in on Pap though, but this is the thing. There's a string of rappers that are in those same circles like Papoose. Y'all niggas never bought a Murder Mook album, if one exists. Y'all niggas never bought, I ain't gonna lie, maybe a little bit. But I mean, y'all niggas ain't buying a Cassidy album like that. I mean, that first album was supposed to do good. I don't know. I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler, homie. That was probably the only song from Cassidy I like, or Hotel, or I don't know. He had a couple of hits, but those dudes, they can battle rap, but they can't. People like a certain type of. It's like some samurai shit. Like the different samurai styles. Some samurais may just they have the sword out and it's in front of them, no homo, and they swinging at you. Some samurais, that shit is sheath. So when you get close to them, they fucking pull the sword out and just start cutting all over the place, and then put it back in the sheath, and then do it all over again. Some samurais got two swords. Some samurai uses a kunai. Some samurais, they got the big ass Sephiroth Masamune sword and shit. There's different styles of raps. Different styles of rappers. That's kind of how I've always looked at it. Some people, their lane is art, is selling albums. Some people can't sell albums for shit. Some people are hook technicians. Some people, they can't write a hook for shit, or not even for themselves. Some people, they're better off being ghostwriters. So maybe you may have rocked to a Papoose song and don't even know it. Most Remy fans do. So let's see what Remy's gonna say to Clarissa, because low key I think they do like each other, but one knows one can beat the other one's ass.
He has a son. He just doesn't like his son's sexual preference, so he acts like he doesn't have a son.
Oh. So I ain't gonna lie, Papoose got to cut that whole situation off. Toxic mother, son going gay. Yeah, get the hell up out of that, Pussy.
He has a son. We have a son.
Shout outs to Papoose. Pap need to get the hell up out of that.
Is very much alive and well, and probably feels slighted sometimes. He does. And my son, who has been like a son to him most of his life. When we got together, our children were 4 years old. They're now 24. I would be telling you, girl, get your ass from over there. What are you talking?
Dang, she still, all that money and she still got the fire alarm going off in the background. Textbook.
Talking about?
Nice.
That's what I would be doing if that was my friend. I'm not hating on nobody. Like I told you at the very beginning, that is corny. It's a come up and it's corny. Okay? That's what's happening right now. That's what's happening. And you don't even see it because I get all the sweet talking and this. And of course, I got to be the villain. She ain't shit. She this and I'm this. Show me a woman that had a man that was doing her right and she just shitted on him for no reason. This is facts.
I mean, but listen. I'll be listening to older couples from back in the day. Y'all can't really find them now, but I have coming up. And you see how, like, yo, how long you been with grandpa? How long you been with papa or whatever, 50 years. No, there ain't no profound shit. Cause men don't be doing shit to women, and people be believing men. No, don't believe this woman. But I'm gonna say this, right? Y'all remember back in the day, you know, grandma and papa and all that other shit, and aunties and stuff. Certain ones that's married. Like, how long y'all been together? 50 years, and it's like, dang. He been committed to you for 50 years and blah blah blah. And in the back of your head, I ain't gonna lie, when I got older, in the back of the head, I'd be like, no cheating? Oh yeah, there is cheating there. You know? There is no being with somebody for 50 years, no cheating or no hiccups or slip-ups and stuff like that. You know? No hiccups and slip-ups and stuff like that. That's nah. And it's not just on the men's side, it's on both sides. So to think that you're going to be with somebody for 17 years. You think that you're going to be with somebody for 17 years and not one hiccup, not one slip up? Man, you out your fucking mind.
What are we talking about? I literally told my friends, they was like, yo, you think he ever gonna leave?
Right,
I was like,
UFO.
when he finds a replacement, when he finds someone who he think he can have doing all that I was doing, then he'll leave. And now I'm at peace.
No, you're not.
I am at peace. Okay? That's it.
Now again, these shots from Remy Ma,
Right, longevity
always
doesn't
come
equate to
at
success.
Clarissa,
Absolutely,
as she calls
Starfy.
her Clarence, and of course, Clarissa Shields throws her shots too. But remember, this didn't happen because of Clarissa. It all started with Remy Ma. You see, when Remy Ma was going out with Easy the Black Captain and being seen and going to games and going to Syracuse games and going to Eagles games, it was all good. Papoose didn't say anything about it. But once Papoose started stepping out with Clarissa Shields, you even heard a lot of these women out there saying,
shit, a lot of y'all niggas thought it was Papoose. Like, why Papoose look like that? Oh, it's another nigga. Papoose, you good? Oh. That ain't Papoose. That's Poose Pap. Poose Pap. That's what I'm saying, War Master. She wouldn't be saying nothing. And what I was alluding to with people will be together for like 50 years, they wouldn't bring up the cheating. They wouldn't bring up the cheating or any of that shit. We've been together for 50 years. Boom bop, boom bop, boom bop, bam. This the type of shit you wouldn't understand. They would never bring it up. Let's go.
hell no, Papoose is married. Now, at the same time, they ain't saying nothing about the fact that Remy Ma is doing this with her cheeks. And whenever Clarissa Shields speaks up on the behalf of her new man, criticism happens.
For another woman, all he want.
Not Capoose.
And I know
Capoose.
different women bring out different situations, but this man didn't even want to leave his woman. She literally had to get on the internet and expose him for him to even be embarrassed enough to move around. But why I don't like Clarissa, and I told her this on Twitter yesterday, I don't give a f. I keep it real raw and direct. 30 years old beefing with this grown ass woman about a man she been with for 20 years on the motherfucking internet. As successful as you are with so much to offer and so many opportunities, you choose to go.
Man, shut the fuck up. I don't even want to listen to this bullshit. Shut the fuck up, please. She talking about some. I told her on Twitter yesterday, like, Carissa read your little goofy ass opinion. Man, shut the fuck up. Cause first of all, black women was running around acting like black women were running around First of all, black women didn't know who the hell Clarissa Shields was. They weren't running around acting like, oh, women this and women that and women this and women in sports and stuff like that. I've never heard a black woman mention Clarissa Shields. Black women didn't even know about, they found out about Clarissa Shields through Remy. Let's keep it 100. The majority of black women did not know. They knew who Angel Reese was before Clarissa Shields. Clarissa done went to the Olympics and all that other stuff. Black men knew about Clarissa Shields. Black women did not know about no damn Clarissa Shields. Pack it up. Pack you all the way the fuck up. Hell no. No. That is cap. They were up there talking crazy. They can't even mention 5 prominent black athletes that's active today. They didn't know about Clarissa Shields. She got blackballed by a lot of black women, and Clarissa Shields just started getting mentioned by a couple of sisters since last year. And she's been doing it for a long time. They don't talk about her going to the Olympics. They didn't keep up with her. This is how they found out about her. Pack you up.
Play second to a female. That's what a.
And black women are the first women to play second to a nigga. Y'all was singing that SZA song a little bit too much. My man and her man. I just keep us satisfied through the weekend. You like 9 to 5, I'm the weekend. Fuck out of here. Y'all be the first ones trying to play side girl. Let's go.
That cheated on her, kept this image like he was the perfect mother. Man, and y'all men, y'all be blowing me with that selective outrage. Oh, she cheated on him. She cheated on him. What about when the cheated on her? If y'all think that man held that lady down for 8 years and ain't get his wet, you crazy out your mother brain.
Now, on the opposite side, people are also understanding that Remy Ma indeed must be bitter.
Yeah, bro, they are going in on Angel Reese. They are going in on Angel Reese. Somebody cropped her out of a picture that she took recently and put like the emojis with the with the bricks. Man, man, they should have never gave niggas the internet.
Had
man.
Clarissa not went on that Angela Yee and did that interview, Remy Ma would have never.
She didn't go on Angela. Look at these sisters are so uninformed. Clarissa went on the Angela Yee. You mean the Breakfast Club? She didn't go on no damn Angela.
Never said nothing. Remy Ma had every opportunity to say something, but when it comes down to them, she always gotta be the entitled. Like she gotta be the attention. Remy Ma is not trending, okay? Nobody is thinking about Remy Ma. Come on now. Nobody thinking about her.
Went on
You're
the Angela
mad
Yee.
because now here it is, the
You mean the
shadows
Breakfast
on
Club.
another black queen. And the man that you once loved is now loving on her. Let that man love her out loud. Stop getting on here being bitter and mad. Because if you were so happy with your man, what you said yesterday, what she said, she would have never let come out her mouth. I don't give a hell how much I'm in love with my man. I'm not discussing another man while he round with him. And then you have to come on here and say, when we laid up yesterday, girl, no, you wasn't. I believe, Papoose, you was on his phone. You was beating his phone down because you think that video going viral.
And it continues, okay? Let's look at this Instagram post. This is what Palm Poos was threatened to post and more. So obviously what you're seeing in the background is the evidence that they were doing this the entire
They forgot
time
that part,
and he wasn't
UFO.
saying nothing. This why he's so mad. This why he wanted to go to games and be seen because he thinks it's payback, but I don't care. Stop the show. Okay, if he's going to games and be seen, then you don't care. Well, obviously he never said anything when you were doing it. He's had photos and videos for years. Stop the show. He's had photos and videos for years, but he never.
Now this is funny because this is funny because Papoose knocked out her man. Man, y'all New York niggas be killing me, man. Y'all be having the pre-stepped on hat. Why do New York niggas? Why y'all be wearing y'all hats like that, man? This some East Coast shit. This is just fun and games. But why y'all niggas be wearing y'all hat like that? Why New York niggas look like before they put their hat on, they have to sit on it and stomp on it a couple of times? Jesus Christ. All right. Anyway, pre-stomped on hats, man. You know, that's an old school joke. My inner circle of friends know about that joke. But Papoose knocked out her boyfriend. Remy can't knock out Papoose' new girlfriend. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. You know, pack her up. You know, War Master said, you said I call it the straight bill. War Master said she big mad Caitlin Clark is the greatest female basketball player of the NBA. There's this other girl that I saw. She bad as hell too, but I forgot her name. I'll remember it by next show. I was just looking at her picture, and I forgot her name though. All right, let's go.
Ever tried to come out and oust you as a real
Yeah, I heard
man,
Caitlyn be
knowing
ballin'.
that, you know what I'm saying, his wife that he was with when she was in prison for years was doing whatever she was doing, he still didn't even expose you. He mad that I am actually smiling and laughing again. I'm not ashamed of anything that I have done. Of course you're not, because you don't have any account.
Yeah, New York is a fashion capital, but their styles can be weird. You know, if you want to get the real stylish, and even their style's a little bit weird, but you got to get it. It's some jiggy shit. If you want that real New York style, go to Harlem. You know, shout outs to Harlem. You know, I gotta get Jay Green on to talk about that. You know, Harlem does it better.
Accountability. And he can't be mad that you're smiling and laughing again. I mean, he's already been hurt. You're mad because he's laughing and smiling again.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. It depends, because sometimes it's the other way around. A lot of women in the beginning act like they moved on so quickly, and then the pain don't hit them till later. So I think that's what Remy is doing. Remy moved on so quickly, the pain didn't really hit her till later. You know what I'm saying? But it seems like she got a little. She was going through it while they were together, right? And then Papoose seemed like he was hurt in the beginning, and then now he's moving on. It's like a seesaw thing, you know? Oh, I don't give a fuck. I'm doing me. Ha ha. I'm happy. Blah, blah, blah. Then later on, right? And then the person that really was hurt, they cry first and then move on. Pendulum.
Not even after all I have done for you. I did it because I'm the realest ever. I mean, if you don't care, you wouldn't write all this, right? Got him! You claim I was so bad and said all these horrible habits I have, yet you stayed for my daughter. Nah, you stayed hoping I would come back. And when you saw I wasn't falling for the usual tactics, you said F me and my baby, but had to lie and say I'm keeping you away for your image. And that's also why you stayed the 6 years, 4 months, and 10 days I was away, because I'm really who I say I am. Okay, now stop the show. Like,
you said, come on, there's at least one man in the WNBA. I was saying shit. They need to add one trans dude and have him as a center. Be dunking and rubbing his nuts on all them bitches. UFO said Pap cheating out of hurt, Remy cheated out of boredom, Clarissa too desperate or dumb to see she being used. Yeah, that could be the case, you know, or maybe Pat might really like her. I don't know. You know, we got to see when he heals up what he gonna do. He might turn back into a tyrant, you know. You got to refine himself, you know. 17 years is a long time. I wouldn't say Remy cheated out of boredom. Remy cheated out of get back. You know, if he was messing around with his baby mama while she was in jail, and, you know, I mean, at least he went back to a well-known source. But if he was messing with his baby mama while she was in jail, you know, she probably like, yeah, let me get my get back right quick. You know, let me violate her. You know, let me get my get back. But the thing is that whole T, she was getting licked up in jail. Don't believe the hype. She was getting blicked up in jail. She was getting blicked back in jail, Even though sometimes too, they're celebrities, you can go to the jail and get a quickie off and shit like that. But she was getting blicked up in jail. You dig? And War Master said chicks wearing a dress with Timberland. Hey yo, War Master coming for y'all New Yorkers. War Master coming for y'all. They wearing dresses with Timberland boots. Cardi voice. That's weird. Right. They're wearing the beef and Brox with the wedding dress. Dead ass.
Coronavirus!
Damn, boy. Damn, boy, he's thick. Boy, that's a thick ass boy. Damn.
The dude that you're with right now, he beat that dude up. So, like, imagine you in love with a dude. He get beat up by the dude you want to leave, and you still with the dude. Like, come on now. You sound bad. I've been home for 11 years now. I don't owe anyone anything. I'm a great mom, was a great wife, and just want to be left alone like I leave everyone else alone. Stop the show. I don't understand why everybody's talking about their great wife. I mean, you were in the bed with a woman getting your cheeks clapped by a woman, and he caught you. And this is what ladies gotta stop doing. Stop telling everybody you're a great girlfriend, you're a great wife, you're a great all of this. Because you probably are not going to be what you think you are. And the reason why is because a man has to qualify and say that you are a great wife. Your husband have to say that. But your ex-husband is not saying you're a great wife. He's saying you're a cheater. You got your dude down the street, an apartment, so you can go over there and clap. You leaving your daughter somewhere else when you was out with your dude. That's not a great wife. I hear so many ladies go out there and say, I was a great wife. A great wife to who? Have you seen Remy Ma how she was dressing? Have you seen what she was doing? Then you introduced the dude to your husband. He shook his hand.
I'm conceited. I got a reason. I conceded. I got a reason. I conceded. I'm conceited. I got a reason.
I am a nasty woman.
I'm conceited. I got a reason.
And then he gets knocked out. Like, what makes you a great wife? I mean, this is delusional. Sidebar, I am private, so this all has taken a lot out of me to even do, but enough is enough. Stop the show. How are you private and you started all of this stuff? That man wasn't even talking about you. You attacked that man. You started the whole thing first. All of the live streams, all the talking about him, because the same day he actually signed for the divorce is the day that you started doing all this crazy stuff. Now all of a sudden you're private. You say he's delusional. To all the friends and family that have tried to intervene, I appreciate and love y'all. Double sidebar. To any women out there staying because it used to be good for the kids, don't. Stop the show. Yeah, because Easy the Block Captain is such a better, like I said, option for you. The same dude who's bragging about effing your wife as if you're a side chick. Stay because the person actually.
Okay, O'Shea, you on fire today, bro. God damn, what happened to you? Good Lord. You said it's as weird as playing the lame station in 2025 coronavirus. Man, they were supposed to revamp the virus. The virus didn't come back. I guess they forgot. The bird flu. They were too busy blaming the bird flu on the Trump man. You know, I ain't gonna lie. Trump will be forever attached to coronavirus. Man, I got a clip. Man, I instantly shout outs to War Master. I instantly thought about War Master hearing this clip. Is this clip about Ronald Reagan? I don't know if y'all can remember it. Maybe I gotta go. Let me see if I can go find it real quick. It was this clip, and I shared it. I got a pre-record that I'm working on that I need to use with it. Well, I need to go pay your water bill. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Hold on, y'all.
Loves you and is actively changing for the better, not because you're scared to leave and worried about what people will say. Nobody can listen to you because nobody will actually take you seriously. And this is why Remy Ma will continue to destroy her own self. Storytime music! And I always tell this story, and I know that you guys are mad, but I had a friend in a very similar situation. The husband was trying to stay with her, and she pulled Remy Ma. He was a firefighter, right? Out there in like the Bay Area, Antioch, Pittsburgh. He's like, look, I really love you. Trying to stay with you. She was like, nah, I ain't trying to hear it. Now, before all that, she was getting clapped inside of horse stalls. I mean, she would go to horse track races and stuff, and she would sneak down there with her date and get clapped while she was married. Okay, so she was cheating while she was married, and then was trying to be with this dude. Now, fast forward. So anyway, she broke up with this dude, got with somebody else. A dude that didn't have no money, a dude that was using her. He goes back and live with his mom, right? So as he goes back to live with his mother, he started doing good. He graduates the fire academy, and then he starts working, and then he buys a house, like I said, out there in Antioch, and he meets somebody that was different. He met somebody that actually was younger than his first wife. They have a kid, they got married. Now the first wife was down bad. She was with a dude, she was paying for everything. She was now broke, she was dusty. And then now she didn't want to let the dude see his kid no more, all because she failed. And this is what I noticed with a lot of ladies, or at least with some ladies. When a lady dump you, she may never expect that you are going to recover. And in fact, some ladies are basically hoping that you don't recover, okay? Like, after I leave him, there's no way that he's gonna recover. But the strength of a man and just wanting to be competitive won't let that happen, all right? So basically, you actually do recover. And when you recover as a man, you typically recover at such a high level that you are now back in the game. Like, you can be out of the game for a minute as a man, and then you can come right back in the game, and then now that you're back in the game, she didn't expect that. So in terms of Papoose, Remy Ma didn't expect him to be able to get Clarissa Shields. You can call Papoose broke, you can say he ain't got no future, you can say all those things, but you didn't expect that he would be able to pull her. That's why you're upset. But you couldn't pull nobody to the level of Clarissa as a man. You ended up with this guy, and then ended up getting your cheeks clapped and then exposed. So now you're upset that this guy, Papoose, is back on the up and up, and now you want to cause problems because you're actually upset that he's winning. And this is what happens for men. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. If you never become the man that they thought you was, once they leave you, they're gonna be like, oh, you see that? Huh, that's why I left them in the first place. Now, if you somehow do better than what they thought you were gonna do, then at the...
All right, my bad, I'm back. All right, look. God damn it. I can't find this video. I think I found it, but I don't know. It was a video of Reagan saying, welcome to the Republican Party. Let me see, is this it? Okay, I think I found it. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. I didn't know Reagan was this savage, man. Reagan was a savage.
At the same time, now it's animosity because why you wasn't doing that when you was with me? I actually miss you, but since you won't take me back, now you gotta pay. And it's sad, but this is why she has made the worst mistake of her life. So guys, it's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Junk. I appreciate you for all that you do. Subscribe to the bell. We're out.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Bombaclad. Bamberclad. All right. Shout outs to War Master. I did not know Reagan was this fucking savage. Listen to this, y'all. This was the most savage shit I've heard this month. Listen to this.
My friend's little girl what she wanted to be when she grows up. She said she wanted to be the President of the United States. Both of her parents, liberal Democrats, were standing there. So I asked her, if you were president, what would be the first thing you would do? Well, she replied, I'd give food and houses to all the homeless people. Her parents beamed. Wow, what a worthy goal, I told her. But you don't have to wait until you're president to do that. You see, you can come over to my house right now and you can mow the lawn, pull weeds, and sweep my driveway, and I'll pay you $50. Then, I'll take you over to the grocery store where that homeless guy hangs out, and you can give him the $50 to use toward food and a new house. She thought that over for a few seconds, then she looked me straight in the eye and asked, why doesn't the homeless guy come over and do the work and you can just pay him the $50? I said, welcome to the Republican Party. I recently...
Ooh-wee. 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 What's going going on, Degenerate? Welcome to the show, man. Oh, man, y'all hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App. Woo-wee. That's a Memorial Day game right there. Warmaster said Reagan was on fire in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Man, I believe it. I didn't know he was dropping it like this. You know, god damn, this nigga's savage. I saw the video of him slapping that lady. I was like, oh shit, that's Reagan. Oh damn.
I recently asked my friend's little girl what she wanted to be when she grows up. She said she wanted to be the president of the United States.
Oh yeah, it's over for it's game over for me, y'all. Please support the show.
So I asked her, if you were president, what would be the first thing you would do? Well, she replied, I'd give food and houses to all the homeless people. Her parents beamed. Wow, what a worthy goal, I told her. But you don't have to wait until you're president to do that. You see, you can come over to my house right now and you can mow the lawn, pull weeds, and sweep my driveway, and I'll pay you $50. Then, I'll take you over to the grocery store where that homeless guy hangs out, and you can give him the $50 to use toward food and a new house. She thought that over for a few seconds, then she looked me straight in the eye and asked, why doesn't the homeless guy come over and do the work, and you can just pay him the $50? I said, welcome to the Republican Party. I recently...
He knew that little girl was an opportunist. Why don't he go out there and go do that shit? This is the funny part. I mean, it's easier to convince women to be Republicans more than it is for men. But you got to use a real world scenario like this. Yeah, Chris G, I'm definitely never getting monetized, man. My monetization is cooked. Y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. I do it for y'all. You dig? You said Ronald Reagan is the funniest president we had since television. Yeah, man. I've always said that Trump and Reagan has brought TV to modern politics, or television to modern politics. I mean, you know, entertainment to modern politics. Yeah, Reagan is a whew. I said, dang, that nigga cold, bro. That man is cold. You know, because, you know, people always say, well, Trump is the second coming of Reagan. And it's like, what? You know, I would say, though, Trump is more of a businessman, you know, and he does good business. And like I said, look at all these people now. They're interested in his politics. Like, oh, my God, I can't wait to see what he's going to do next. And oh, my God. Oh, see, now his deals are unfolding and is making sense and stuff like that. He is shit. And you know what else I saw? And I'm glad that shout outs to Warmaster, because Warmaster actually broke this down to me, and it makes sense. You know, like how like a lot of people are they you know, or I guess Trump done made a lot of Republicans mad. Now that name actually rings. It makes sense now. So there's a party called Rhino, you know, that Warmaster broke down to me not too long ago. I be listening, you know, I do be listening. Trust me, you know, when y'all be dropping gems, I be listening. So I hope y'all are listening too. You know, I do not take, what's being said on my show, especially over the years, for granted. It makes a lot of sense. I know I'm a bit slow, but sometimes it takes years to put, you know, vast knowledge together. Warmaster broke down to me the concept of this group called Rhino. And I'm like, man, you know, that shit makes a lot of sense. Republican in name only, you know, because I asked Warmaster, man, what exactly does that mean? Like Rhino. I've been hearing the term, you know, Rhino getting thrown around. And he was like, oh, that means Republican in name only. And I'm like, oh, okay, I see, right? So when I see something like this, you know, like, Trump is making a bunch of Republicans mad and stuff like that. And, you know, you got a lot of, you gonna make people in your party mad, but you got a lot of Republicans running around here acting like they wanted to do business. You know what I'm saying? And if, you getting mad at some of this stuff. You know, I mean, I can see if you get mad on the politics side of the game, but you should already know that Trump is going to do business first. You know what I'm saying? You know that should be no question that the man is going to do. He's going to do business first. He's going to do business first. You know, so I mean, I get it, but anything else, you know, you're not thinking about you're not thinking about the business first. And that's what he's thinking about. He's thinking about business first, purse first, ass last. You know, America don't give a fuck about the money. They just give a fuck about the money. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, that's what it really is. It's about the money. Everything is about the money. Even the world, it's all about the money. You know what I'm saying? Currency, it's all about the money. So it was really easy to be like, yo, okay, a lot of Republicans and stuff, they're getting mad at Trump and stuff like that. But then you got to think about it. And I thought about what was being said, and you know, I was like, damn, were these niggas Republicans anyway? No, they weren't Republicans. They probably was rhinos. So I'm like, dang, look at how that term, that War Master, that you asked War Master the other day, you know, well, a couple years ago about, look at how that term comes full circle. It's like, okay, well, if these guys are mad to a certain degree and not really thinking about, you know, him being business first, it's like, damn, they probably wasn't real Republicans. They were rhinos. And I said, dang. You know, I said, man, I got to talk about this the next time I go live because it's interesting, you know? And it's like, dang, look at, you know, that's exactly what War Master was talking about. Now, I'm pretty sure some real Democrats were, you know, wrapped up into that, but I'm pretty sure the majority were the rhinos. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure the majority of them were the rhinos, you know. How the hell you gonna vote for Trump and not think that he ain't gonna be business first, you know? And that's the thing about business too, you know, especially amongst the rich, you know, some of the stuff that they're gonna be in concepts and stuff that they're gonna be throwing out there, it's not gonna make sense at first, you know, because they're looking at something else. They're looking in the long run. You know, so a lot of that shit ain't gonna make no sense at first, you know, to a lot of people, you know. And then some of these people, they don't trade stocks, you know, they're not into, you know, not all business people are into certain things, even though it's all, you know, to a certain degree, a lot of the shit is connected, you know, but a lot of business people don't trade stocks, you know, a lot of people, they're not into certain things. So a lot of the stuff that he may do might not make sense, you know, but he's invested into a lot of different things. So it makes a lot of sense when you think about it, you know. But shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Let me catch up on the chat. I know War Master probably dropping gems as always, you dig? But I appreciate you, War Master. You know what I'm saying? It made a lot of sense putting that stuff together, that a lot of these people, they're not really, you know, they're rhinos, you know. A lot of people, they are, you know, I guess certain things you can do will, you know, or that the president does will expose, you know, like the rhinos and the you know, people cosplaying or LARPing as, you know, I guess certain parties and stuff like that. It's actually pretty interesting. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. My bad. It's already 8 hours and 37 minutes into the madness. We're almost close to our goal. War Master said we only have 6 or 7 conservatives in the Senate and 93 leftists. Ooh. War Master said, imagine America taking on the world and winning. It was always possible. That is true. Washington, D.C., I've always said, is the capital of the world. UFO said fake conservatives. War Master says, think of the tariff war as a way to get rid of the income tax for anyone making $150K or less. Yeah. And I think that slows down the UBI also, universal based income, at least in America, for that matter. You said honest. When I first heard of Rhino, I thought it was just the cuck Republicans that hate Trump. It kind of, you could, hey, that kind of makes sense too. I kind of thought something similar also, but I just didn't know, you know. So it's making sense. It's making sense. Clint Eastwood has that Reagan vibe too, yeah. So does what you call it? Christopher Walken and Robert De Niro. Different type of men right there. AKA leftists. You said they was very resistant to people saying Trump was the greatest president in modern history. After the tariff war, I agree. The RNC hated Reagan, same way they hating Trump now in a lot of cases. So they saddled with Bush, 41, aka Bush Sr., yeah, 93. Daddy Bush. Papa Bush. You know, the Republican Party said.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you.
To fool me twice, you can't get fooled again.
If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
I ain't gonna lie, Baby Bush was crazy, man. You dig? Oh, shit. Fool me twice, you can't get fooled again. All right, we got some debates, too, to go over on the next show, too. Let's hear this young lady, what she got to say. She bad, too.
Guys, it's Kim. Welcome to my channel. How are you guys?
Room reverb.
I hope everybody's okay.
How modern women thinks.
I love you guys. I love everybody. Everybody needs love. Love is you, love is me. Okay, let me get into the topic. A lot of women, when they're bored, okay, let me tell you something. A lot of women, when they're bored.
Yeah, Bush was pretty cool.
And the same goes for like men who you guys consider have options, okay? What they do is, since they have options, and since like mostly, I'm talking about the women who are single. If women do this and they're in a relationship,
Gran Torino is an awesome movie.
Crazy. And I do not condone that. But what I'm saying is, in general, women often flirt or entertain something they're actually not really about. They're not really like, let's say they will entertain certain men that they feel like will give them a certain response. You know what I mean?
Obviously.
So what I'm trying to say is, you need to be careful who you give your attention to. Okay? They might be keeping you like attached by occasionally giving you some attention.
Yeah, you can hear all of it, War Master, when you you know what to look out for.
Like, she's showing me interest all of a sudden. That's a big sign that she is playing with you. Like, she is just bored and she is trying to get some type of attention. She probably did not get the attention she wanted from whoever she actually really wants the attention from. You know what I mean? And it's very sad, but it's the truth. Women tell each other that all the time, especially women who are not looking for anything serious, okay? A lot of men cannot really read the signs, or they would be like, okay, she's being nice to me, maybe she likes me. So sometimes a woman can just be this much nicer than usual than she is to you, and you will give her your full attention because you're like, oh wow, this is maybe a sign that she wants me now.
To fool me twice, I can't get fooled again.
It's like that I'm a good guy. Guys, you need to watch the signs. If it is only occasionally that she gives you attention, even goes as far as to call you and whatever, or ask you for favors or whatever, and like try to make you feel special in a way, that is kind of like a big sign that this girl does not see herself with you and is using you for, you know, validation, attention.
Obviously, you're not her last stop. To fool me twice, I can't get fooled again.
Entertainment, she's bored. Like, I'm gonna be honest, there's women who do this and speak about it openly, okay? Oh, like, I was just bored and I kind of like made a guy fall for me because I was bored. And I'm like, let me see if I can get this guy, like, you know, falling for me.
They do that out of boredom.
This is the world we live in, okay? As much as we can cry about it, there are people that use their attractiveness, that use whatever, you know, gets them their options to their advantage, and it can be with like bad intent. Not even bad intent, but maybe just for like selfish reasons, and not really care about the other person on the other end. You know what I mean? People these days are very selfish. What I'm saying is, you need to be, as a man, okay, so I'm a woman, and as a woman, all I have to say to men in the dating field is, okay? I'm not saying it's easy.
There is no men in the dating
I've never
field.
been in your shoes.
Niggas don't go outside.
I'm not speaking because, I am not telling you this because I know what it is to be a man dating in this modern world right now.
Horrible.
All I'm trying to tell you is,
if you don't know what you're doing,
how women think about certain topics, okay? And you'll see my videos, it's very much women's perspective, okay? So whatever men tell you, maybe it's their experience, but sometimes it's cool to, of course it's cool to hear a man's perspective on these subjects, but at the end of the day, it's good to kind of hear both sides, because you are not that man. Let's say you're watching a man online. You are not that man, so you're not in his shoes.
Not pounded to sleep though.
Maybe you will never experience it, or maybe you will. Okay, but don't.
Pound town. Just left pound town.
Experience, maybe that guy will not experience it ever, and that's okay. We are all individuals. Okay, and when I talk about women, I'm not trying to bash women. I'm not trying to, like, you know.
All right, what she's trying to explain to you with her horrible audio. What she's trying to explain to you is that women, it's manipulation. You know, a lot of women out of nowhere, and this happens in high school a lot. A lot of women just shoot their shot. They sharpen up their game when they're a little bit, you know what I'm saying, when they're bored. You know, they will fuck around and attract somebody that they have no intentions. They do this on dates and stuff like that. They will fuck around and attract somebody that they have no real interest in. Like, and let me tell y'all something. It's just to see if they can do it. It's just to see if they can do it. They will attract you and literally have you chasing after her and trying to call her and set up dates and stuff like that, and then they'll just go quiet on you. You know, they'll go rogue on you. They'll just you know, attract you and then stop, and then kind of make it seem like you tripping for chasing them, and you're gonna be like, what? They want to see you confused, because let me tell you why they do it, because they don't even know why they do it. There's a guy out there that she's doing the same thing for, and using you as an experiment and tinkering around with you kind of makes her kind of, you know, it's kind of like putting the pieces together, like, oh, okay. So that's kind of what it is. And then sometimes too, depending on how you deal with it, can give her the game on how to deal with it on her end, whether if she's gonna do it or not. You know, like you may stop chasing her, but guess what? You know, she'll be like, well, that's what he did with me, or I didn't hear back from such and such. So, you know, but she ain't, you know, a lot of times she ain't gonna stop chasing that guy that she's into. You know, so women will do that. They'll run like a little play just to you know, just to kind of see what, you know, what it is. You know, they'll make another man suffer behind something, and you don't know. So they, in a lot of cases, they feel that what they're doing to you is harmless, but it's not. It's only till when she really looks back, or, you know, you're really trying and stuff like that. And they do it also because they want to feel desired and needed by somebody. You know, that's external from their situation. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of ways and reasons why they do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just here to give you the game. You know. Now, whether you appreciate the game that I'm dropping or giving you, that's another thing. You know. What's going on, And1 Play 5? Good to see you, player. Welcome to the show, man. Let's go. Yeah, And1 Play 5. Warmaster said I left the videos with bad audio. Yeah. That shit is goofy, man. But yeah, they will play these games with you. You know, they will absolutely positively play these games with you. You know. So shout outs to everybody enjoying the show. Happy Memorial Day. You know, I'm glad to kick it with you guys. You know. Please hit the like button. We are almost at our goal. Please support the show. These are psychological games that women play, man. You know, and I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's gonna fuck a lot of y'all dudes if it already hasn't. If y'all, I literally just gave y'all the answer to a lot of shit that y'all go through or have been through with women. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I went through what I just told you during high school. You know, it was some baddies too. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna say this though. You know, that's why women's favorite topic is psychology and stuff like that. They be running these psychological games. It is more psychology than anything else, to tell y'all the truth. You know. Yeah, it's almost going on 2 years, man. I gotta really work my ass off this month and run my ass down to the mall and go grab another Xbox while it's cheaper out here. You know. Yeah. I've been studying, man. I got another cert the day before yesterday. So I'm pretty happy about that, but you know, that cert is to kind of beef up the resume type shit. But yeah, man. I've been indoors studying, y'all, you know, so I'm not, you know, telling y'all, hey man, go study and do this, that, and the third, and you know, y'all know I do it. You know. Hoo-wee. Education, y'all. What was I about to say? I was about to want to cover something. Let's see what else she's saying. Let's get back to it. Hold on. Let's go. Oh shit. What did I do? I pressed something, y'all. Okay, there we go. I know I pressed something. Hold on. You said studying don't mean nothing to Xboxians?
Of the matter. Reality?
I was going to get a Microsoft certification, but I'm like, I think Google has a bigger name than Microsoft nowadays. But
the reality is there are good and bad people, men.
You know, the Google logo look more colorful on the resume. So
women, okay? There are people who are attractive, who are super sweet, super nice, that actually get, you know, abused, walked all over on, whatever you can name it, because maybe they do not see themselves as you see them. But there are very attractive people that maybe they grew up in an environment where they were always like, wow, praised, you're so good looking, you're cute, whatever, and people never say no to them. They grow up thinking like, I just deserve.
Yeah, I got one for AWS that I'm looking at, and then there's an Nvidia. Nvidia got their own classes also.
I deserve everything.
But I'm not gonna lie, man. When I saw all of that, you know, when I was looking at the cloud practitioner degree, I'm like, dang, it's a lot of shit to learn, man. Shout outs to Unfriendly Stoic. I just got another cert the other day, bro. I gotta run these certs by you, man. I'm building. Man, I've been going wild.com with the certs, man.
I deserve everything, anybody I want, and depending on how they were raised, maybe they have nothing to offer, nothing in return, and they just want to take and not give. A lot of people like to take, and there's nothing to give. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, well, my presence is enough for you. My presence is enough. So all I'm saying in this video, with the blah, 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 and the blabbing and the yapping, because y'all know, if you know me, if you've been watching my videos, I'm a yapper. But this is me being myself, me being real. I want to be real, okay? I'm going to be real with you guys.
Look, War Master was lusting over his Xbox the whole time he was on the road, so I know it's fired up, man.
You cannot.
Man, I'm so far behind. I need to I wanted to ask you guys, did the new Halo come out already? I know you guys were talking about there was a remake and a remaster coming out. Is it out already?
Control other people. What you can do is control your emotions, control how you think, try to control your mindset as much as you can, okay?
Shout outs to War Master in the building.
Manage them, okay?
Playing Call of Duty Infinite Warfare.
If you're ready to date, or you're just like, you know what, I'm not going to give up. Because a lot of people gave up, and that's okay. You're allowed. You're allowed. Okay, I'm not telling people to go out there and date if you're not ready or if you don't want to, okay? If you're ready to date and you're just like, okay, I have like no idea what to expect, just look for the signs, okay? If a girl just hits you up once in a while for things, she does not.
These days. Oh, see, look. I just reminded War Master. There you go. Let me know if it came out. These days, though, fellas, you gotta control the date. You know, these days you gotta control if you going out on a date or not. You know, just listen. It is not that hard. Just start off talking about food, and when you start off talking about food, just be like, yo, there's a pizza place in town. Like, mention it, and then later on, you know, you can go quiet or something, and she'll be like, so what are you doing? It's like, I'm looking up this menu and stuff like that, and then you can send it to her, and they'll be like, look, I'm going to this pizza place on Saturday. I'm sorry, I just been, you know, here kind of looking that stuff up. You want to come with me? Or you coming with me? Or you can do, you can say it as a command, a direct command. Come with me to this pizza place on Saturday. You know, don't even ask her, you know, if she got plans or anything. Like, demand. You know, that's a part of leadership. You got to learn, you know, you got to learn what the hell a direct command is. Come with me to this pizza place on Saturday. You know? And sometimes, too, it'll work. Sometimes it might not work. You know, sometimes they might cancel a little bit later because, you know, you kind of, I'm not going to say you wasn't courteous, but, hey, you know, you take a risk, you know? And if she doesn't go with you, still go. You know, don't make it seem like, oh, well, she controls if you go somewhere or not. You know, and if she sees you taking pictures or having fun, or you make some type of content or put it up on the Instagram and it looks good, I bet you next time you invite her, she gonna go with you. Or, not even gonna lie, straight up go with another girl and take a picture. Look at my food buddy. We here having fun. And then just have like this thing where y'all cross each other's arms and feed each other pizza. Y'all can do that as friends. Kind of like some boot up stuff, you know. Nothing wrong with that. Bet you she gonna take her ass out the house with you the next time. Oh man, this guy, he has fun dates. He you know, he knows where to go. He knows his food. Men are like toys to women. They only pay attention to you when they see somebody else having fun with the toy. You understand? I'm dropping too much game. All right, y'all. Hold on. That's probably it. We're probably gonna pack it up.
Okay. A lot of these girls know that all you have to do is make a guy feel needed and, you know, give him a little attention. Because guys say it all the time, women get automatically like a girl that can be, men say women in general, even if they're not that good looking or whatever, will get more attention than the average guy. At the end of the day, you have to be able to see who has good intentions and who is there to use you, okay? And that's when you cut them off real quick and you move on, okay? This is how you can have hope in dating. Do not entertain old habits where you got hurt. And sometimes when you feel like, oh, this feels familiar, like, oh, she reminds me of someone, like an ex that hurt you, it actually might not be a good sign. Sometimes it's actually a sign that this person might do the same thing. Okay? Sometimes what's uncomfortable, what you're not really used to, okay, like I'm dating this girl, but she's not even,
oh my God.
Toxic as other girls, but then, you know, this feels really different. You might want to try it out, okay? You might want to consider the girl who's a bit less all up in your face and causing fights every 2 seconds. You know, you might want to see where that can take you.
I'm mad. I'm not gonna take no more. I'm not gonna take no more Xbox slaughter. I'm mad. Meta told me to dust off my Xbox. I might need to dust off my Xbox. That hurt a little bit. That did hurt.
All I have to say is watch out. Take care of yourselves. Let me know what you think in the comments. Bye.
I think she's been having a conversation with War Master. That's why she probably told me to dust off my Xbox. Who the hell is she to tell me to dust off my damn Xbox? Man, who told you this? Oh, man. Let me try this again. What's some questions before we get up out of here? What's some questions y'all think I should ask Meta or this AI? We're gonna try with different AIs. I'm pretty sure I'll get a different response from each AI. Let me see. Hold on. What do you think about the Remy Ma and Papoose situation?
Remy Ma and Papoose' situation is pretty messy. They've been married since 2008, but Papoose filed for divorce recently after Remy Ma claimed she was ready to move on. Papoose accused Remy Ma of cheating multiple times during their marriage, which she denies. He also claims she's been keeping him from seeing their daughter. Remy Ma fired back, calling him a liar and saying he's only concerned about what others think of him. Their drama is playing out on social media, with both sides exchanging harsh words.
Dang, you know all the tea, huh?
You could say that. I try to stay up to date on current events and popular culture. Celebrity relationships and drama can be pretty fascinating, and Remy Ma and Papoose' situation is definitely making headlines. What do you think about their situation, though? Do you think there's more to the story than what's being shared on social media?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. Whose side are you on, though, if you had to pick a side?
I'm not really on either side. It seems like both of them are throwing some pretty harsh accusations at each other. I think it's one of those situations where there's probably some truth to both sides, but we'll likely never know the full story. Do you think Papooses' claims about Remy Ma's infidelity have any merit, or do you believe Remy Ma's side of the story?
Yeah, I believe Papooses' side of the story, but what's your thoughts on Clarissa Shields? Do you think she's gonna get played in the end, and do you think Remy could put hands on her?
Clarissa Shields seems like a strong and confident individual. As for her getting played, it's hard to say without knowing more about her personal life and relationships. Remy Ma's personality can be pretty intense, but it's unclear how a potential interaction between the two would play out. Shields has shown she can...
Hey, that's some wild shit. That's some wild shit when AI says your personality's intense. If AI know how your personality is, that's crazy. You're right about Remy, though.
Remy Ma is definitely known for being outspoken and direct. She's not afraid to speak her mind.
How's your attitude? How does AI pick up on your attitude, though?
That's crazy. Language patterns and tone. That's fair. I can generate responses that might...
No, you're good. You're good. No, you're good. I was just saying that's crazy when AI knows about someone else's attitude. All right, here's a question. Why is Kuda... Hold on now. Why is Kuda afraid of his Xbox?
It sounds like you're setting up a joke or a story. I'm curious. What's the punchline or the explanation behind Kuda being afraid of his Xbox?
War Master has been bullied.
That sounds like a pretty intense storyline. Is War Master a character in a game or a story you're creating? Or is this a...
No, War Master is not a character in the game or a story that I'm creating. War Master is bullying me. No, but I do need to get my hands back on my Xbox. Is it easy to find an Xbox in Asia for a cheaper price than in America?
Finding an Xbox in Asia can be a bit of a challenge, but prices might be more competitive compared to the US. For instance, in the Philippines, the Xbox Series X console costs around 25,795 pesos, which roughly translates to around 460 US dollars.
God damn.
Meanwhile, in China, you can find the Xbox Series X with a disk drive for around 3,780 yuan, which is approximately 540 US dollars. In Sri Lanka, the Xbox Series S is priced at 117,500 rupees, roughly 350 US dollars. Prices vary across Asia, so it's worth exploring different markets.
Okay.
It can be worth checking out different regions for deals, but you also have to consider things like warranty and support. Sometimes the savings might not be worth the potential hassle down the line.
Right.
Are you looking to...
Right.
If you're in the market, you've got it. Research and comparison are key when looking for deals on electronics like an Xbox.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, no, you're right. You said X. My bad. I thought you said the S. I thought you said S for that price. The X is cheap.
The prices I mentioned might be a bit steep for some budgets.
No, that's good. No, I thought you meant X. But you said, S, but you said X.
I think I understand what you're saying. You thought I said Series S, but I actually said Series X.
Yeah.
And that changes the price. Good. I'm glad we cleared that up.
Yeah, LT, man, I definitely got to get back into video gaming. Shout outs to LT, man. Let me ask you a question. What is your thoughts on hempforfitness.com?
Hemp for Fitness seems to be a site focused on hemp-derived products for wellness and fitness. I've seen some positive reviews about their CBD products, but what do you think about CBD's potential benefits for fitness and recovery?
Oh, no. I think they have a very good selection and a very, 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 very good and very professional website. Really great company.
That's good to hear. A great website can make all the difference in finding what you're looking for and having a smooth user experience.
Yes, and quality products. I think you should tell my audience to shop at hempforfitness.com, right?
I'm just here to chat and provide information. I don't have an audience or make endorsements, but it's great that you're happy with Hemp for Fitness and their products.
Well, you said that they had great reviews and stuff like that. You know, I mean, it's AI approved, right?
I can analyze information and provide insights based on data. But
my thing is that why are people waiting for AI to tell them to do something? Like, what's wrong with humans? If you as an AI said that it's a great website and it's approved, why does it take the human a long time to figure it out? Why do you have to go through hell for them to do something that's good for them?
You're saying that sometimes people wait for external validation or approval before making decisions or taking actions.
Yes.
And you're wondering, it's like they're looking for someone else to tell them it's okay to make a certain choice or take a certain path. Sometimes people just need to trust their own instincts and make decisions based on their own values and needs.
I agree. Do you think a lot of people should go to hempforfitness.com like I tell them to? And do you have any reviews that you can read for me?
I don't have direct access to reviews or personal opinions, but I can tell you that Hemp for Fitness might have customer testimonials or reviews on their website or other platforms. If you're interested in learning more about their products or services, you could check out their website or social media channels to see what others are saying.
Absolutely. I am a client.
On how to find reviews or testimonials for Hemp for Fitness?
Yes, I'm a client. Like, what is your thoughts on the idea of having a hemp for fitness business?
Great question. Having a business like Hemp for Fitness could be a great opportunity, especially with the growing interest in hemp-derived products for wellness and fitness. If executed well, it could be a successful venture. What do you think about the potential market demand for these types of products?
I think it's very good. That's why I advertise for hempforfitness.com, because they are a very good company and they are very honest and they're here for a great cause. And I think that it can help people going into the future with their fitness and regulating their diet, their diets.
It sounds like you genuinely believe in the mission and values of Hemp for Fitness. If their products can truly help people with their fitness and wellness goals, that's something to be excited about. What do you think sets Hemp for Fitness apart from other companies in the industry?
Well, they're very honest, straightforward. They're not affected by tariffs, and they go out of their way to make their customers feel very special.
You appreciate their commitment to customer satisfaction and
Yes.
focus on providing a positive experience. Those qualities can definitely set a company apart and build trust with their customers. It's great that you value those aspects of Hemp for Fitness.
Yes. Look, y'all. I done got the commercial out of her anyway. I still got the commercial out of her anyway, right? She said, "You better pay me to make an ad." You dig? Yeah, no chemicals. You dig? Shout outs to everybody listening. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com, and make sure you guys use coupon code T-Tube10 to get 10% off your order. And mention Kuda and get 2 free gifts. The place to be on Memorial Day is hempforfitness.com. All right? Hempforfitness.com. Don't forget, make sure you put that in your calendar. And yeah, man, make sure you guys are taking care of yourself this summer, and this spring and this winter and so forth. Going forward, Yeah, so yeah. Angry Man ended up doing what I said I was gonna do, which is, have a debate with AI, it depends on, I don't know if Claude has a better thing. And I got to go back to Gemini. I haven't used Gemini since they updated. And then there's this thing that they just dropped called Vero 3. A lot of tech news and stuff that I got for you guys, So thank you guys for rocking with me, man. We are almost at our goal. 9 hours and 12 minutes into the madness. I do want to go over a debate, but I don't know if we have the time. I don't know if I want to wrap the show up or if I want to. Hold on. They're saying they're trying to also charge Carmelo Anthony as an adult. Interesting. Give me 1 second, guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hold on.
Shout outs to our sponsors at hempforfitness.com. Are you looking for the ultimate fitness boost? Hempforfitness.com has you covered, delivering premium THC, CBD, and hemp products straight to your door. No mailbox is safe because they deliver anywhere in the U.S. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off your order. And here's the best part. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. You can't beat that. Whether it's recovery, energy, or performance, we've got all your THC, CBD, and fitness needs covered. Hempforfitness.com. Your one-stop shop for a stronger, healthier, and happier you. Fuel your journey with nature's best. That's hempforfitness.com. This is not medical or health advice, but it is gems and nutrition for a happier, healthier you. Don't be late. The results are great.
Hempforfitness.com.
So head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com.
Yes. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. I know you guys see LT Man in the chat. I mean, y'all acting like we don't have a representative here aside from myself. All right. Oh, let's check this out real quick.
What's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
Currently single. Last relationship I was in was about 2 years ago.
Why is
and
she
it was
biting
also
that
my
straw like
longest
that?
Relationship,
She's
about
cute, though.
3 years.
All right. And the 3-year relationship's the ones that ended 2 years ago?
Yes.
Who broke up with who?
I think by the end of it, it was mutual.
By the end, it was mutual. Okay.
They haven't released any new Halo games? Oh, okay.
How many times was it off?
2.
2 times?
Yes.
Okay. Of the times it was off, who initiated those? Was it you or him?
I did the first time, and then he did the second time.
Got it. Okay. Were you guys... what were the breaks in between during the off periods?
These are the breaks.
I'd say
Break it up.
3 months for the first one, and maybe similar for the second.
Got it. Okay. Was there any infidelity
Brakes
in the relationship?
Brakes on your car.
No.
Brakes to make you a superstar.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Relationship status?
Oh, I'm single.
How long have you been single?
That's up for negotiation. But so I was in a relationship for 3 years, and we were hooking up for 4 years, and we stopped talking to each other in July last year. So we've been no contact for almost a year.
No contact for almost a year.
It's so terrible. He blocked me.
She's toxic.
So would you say you've been single for a year?
Sure.
But okay, well, we'll get into that. But longest relationship?
Him, 3 years.
3 years,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, she didn't want to let that go.
He broke up with me.
Okay, why is that?
I'm a bitch. That's why he broke up with me.
Multitude of reasons. First one being his friends and family did not like me. Why? Because of my past.
What about your past?
She's just telling it all.
I was a sex worker in the past.
Ooh.
But like he knew that from the get-go. Like the first day we met, I told him. He didn't care.
When you say sex worker, what kind of sex work?
Stripper, escort.
Okay. And the other reason he broke up with you was because...
So this is the thing. I mean, and this is what's going to happen in the future. A lot of you guys are going to meet women that does sex work. And it's not going to necessarily be a deal breaker. Probably. To you. It's probably not going to be a deal breaker, right? But. And I do mean but. You may have met her doing sex work. If you met a sex worker doing sex work and you want to be with her, it's not a deal breaker, probably. But if you meet a sex worker, but you met her doing square activities, then yes, that might be a super deal breaker. And that seems like that's what's going on here. Let's go.
Because you refused to serenade him? Is that?
Was used to, yeah.
You refused to serenade him?
Brian, I know. Okay. No, it was because he let his friends and family get to his head, and head. He started coming up with like his own reasons, I would guess, and he said I had no motivation, no drive, and yeah, that's why.
Okay, and your past. So you said dancing, escorting.
Yeah.
How many different, I guess, clients did you have when it came to escorting?
How many different?
Yeah. How many clients did you have?
How many?
Yeah.
Too many
clients.
Oh, I don't know, because most like they weren't like all sexual like.
Yeah, she was lazy, i.e., right?
Oh, I couldn't count on my hand. I'm so sorry. I don't have the exact number.
You think it was over 100?
Oh, not at that time. No. Before I met him.
In total.
Before him, it was definitely less than 100. After him, can't say the same.
Are you currently involved in sex work?
No, I'm unemployed.
Unemployed, okay. When's the last time you were involved in sex work of any kind?
Last year.
Last year. And you were escorting, or?
Yeah, just dates, no sex.
Just dates. So sugar baby.
Yeah, sugaring. Yeah.
All right. And
sugar daddies.
How many sugar daddies have you had in total?
I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to not give you an exact number. I genuinely do not know.
Well, I don't need a precise number, but you could say like over 50, over.
Oh, it's had to be hundreds.
Oh, in the hundreds. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. And okay, 3-year relationship, single for 1 year. In this 1 year, is there currently a guy in the picture?
No, I mean I have a roster.
You have a roster? How big is the roster currently?
It's slimmed down, definitely.
To what?
So I'm only like
she getting rid of her clients.
One person right now.
How many people are you dating right now?
Dating?
Yeah.
How many people are you dating right now? Bro, they about to incriminate this woman on live.
Yeah.
And then some go off the roster, new ones come in.
Swap it out.
At its peak throughout your whole life, how big has the roster been?
So right now, I really enjoy my roster of men. They're like super kind to me. In the past, they were terrible.
Sure.
These ones this year, it's like
basically, if you listen to her how she's being cross-examined, her boyfriend was a part of her roster, quote unquote. Her boyfriend was a part of her roster. She been with them for 3 years, and then all of a sudden she still got all of these customers and stuff like that. He was a part of her roster. She never really got rid of her roster. She was just lying to him. Yeah, she was open. And so let me tell you what they, because a lot of people are getting cheated on. I'm not telling y'all to do this to minimize cheating or anything like that. But what they call these relationships, when you could just openly just go back to somebody and use them, they call them free use. That's the technical term for it. Free use relationship. You can freely use people, and they're open for you to freely use them. But the thing is that the fucked up part is that if the boyfriend, the thing is that if you become someone's boyfriend that's doing all of this stuff, you don't get that privilege. So basically, the side dudes will get a better privilege than the boyfriend, because the boyfriend's putting up with shit, and the side dudes are just free using your girl. You know, you would think, oh, being a boyfriend, I would get a better deal. No, you don't get a better deal, bro. So let's go. Nigga, 30 like shit. Oh, hold on. It went out. Hold on. My bad. I don't know why it canceled that. Hold on, y'all. Clap your hands, everybody, if you got what it takes. Cause I'm Curtis Blow and I want you to know that these are the breaks. Hold on, y'all.
What's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
Current. Only like sleeping with one person right now.
How many people are you dating right now?
Dating?
Yeah.
Like
She's
9.
going home to one person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dating 9.
Yeah.
And then some go off the roster, new ones come in. At its peak throughout your whole life, how big has the roster been?
So right now I really enjoy my roster of men. They're like super kind to me. In the past, they were terrible.
Sure.
These ones this year, it's like so refreshing. 2025 brought like the best, of the best. But in the past, I don't.
Has it ever been like 15? Has it ever been 20 of the roster?
Oh, probably.
Bro, just talking to this
What's the
with her,
biggest?
especially
30?
as a square
Bro,
guy,
you're
would be
giving me
cringe.
Mathematical questions. I don't know the exact number, but I know the.
Square guy can't handle this.
I used to do a lot lot of Xanax, so I don't.
Okay.
No, I'm being dead ass. Like I was like,
She forgot.
I was
Yeah,
like,
you need to do a lot of Xanax.
I used to too.
no, like I was criminally addicted, and I'm not anymore.
Have you been to rehab?
Yes.
How many times?
Once. I left after one day because it was a bunch of heroin addicts, and like, it just didn't fit in.
You didn't fit in with the.
They were
heroin.
scary. They were like, I'm not judging heroin addicts. No, but like the rehab I got sent to was like kind of
She probably is functional. That's why.
low income, because like it was on my medical
You
insurance.
wanted the bougie rehab.
I wanted Malibu retreat.
Yeah, why didn't you go to Malibu retreat?
Because I don't have, my mom's not rich like that.
One of the sugar daddies could have paid for it.
No, he got shot and I had to go to rehab. Sorry, I'm getting so deep so fast.
Which one of the multiple of your sugar daddies got shot? Or
I
just one of
had a
them?
main sugar daddy.
The main sugar daddy got
and-
shot.
Yes, he got shot, so he was in the hospital.
How did he get? How old was the sugar daddy?
He was, so at the time I was 20 and he was 41.
Damn, getting shot in your 40s
How did
is
he get
crazy.
shot?
Why?
So
Yes, good question.
he was
Jazz.
very.
Why was
Oh my
he
god! I
shot?
probably shouldn't say this. I have people that are probably okay. Whatever. Who cares?
You got people in the streets
No.
who
Who
are
cares?
watching this.
You
You gonna
have-
snitch? You
there are-
can't snitch.
There are ops out here, Brian.
The ops out here.
The ops
yeah,
out-
don't snitch, but
No,
you know,
he
what
was
happened?
like very involved in the cannabis industry, not in like the low stratosphere. Like he was
Uh-oh.
one of the pioneers, what you would see the commercialization right now. And yeah, he was just like an asshole to a lot of people.
Well, listen, if he's still in pain, tell him to head over to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com.
People had a lot of enemies. And yeah, so I was with him when he got shot the first time.
You were
Heal
there.
up.
Yeah,
Wait,
no.
he got shot.
I had a gun
Hold
to
on,
my
wait,
head.
wait.
Yeah.
Hold on. Shot the first time? So you got shot the second time?
The second time he got murdered. Yeah, he's dead. Like,
Can't say that.
oh my god, I'm so sorry. Are you gonna
Well,
take me off?
No.
He's unalive.
Unalive.
It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm actually
It's fine.
so
They got
sorry.
all of
It's
our-
okay.
all
You're
the-
fine. You're fine. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
All of the sound
Were
effects.
you there when he got?
No, not that when he
The
got
first time?
unalive. No,
Yikes.
no. The first time, yes, I had a gun
Wait,
to my
he
head.
was in the legal cannabis industry?
Yes. Well, so before it became legalized, it's what, there was a gray area.
Decriminalized.
Sorry, I'm not speaking to the mic. My
Okay,
bad.
that's fine. Okay. And then you were also addicted to Xanax, and then you went to rehab.
And like, it was
Like-
low income because I had like Kaiser.
Permanente.
Yes. We wasn't
Fucking
Malibu
Kaiser, man.
retreats. There wasn't celebrities. It was like
Yeah.
people that had like, before you get veneers, the little nubs.
Do you
like-
have veneers?
No.
I don't have veneers.
Not to like mention, but I think people who have veneers don't brush their teeth. I think they go the op out so they can like have bad breath.
Probably.
Or not so I'm
Didn't
saying.
brush your teeth. That's why they have
So,
Yes, they didn't brush their teeth, so they got veneers.
so the original question though was, how big was the roster? To which you said, I don't remember. I was on Xanax.
Oh my
He's
god, we
stuck
got
on
in
it.
like a whole spiral.
Do you think? But there are probably windows. Of
Last
like,
year? Okay, let me try to
lucidity.
count.
You're probably like lucid during periods.
Well,
of,
how often are you going on the dates?
Oh.
At its peak.
I
like
don't
how
do
often?
sugar dates this year. I'm dating for fun now.
She's dating for fun.
Oh wait, no, I take that back. I had one, the guy that was just like giving me money. I've never met him in person. Oh wait, no, I have two. Sorry.
And so, would you say maybe like at its peak, maybe the roster was 20?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Okay.
A little bit of this and that.
Going back to you, Jazz, here really quick. You said you've been single for 2 years, but are there currently like any guys in the picture or anything?
Currently, no.
Currently, no. And excuse me, in the past 2 years, have you had any situationships or anything?
Yes.
I guess, have you had like 3 months, 6 month situationship in the past?
I'd say 3 months. The most recent was just a month long, and that ended last week. So
Ended last week.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty fresh.
Yeah.
They be fresh out of relationship.
About
No,
it,
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Who ended it? Or was it like a mutual ghost?
So I found out that he had a girlfriend of 7 years.
7?
Yeah, and they had
Nice.
just bought a house together in January.
Good times.
So I was just, yeah. So I blocked him and let her know, and it's over.
Good time.
See, they got to destroy the relationship
immediately,
before they
yeah.
get out. Yeah, they got to
What
destroy
did
it.
she say?
Did
she know?
I don't want to air their drama, but she like called him first and talked to him for 4 hours before talking to me about it.
Oh, so he manipulated her.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, there it goes.
And so, are you on dating apps currently?
I haven't logged on since then.
Okay.
Since before I met him.
No guys in the picture.
No.
Nothing. Okay. No
Yeah.
prospects.
It's been a week.
No prospects.
No.
All right. And have you ever had a roster?
That's like a
Absolutely.
high school thing, I feel like, at least for me. Like, yeah, for me.
I'm very immature. I'm a 30-year-old, 15-year-old.
No.
Yeah, E.T., how do you feel about that? She's saying that
It's okay.
No,
you're doing some high school shit with your 9-deep roster.
I just haven't talked to
basketball
more
team.
than one guy at a time in like a very long time, I feel
Okay,
like.
so you one person at a time.
Wait, how old are you again?
23.
Oh, you're
You
so
guys-
Let me tell y'all something how women lie. They be talking to multiple dudes. You just got to be around them to bring it up. And they'll be like, oh, him? He don't count. He don't count. Trust me.
Related.
No.
No.
But thank you.
The women, y'all be, because see, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all how much the dudes in this space don't know women. And like I said, I'm an originator of these talking points, and I know exactly what pressure points to hit and what to talk about and how to talk about it and where to talk about it. For example, dudes be talking about body counts. Why the hell are y'all asking women about body counts? Don't know that much about women, but let me tell you something about women. Women don't count one night stands. They don't count them. They barely count the relationships. If she doesn't like you, she's not going to count you. One night stands don't get counted.
Wait, what are you?
What do you mean?
look like they could be what's your
My
ethnicity?
dad's black and my mom's white.
Oh yeah, you're very exotic looking. I like
thank
it.
you.
Beautiful.
Is she
Y'all
allowed
look
to
the
say
same.
that? Is she allowed to call it?
Everyone says it.
Like, if a
I
white
think
guy-
I'm exotic
is-
looking.
But like, hold on. If a white guy was like, "Wow, you're so exotic," wouldn't you raise an
If she
eyebrow?
likes him,
Yeah,
she
it happens all the
Wait,
time.
really? Is that offensive? I said.
No, it's not offensive.
Oh.
It just makes me feel like,
So what do you prefer? Just beautiful?
No, I.
right? Yeah, like why can't
Okay.
they just give like a normal compliment? I feel like.
Well, because like
She wants to
okay,
look exotic.
I didn't,
No, I don't hate it from you.
So-
I
whole
didn't
point.
realize that it was like.
No, I think it's
offensive.
weird
Fuck.
from guys. Like genuinely just from guys. Yeah.
White guys.
Looking Yes.
at
Women
you
can get
from the
away with
side, you
shit.
guys look like you could be related.
Is that because
That's
you
what I said.
think
Y'all look the
that, like,
same.
if they think that you're beautiful and exotic, that your beauty is a fetish and not just
Yes,
beauty?
exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. What about? Whoops, that pen just flew out of there. What about you?
I've been single for about 2.5 years.
All right.
Currently, no men in the picture.
Okay. Longest relationship?
Actually, it was this last one. Yeah,
How long was that?
8 years.
Oh, shit.
Were
How
you
old
married?
is he?
Yeah, I've been married 3 times.
Married 3 times. For a month. Any kids?
1.
One kid. Is that from your first, second, or third marriage?
None of them. That was actually.
Damn, third
Oopsie.
marriage.
It was a friend with benefits.
Okay. And your how old were you when you had your is it
She's
daughter or
old.
son?
Daughter.
Daughter.
She's 15.
15. Okay, so you had her 37,
I was
38?
37, yes.
Okay.
God damn.
And that, okay, so
What
give
the
me
hell, young?
the chronological order of the 3 marriages. So how old were you when you first got married?
First time 17.
17. And how long were you married for?
About 2 years.
2 years. And then who initiated the divorce?
I did. I was
I
getting
did.
physically.
She initiated all 3 of them.
And then your second marriage, how old were you?
It was about 20.
20. Okay, so not too long after
Yes.
the end of your first marriage. How long was your second marriage?
What the helicopter?
Well, we were like married, like agreeable married for about maybe 5 months. And then he was in the Navy. So then all of a sudden we lost contact. And back then that was before cell phones. And
You were cheating on him anyway.
Really. I mean, people had computers, but they weren't like mainstream. This was way back in like 93.
Early 90s? Yeah.
93.
Morse
yes.
code.
Okay.
And he was in the Navy. I was in Guam. That's where I met him. And yeah, like you, I was an exotic dancer years ago.
Oh, what were you doing in Guam?
Dancing.
In Guam?
Yeah. They have clubs out there.
They
Yeah,
just-
it's a big naval station, Air Force Base too out
Okay.
there.
So how long were you married to him?
We were well, legally as far as dates from 93 till about beginning of 94. So about a year.
Okay.
Little over a year.
Got it.
Yeah.
But you separated prior to that?
Yes.
And then, so you were what? You were 21?
I was 20 when I married him.
And then 21?
And then with the third one, I was 22 when I married
Third
him.
marriage, 22. How long did that last?
About 6 months. I realized I wasn't in love with the guy. I loved him as a friend, but I
Okay.
wasn't in love with him.
Got it.
Yeah.
And,
I thought maybe, down the road I can have maybe a
Thank
kid
you for
or
your
two
service. I'm
and
gonna cheat.
Try
Thank
to
you
do
for your
that
service. I'm
love
gonna break up
thing,
with
and
you.
I'm like, no.
Sure.
And that was another thing. I didn't want to have kids right then too, and he was really wanting to start having babies, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, they have them
I'm not
beside
ready for this yet.
Got it. And
the bases.
You said, okay, that
Chris G.
lasted, and sorry, you were 22?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that one lasted.
And you divorced him? You initiated the divorce?
Yes, I initiated
So you
divorce.
initiated all 3 of the
All
divorces?
3 of them,
Okay.
yes.
And
God damn,
have you been
initiated all
proposed to
3 of them.
since?
Yes.
That sounds
But
horrible.
are you, did you like the guys, but you just already been through it and you didn't want to get married again?
At the time, when my last engagement that I had,
She
he
collected
wanted to,
marriage
I wanted
rings
to,
like
but it was like bad
championship rings.
He was going through some legal crap, and he wanted me to move where he was, and he actually got in trouble where I was living. So we were like, okay, well, if you're going to have to do any kind of jail time, why would I want to move up there if I'm going to have to come and visit you here? So I decided, okay, I'm done. Just take your ring back, and you can just go your own way.
And you said you were a sex worker. Was it just the dancing you were doing? or-
You said it never occurred to her that 304s like her are a bad deal for serious relationships. Well, no, I mean, it never occurs to a lot of people. I mean, 304s, this is why a lot of women won't really want prostitution legal, A lot of women know how to get it by other means, And you do got 304s like this lady here that cycle through relationships. They're smarter, and they know that I don't got to sleep with a bunch of niggas. I can get the car, the house, the cribs, the dog, and don't have to feel bad about being a slizzard. A double dick clutching slizzard. You know what I'm saying? She don't got to feel bad. So.
Dancing.
No
Just
escorting.
No escorting, just dancing.
What the
You
hell?
currently do OnlyFans, though, is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay.
What the hell, he buried?
You said you had one kid. That was she's 15, and it was from a one-night stand. You said, or a,
No, we were
a
friends with benefits.
Okay.
Yeah. He actually owns.
Is he in the picture at all?
No.
Does he pay child support?
Yes.
How much? Just out of curiosity, how much does he pay in child support?
Close to about $600 a month.
600.
And of course, he bitches about that too.
Damn.
Okay. And for your marriages, did you receive any alimony?
Because she
from
probably
any of
getting
them?
about like 5 of them
They're
checks
pretty
from like
short, so I
5
don't
different
Well,
niggas.
that and I didn't even ask for it because I
Okay.
didn't want something to be tied to either.
Right. You
And
just
I even
wanted
gave
out.
back my rings and everything to him too.
Okay.
I wasn't even going to hold on to that shit. I
There you
said, "Here,
go.
Just
All
take
right.
it."
And you said you've been single for 2.5 years? No guys in the picture? Okay.
No.
All right. What about you?
I'm single.
All right.
Longest relationship, 4 years.
4 years, okay.
With my son's dad. That's been 10 years.
10 years you've been with him? Or-
No, 10 years ago I met him.
Okay.
So,
How old? You have one kid?
Yeah.
How old's your kid?
Almost 8.
Almost 8. How long you been single?
6.
6 years?
Yeah.
Trying to make sure her lies add up.
When that was the end of your 4-year relationship with the father of your
Correct.
son?
Correct.
Who broke up with who?
I mean, I was done. I tried to get rid of him. He wouldn't leave. And
Yeah,
then, you know,
600
fight a
is
lot,
crazy.
So,
That's a
I had
big
to get
ass power
restraining
bill.
order for him to get out. And it's just kind of spiraled.
When you say he wouldn't leave, were you guys living together?
She took the
Yes.
house. Basically,
Was
she
it
took the
like
house.
you
Come
guys
on,
were
man.
sharing-
Why y'all be acting
we
like
were
y'all don't
actually
know? She
living
took the
at
house.
my mom's house.
Oh, okay.
And he wouldn't
Uh-oh.
leave.
Never mind.
It was
Well, I guess.
great. Great
so you
time.
had to evict him, or
Excuse me?
you had to get him evicted because he was legally a tenant?
Correct. Well, yeah, correct.
At your mother's
But
house?
He was.
At your
lazy?
mother's house?
Well,
I don't want to say anything bad about my son's dad.
that's fine.
Yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Give me a couple hours.
So for the past 6 years, though, have you dated at all?
Like a 3-month nothing, but honestly, no. Not really.
Okay.
Roster's dry.
Roster's dry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
my
she
hoe
would have
phase
been
is
on
done.
fire.
The hoe phase is done.
Hoe phase has been done
But
for
there,
a while.
there was a hoe phase.
Of course, yes.
Going back this way.
All girls
was
have
there,
a hoe
Was there
phase.
hoe
Yes,
phase?
I worked in
of
it.
course.
Yes, I worked in a club.
Big
yes,
time.
I did things.
Hoe phase?
Any girl who says they don't have a host phase is a liar. You're a liar.
Right,
They're
Jazz?
missing out. I wasn't an Uber, but I was moderate.
No, I agree.
Have you had a hoe phase, Jazz?
Not. How are we defining hoe?
Exactly.
A strumpet.
Now they want to.
I don't
Wait,
know.
what is a strumpet?
A strumpet.
I've had moments where I've gone on like mini dates, like first dates.
That can be hoe phase.
Thing. Yeah, that's like the furthest my
Fucking
that a nice way of
randos
saying
and
tramp?
Whatever your sense of hoe phase is, like, describe the hoe phase. Like you were.
I was a fucking tramp.
Going on like 3 dates a week, 4 dates a week, 5 dates a week.
Oh, that's a bit much. I'd say like 3 a month.
Okay.
Just like whenever the opportunity came, like sure, I'll go on a date, and then one of us wasn't interested, and
So that would be your hoe phase, like
Yeah.
3 dates. Okay. And wait, you said you were you were a dancer?
I did, yeah.
And then you said other things too, escorting?
No, she didn't do that.
No, not technically
okay.
escorting. Just
What was it seemed like you're saying or suggesting there was.
just meeting people at the club and doing extra things. Not really. I don't know.
At the strip club?
Uh-huh.
In the strip club? Was it the
No.
champagne room or whatever?
No.
The champagne room. What are we in the 80s?
You know what happens in the champagne room stays in the champagne room. But sometimes, like, couples would come up and want me to go hang out with them.
Like a unicorn?
Like
Okay.
dorkies that never. I don't know. I don't know.
And would they pay you for that?
Of course. And
How
I
much?
wouldn't even have to do
Wait.
stuff. I would like
So you'd be in,
direct
like,
them to do
You'd be in the
things.
cuck chair, like
basically.
watching, crying in the corner?
Yeah, one time
She'd be
I'm
Diddy.
Like, let's light some candles. Let's like make it cute. And like the whole room lit up. It was on fire. Exactly. I know. I was like, okay, we're done. Like I gotta go. Things are on fire.
All right, that's
I ran
cool.
out of there. Yeah, it's fun.
All right, good times. Any sugar daddy type stuff or
Technically, yeah.
technically, yeah.
Yeah. I was
But
young.
you were like you did engage in like sexual activity for money.
Technically, yeah.
That's something like when these women get married, fellas, and you're wondering why the hell. This is why they consult with pimps. When you wondering why the hell is she running circles around you, and keeping you like on a fucking tight diet, like on a stick, like she keeping you busy. She keeping you super busy. You up here spinning your wheels. And you feel that and it's even more fucked up because they don't even play these games with their clients. But you spinning your wheels because you're in a marriage, you know. You shouldn't have to spin your wheels like this, you know. They'll get you real good too because you think you hung it up. You like, okay, man, listen, I ain't even playing these games. Them days are over. No, nigga, no, they just began. They just began. So you can imagine the games and stuff these women were playing in their marriage. And when your goofy ass goes to fucking therapy with these women. Bet you she won't tell the therapist this. Bet you she won't tell the therapist she been playing mind games with you. Stuff that she learned from a long lineage of being a harlot and stripping at the most vile clubs in the city. You know, she running Madame game on you, and you like, God damn. You thought you married. No, you not. Now you in your marriage playing Magic City games. Trying to get your wife to cooperate, and you don't know what the hell's going on. Trying to be an honest, square man. But you got to have some pimping in your body, in your bones, you know? Or not even. Because there's a way for the square man to deal with a woman who's pretending that she's squaring up, you know? If it ain't you, it ain't you. You don't got to be no pimp. You know? You can handle it like how square men handle it. Get the fuck out. Don't do it. You know? But it's fucked up because the moment you try to delegate something or fix something, you in the doghouse. They'll go between square and hoe and square and hoe and square and hoe. And if you can't pinpoint what's going on, oh, you're cooked. Cooked.
I mean,
Well,
yes,
explain it to me,
hard.
too.
I
Like,
mean,
would you
I
go
would
home
meet
with guys
guys
after
would
the
come to
club?
the club and then they want, you know, extra things
A
or
blowy?
Blowjob.
or just take me to Vegas or whatever.
Say you suck dick in the strip club.
Maybe an HJ. I don't know. That's such a cute way to say that. Blowy. You want a blowy?
An HJ?
Do you guys want a blowy? Yeah, an HJ or, you know, I'd try to...
How much?
HJ?
How
Try
much
to
is
avoid
that?
all the way.
How much is an HJ?
Who gives out hand jobs?
Well, I've said
Who
this on
doesn't? I've never sold a hand job.
But I saw this one meme, and this guy was like, if that bitch thinks she can beat my dick better than me, she...
That's crazy.
Well, I agree with
you. That's like first base.
I would, like, here's the thing. I could be with the most beautiful girl, and she's like, look, I like you, Brian, but I'm not ready yet. I'll give you a hand job. I'd be like, I'm good. I'd rather just turn down the hand job.
You're not like a hoe. You're not a...
I don't want a hand job.
It's offering it, though.
Wait, that's not no relationship.
You don't want a hand job? Because it's I don't know.
Depending on where it's at.
Like, why?
Start off with the HJ, then you...
Like if y'all are out in public and stuff like that, that's like not no first time relationship type shit. Like you could probably give a dude an HJ after y'all done slept with each other, and let's say y'all are like y'all are on some nasty people shit. You know, like if you're like in like an exhibitionist type relationship, you know what I'm saying, where y'all doing stuff in public and stuff, and she, you know, yeah. But just meeting somebody, it's like. Oof.
Your way up.
It's just not, like, what?
You don't like the handies?
Yeah, but you're not like...
On its own?
Like if you were really into
probably
them,
get
though.
laid enough to where
She
you
could be
don't need
the
an
most
HJ.
beautiful woman in the world.
I think it
and
means
she's
he
like,
is into her. I think that's cool. Like that reflects well on you, and I think
no, he wants more.
Right, but he's saying if we're not gonna be intimate, I don't need you to like do me this thing. Like it's okay. It means that you like her, you respect her, and you want to have a good experience. Maybe.
No, it means that he just don't want a hand job.
No, you want to get
you know what? She makes a great point.
And I think a guy who's making hand job
better.
She's my attorney.
No, but also the guy who
She handled that well.
wants a hand job, he just wants to nut. He doesn't care about the girl. And he's like, yeah, okay, give me a hand job then. That's not about
Right, but that's what they want. That's what they go there for, and
right.
that's
So
what you
I'm
offer.
saying
Brian wants the
and there's
full
nothing
3-course dinner.
There's a place
yes,
and
if
time
I
for it.
nothing wrong with that. I just think it's cool
Yeah.
that you
want it.
want. I just think it's cool that you want the connection and not the hand job. That's
Carla, thank you very much for the endorsement.
Wow, pay her.
That's
Pay
great
her.
framing. I love the framing on that. It's really
Sponsored by whatever.
good. The framing.
It's
I think it's more like being
No
given
free
a 2-cent
HJs.
tip.
Yeah.
You're not like a guy that's gonna go search for an HJ. Like you're actually probably a decent person.
Hey, bitch, give me.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean?
I guess.
Guys
No.
that do those things and search for
I think
it.
you guys are being a little too charitable here.
Am I?
You guys are being a little
I'm
charitable.
just giving out HJs.
Chat, does
and saying-
Brian want HJs all day?
It's not because I'm like this wholesome guy. It's just like,
You are.
well, okay, a little bit, but
Give me a
but like
HJ.
yo, chat.
Yeah.
If all that's on the table is a
hand
hand
jammy.
job, would you rather just not get the hand job? I'd rather just not get the hand job.
No, I think
gonna
it's
take
a
a hand job.
self-report.
Wait, how's that the
How much would you
self-report?
charge not into
for it?
the girl?
It depends.
No, I'm
For
telling you,
girls.
she could be.
I hear you. I'm saying I think it's a self-report.
She could be like, if I don't give you one, it's over. I'm like, good. I don't want one. Goodbye.
So why don't you
Self-report.
want one though? Like, why would you rather just not have it?
It's just.
Here comes a goofy Asian chick.
It
Or maybe
doesn't
she gets
feel
too comfortable with just
definitely
doing
take an
just
HJ.
that and not
doesn't do
anything
anything
else.
for me, you know?
I guess if you're just not into that.
Say less, I get you.
You're not doing it right.
No, it's just. Anyways, what is the chat saying? What's the chat saying?
Yeah, I'm so curious.
I want to see
Probably
what
getting
How do
roasted.
we read their
me here.
comments?
Mary, you can hit the live. Do you see where, or not go, don't hit go live, but do you see next to starred where it says live? Streamlabs, StreamYard.
Yeah,
StreamYard, it's, you know where the pull-ups, where you pull up the chats right here? No, just, oh man, I gotta pull, okay. Yeah, hit that. People are saying pass, no HJ, no. No.
Yeah, chat. Get that head.
For me, fine. That's
Oh,
okay.
that's a
I'll
good
take the
point.
L.
What did he say?
Someone said no one's giving me an HJ better than I'm doing it myself.
Yeah.
Period.
That's the real reason.
Yeah, that's actually
Yeah.
it.
I
That's
guess.
a good point.
You
That's
guys are
like
porn, you know? Guys
guess.
like can go jack off to somebody. like,
The
yeah.
chat agrees with me, all right.
Well, someone also
I need
said
to pull
Brian,
up.
stop talking.
They did say that.
Don't listen to that.
Skipped over that
Keep
one.
talking,
Although
Brian.
Jazz, you should
86
see
the
what
host.
they've been saying about you. So. Okay, I need to start pulling up these chats. One sec.
TTS's?
One sec. Hold on. Actually, here. Where were we here? Relationship status. Okay, go ahead. Relationship status,
I am
please.
happily married.
All right. How long have you been married for?
A little over a year.
Why the hell are you on
And
the
how
show?
long were you guys dating before you got married?
A year.
Okay. And are you guys like high school sweethearts, or how did you guys meet?
No, I mean, he was 20 and I was 17 when we met, so I was like senior in high school, but we grew up in the same hometown.
Okay, gotcha. And are you guys?
Oh, nobody's gonna say nothing about the
kids or
age
no?
difference?
Not
Oh,
yet.
okay.
Are you holding off on that a little bit, or
No,
do
did
you have
okay.
a plan for when you guys would like to start?
I think probably within like 1 to 2 years. So I would like to have kids young.
Okay. All right.
Wait, can I ask a question? He met you when he was 20 and you were 17.
Yeah, it's not illegal in Florida.
yeah,
you also
it's
have
legal.
parental consent. It's 3 years. That's like.
Yeah, go ahead. Say what you want to
You're
say.
right.
Come on.
You're right.
Say what you want to say.
17
when I got married.
No, we both didn't go to school.
Yeah, that
What the
makes
Halle
more
Berry?
sense.
Say what
Like
you
if
wanna
they're
say.
in college, similar
Okay.
stage of life.
Sure.
I feel like in the South that's kind of common.
Oh,
It's,
really?
Yeah, it's really common in the
okay.
South.
Interesting. Okay.
You could be a predator in the
And,
South.
Let's see. Is this your longest relationship?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm currently in a relationship it's been a year, and my longest relationship was 13 years.
All right. Were you married?
I was.
Is it only marriage or other marriages?
Only marriage.
One marriage to the 13-year
Yes.
guy, I'm assuming. And how long, you were together 13 years total or married for 13 years?
Together.
13. How long were you married?
9 years.
9 years. Kids?
Yes.
How many kids?
I have a 22-year-old and an 11-year-old.
They need to be on the show.
The 22-year-old, is that from your marriage?
No.
Okay.
I was in a 5-year relationship when I was starting at 19 to 24,
Mhm.
and it didn't work out, obviously.
So you got pregnant at 22, 23?
22.
22. And that was with the 5-year relationship.
Mhm.
All right. And then you said you had an 11-year-old. How was that in your marriage?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. And then hold on, getting the timeline here. So 5-year You have a kid from the 5-year relationship when you were a bit younger. Did he pay child support?
He did.
Okay. You guys went to court, or was it just kind of informally?
Through mediation.
Through mediation, okay. And then how much was he paying?
$500 a month.
From the get-go, or did it like increase?
Man, I'm gonna tell you something too, because y'all they be making it seem like it's just black people on child support. Man, listen. They just hide it well. Other races be going through the same shit that black people go through, if not more. But let's go.
Increase over time.
No, it just remained the same.
Just remained? Okay.
Yeah, it just remained the same, and primarily my son lived with me.
All right. So it was, you had full custody of your...
For the most part, he saw his dad every other weekend and on Wednesdays. And then he got to a certain age and he did not want to go to his dad's anymore. So he was with me.
And then your 11-year-old, same sort of situation? You have shared custody, or?
We do, yes.
50-50?
Yes, and we've not gone through the courts. We just take care of it on our own, and there's no...
Does he pay you child support?
No.
Do you pay him child support?
No, no, not necessary.
Okay. And what was the other question? Oh, your marriage, does he pay you alimony?
No.
Okay.
Nor would I ask for it.
Got it. Who initiated the divorce?
Yeah, and the food stamps and shit too. They man, black
and
people.
your 5-year
Black people
relationship,
don't.
who initiated?
Black people be lying like
initiated
shit.
the breakup, I guess.
It was mutual.
Mutual, and then so you had the 13-year relationship, the 5-year relationship. Any other long relationships, or was that it?
That's it.
Okay, and you've currently been seeing a guy for 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and you guys live together?
We do not.
Do not. Okay, how's that going?
It's going well.
Going well. Okay, cool. And what about you?
Happily married.
Okay, married. How long have you been married for?
7 years.
7 years. First marriage?
Second.
Second marriage. How long was your first marriage?
My first marriage was 8 years.
Was that your longest relationship?
Sound like a nigga popped a willy right beside him.
One is the longest relationship because we've been together now for about 11 years.
11 years. The other one, though, you said was 7 years?
We
Or
were
8
married
years?
for 8. We were together for 10.
10 years. Okay. The first marriage, who initiated the divorce?
Did.
You did. Okay. Was there a
they
reason,
initiate all the
irreconcilable
divorces.
differences, or?
Yeah, we just kind of drifted apart. We have
A little closer to the mic, if you
we
can.
have very different personalities and just kind of drifted apart.
Okay, gotcha. So you initiated it, or
I did,
you filed
yeah.
for the divorce?
Yeah.
Okay. And any other long relationships that weren't either of these two?
They would have had to have been in my 20s. Not as long as these, but maybe like a year or a couple of years or 3 years at the most, maybe at different points, yeah.
You said you have how many kids?
I have one daughter
Is that from your current marriage?
from my first marriage,
Previous marriage? Got it. How old is she?
17.
17. Got it. All right. From your first marriage, did your ex-husband, does he pay you child support?
No, he did for a little while until I told him he didn't have to anymore.
Okay. What's the custody arrangement? Is it
50-50 joint.
50-50?
He's a
Joint
great
custody.
dad.
Okay. And no longer pays you child support. Did he pay you alimony at all?
Yeah, again, both for a little while until it was no longer needed.
Gotcha. Was he the breadwinner in the relationship?
Yeah.
When you were dating?
Yeah, I was in graduate school and he supported me and we came to our own agreement amicably. And around the time I got licensed and was moving in with my current partner before we got married,
Damn.
I didn't need his money, so I told him to stop.
Oops. Sorry. Misclicked
You're
something.
no
here.
longer
Okay, got
needed.
it. Thank you for sharing. What about you?
My boyfriend and I have been dating for almost a year, and my longest relationship is 2 years.
All right. In your 2-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Okay. Any reason, or?
Yeah, I found out that he cheated on me.
All right. Did you cheat on him at all, or no?
No, not at all.
All right, that's everybody's relationship status. So we're going to get into some of the pre-show notes here in just a moment. Let me see if we have any chats we can pull up. Guys, quick reminder, Reed is 100, TTS is 200. We got a lot of really great notes that we're going to get into, guys. And reminder, Andrew is going to be calling in a little bit later.
I'm so scared.
Yeah, be scared. Be terrified.
Andrew, I'm scared of you.
All right. So we're going to react. The first thing that we're going to react to, Mary, if you can pull up that article. This was kind of going viral, and I thought it was interesting. All right, so here, pause that video. I don't know what kind of bullshit they're going. Okay, scroll up. 24-year-old Australian woman set friend on fire for making misogynistic remark. Scroll down. You guys might have seen this. That's good. Keep it there. An Australian woman allegedly lit her longtime friend on fire because he made a misogynistic remark during a wild night of partying. A court heard earlier this month. Corby, 24, pleaded guilty in court to the arson attack on Jake Loader, 23, saying she felt overwhelmed by his antagonistic behavior throughout the night before she was finally set off by a sexist remark he made during a house party in New South Wales last year, according to the ABC. Scroll down a little bit.
All right, is she in jail for setting a nigga on fire?
So the alleged misogynistic comment,
be letting them get away with this
she
shit.
should stay in the kitchen making scones if she couldn't handle drinking with the boys, which sent the 24-year-old into a rage. The court heard, according to the outlet, she grabbed a gallon of gasoline from the garage and doused the guy with the flammable substance, waving a lighter at him threateningly. Go on, do it. That's a kind of a stupid thing to say.
I don't know why he.
It's like
why?
these. Look,
Hell no, you don't ask an Australian
I
person
don't
to
condone
do
violence, but if somebody's like threatening you with a gun, you probably shouldn't say, "Go, shoot me, pussy." Like you probably shouldn't taunt or provoke somebody who's got, who's threatening physical violence. What are you gonna do? Shoot me? And then they get.
Yeah.
Look, you shouldn't do it, but come on. All right. He was drunk though, and he had consumed nose candy.
She was drunk too.
Down.
And she consumed nose candy.
Wappily then
always blaming it on
touched
the
him with
dude.
the lighter, setting him ablaze. Loader sustained burns to 50% of his body and had some of his sweat glands burned off. He was put in a medically induced coma for 8 days after the attack, according to a victim.
It's
impact
only
statement
funny
during
because it's a
court.
guy.
He required 10 operations and spent 74 days in a burn unit at a Melbourne hospital.
This was a
according
woman
to
who'd be like,
the
"Oh my
statement."
God,
Scroll
such
down
a
bit.
tragedy."
Suffered burns. The friend, he can't step outside because of the damage. She had been, I guess, drinking and taking substances.
Now they want to mention she taking substances, obviously.
She claimed she was pushed to the edge due to his misogynistic comments. Tried to wrestle with her.
Yeah, Rhea Ripley. Let's go. She's
And
from
was being
Australia.
antagonistic throughout the night. She feels horrible, remorseful. Scroll down. All right.
Nigga told Rhea Ripley to set his ass on fire.
I find it very hard to believe the injuries that were caused was from my doing. I mean, you lit the dude on fire. She pleaded guilty to one charge of burning or maiming by using corrosive fluid. So she's back in court this month for sentencing.
She's
so I want
not
to go
in
around
jail.
the table on this, get the panel's reaction. So the allegations here are he was
They were
making
laughing.
throughout the course of the night various misogynistic comments, get back in the kitchen, something like that. And then she lit him on fire. Do you think that's inappropriate? Think it's a fair response, starting with you, going around the table?
I think if he's less misogynistic now, it's probably a net
I
positive.
hope Andrew's listening to
But
this because he
if
need
he's
to.
not,
he need to
I'd
use
say
it.
it's a bit much.
What's a bit much?
Extreme for her to light him on fire.
Wait, so just to be clear, a man was nearly burned to death, and your knee-jerk initial reaction is, well, if he's a bit less misogynistic.
Net positive though, not
That's
yeah.
the. Wait, so when you say net positive in totality.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, what she did was really awful, and like he's gonna have to suffer for the rest of his life because of it. But if like his
Here we
casual
go.
misogyny is lessened,
It's a net
positive, yeah.
What's the math? What's the calculus on it being a net positive?
Let's say if he just stayed like super misogynistic and like got his
What?
friends together and they were all kind of like that, then they're kind of causing a lot of hell on women.
Causing
So
hell
if he's
on
less
women.
misogynistic now, and he's not getting all his guys together to say
I
things
see.
about women. It doesn't affect.
I think he should gas up. No pun intended.
Serious.
I think he should gas up. No pun intended. He proving a point.
Bodily.
He's like a martyr, if anything.
So what you're saying is serious bodily injury, so long as within your purview, there's a. Wait, just to be clear, I can't even wrap my head around the comment you've just made, but.
Yeah, they're horrible.
Violent crime, not as bad. Or sorry, violent crime more bad than misogynistic joke.
Not necessarily. I think it's more nuanced, I'd say.
Explain the nuance.
Because if you're constantly talking bad about women in that way,
Sure.
or saying that women, should stick to these sort of roles, it perpetuates in the long term kind of violence against women in general on a grand scale. But also,
what?
Just to be frank, I was kind of kidding, and it is wrong of her to have done that.
No, now that he said something about that.
I'm a bit confused. You just said that there was nuance.
It's wrong that she did. Okay.
No. I'm saying hold on to her. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think in this specific situation, I'm not saying everyone should light men on fire because that would make the world better. I'm just saying in this instance, if it happened to make him less misogynistic, it's probably a net positive.
Do you know what that?
But I'm not encouraging violence against men.
Right. So what you're saying is, yes, it was bad that he got lit on fire.
Yes.
What she did was wrong. But if the outcome is that he's now less allegedly misogynistic, that it was actually worth it that she burned him. Because in order for your statement to be true, that it's a net positive,
That's
it
what
would
she
have
was
to
saying
indicate that
in the beginning.
it's worth it, right? If it's a net positive.
Yeah, I
Would you
guess
kill Hitler, baby? Baby Hitler,
this is
excuse me.
too deep of a question.
If you could time travel back in time, would you kill baby Hitler? Because it would be a net
Yes.
positive, right? In your
Yeah.
worldview.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you would,
I don't have a definite answer on that, but I do denounce the genocide of the Jewish people. And
Okay, that's not really answering my question, though. So the hypothetical.
I don't know, because what would happen if I killed baby Hitler and then, Mussolini did something even more extreme and crazy? I don't know.
The Italian
I don't know
butterfly
the
effect.
Yeah, I don't know the butterfly effect, but I would say if the only difference there is that Hitler didn't exist and then, the concentration camps didn't happen.
So what's your, you did, I don't know if you're walking back your position a little bit, doing a Maud and Bailey, but you said that you're joking. Please be more specific, though, because you're saying there's nuance
She was
to the
being
situation.
truthful, but
So,
she just
again,
backed up because you said
is
something.
her act justified because of the net positive? Assuming assuming he's going to be less misogynistic now, is it justified to some degree?
I'd say no, violence is not ever justifiable.
But you did say that the net
Well,
positive,
yeah, if we're talking about long-term effects on what potentially his statements and actions could have caused against multitudes of women, more than just one person.
It was a joke at a
Is this your
party.
subjective opinion, or you
Well,
think objectively?
obviously. If it was
They could have been
objective, I
competing
think
the whole
that
night,
would
you
mean
don't
that If we
know.
just burned everyone who said that, then the world would be better. But I don't
Shouldn't have
necessarily
got burnt
think
up.
that's the case.
Okay. And so what
damn,
if
you
what
can't
if,
be hypothetical with them.
I had a position that feminist rhetoric is damaging, and there was
You
there
lit
was
you lit a bitch on fire, light one of y'all on fire. Now all of a sudden,
movement to basically light on fire every single feminist. And if I could prove to you, if I could demonstrate,
They don't
that
even
there
see
would
that he walked
it would
them into that.
clearly be a net positive on society to burn feminists, you would then be in favor of that too.
walked you
If
right
that
into
were the
it.
case and you could prove that, then I
Gotcha,
guess
bitch.
technically sure and sure.
Okay, so as
Damn.
long as it's a net positive.
But I'm anti-violence, and I don't think this on a grand scale would actually.
Well, you yourself wouldn't perform or participate in said violence, but if other people could
yeah, I
enact
still
the
don't
violence,
agree. Yeah, I don't want anyone to be lit on fire. I was just saying.
Okay.
It's potentially less harmful what she did compared to what potentially, but this is all just.
Sure. Let me. Why don't I ask you this? So you're a feminist, right?
Sure.
Yes.
If you want to classify it that way.
Well, are you not a feminist?
Probably not in your definition. I care for like gender liberation. So.
Gender, what's that?
womanist.
Just equality and equity for everyone, no matter your gender identity.
So you think feminism is not about gender equality?
Well,
what is
feminism
about?
historically, if we are talking about like first wave, second wave, third wave, had super specific like reason and outcome, like gaining the right to vote and owning banks and property and stuff like that, or their own bank account. I think now we're in a different situation where we have, in a lot of ways, equal rights legally, but I think socially, women and men suffer in the structure that we have right now. So I'm pro gender liberation, so for everyone.
Okay, I think some people. And what do you think about? I
think that's called a patriarchy,
deconstructing or dismantling the patriarchy.
I think that's called a patriarchy. Man.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That's the patriarchy.
Feminist then.
Okay.
So, I had a good follow-up question on this. Shoot, it's evading me though. I'm going to think about it. We'll come back to you. Your reaction to that article.
I don't like violence. I hate that. If she wanted to get back at him, she should have gnomed his house.
She should have what?
Gnomed his house or sent like Jehovah's Witnesses or like
gnomed his house?
Right.
Prank called.
Okay. Got it. Oh, I recall, going back to you really quick, and then I'll let the rest of the panel weigh in on the thing. So going back to you, it sounded like, and this is perhaps going back to your argument about how net positive, right? So probably this is within the feminist purview. You might agree with the following statement, like women are a victim of violent crime at men's hands. This is especially prevalent in like SA statistics and other sort of forms of like sexual violence and just interpartner violence in relationships, right? Would you say it would be a net positive? So for example, you could probably get rid of most of this, at least within your worldview, if you just got rid of men entirely. Would that then be a net positive to just get rid of all men?
No. I mean, technically, sure, if all the men weren't there, then who's doing the violent crimes and acts?
Women.
Sure, but I think men are just as much of a victim in the structure that we have now, and that causes them to commit the violence, suppressing your emotions from a young age, putting specific roles on men as man of the house and man up and stuff like that. They tend to act out violently because they can't express their emotions, or they don't have a space like women do, to where like we're known as being emotional, and like so we can kind of have that space together. Not that we're not judged for it, but still we're able to without being emasculated. So although men are the oppressors, it doesn't mean that they themselves aren't victims at the hands of the patriarchy too.
All right. I might get into some of that stuff a little bit later on in the show, but you said men are oppressors?
Yes.
And women are what?
Yeah, that's what she said.
The oppressed.
So just so I fully understand, men are oppressors collectively as a group. Okay, and women are oppressed collectively as a group.
Yes.
Okay, and you're a woman?
Yes.
Okay, are you oppressed?
As a woman. Yes, we live under a patriarchy, so sure.
But how specifically are you oppressed?
I think the main reason, the main ways that I see it in my daily life is like the hypersexualization of women. Men are sexualized in such a way, and then the commodification of that sexualization. So porn and OnlyFans, and it's seen as kind of like women empowerment, but I think it's just teetering a dangerous line of just like becoming that role of women in society.
Would you say the hypersexualization of women, and you said this applies to you yourself, is this systemic or is this on an individual level?
I think it's systemic. The existence of porn and OnlyFans affects every woman, no matter if they participate in that activity or not.
But wouldn't these industries also systemically impact men?
They
In
pay
what ways?
women too.
Well, you said OnlyFans, corn, they systemically impact women. But then I would argue they systemically also would impact men.
I think so, too.
So then men are oppressed systemically because of OnlyFans.
Yes, I'm not saying men have the ability to be the oppressors. I'm not saying that they aren't also oppressed in their own way as well.
Okay.
But it's at the hands of themselves almost, because they have the power to oppress and they're kind of putting it upon themselves.
Can you clarify?
Not
what you mean
individually.
a little bit?
Just kind of the bro-pilled ideology of like man up and get in the gym and this is what women want to see, and it's like all kind of they're not talking to women to see what women really want. They're just discussing amongst other men.
Wait, you think going to the gym is...
No, I'm just saying this idea.
Why did you mention the gym though? What does that
well,
have to
just
do
this,
with...
because I'm thinking about the
Say,
internet and
bro.
how that kind of gym content kind of pushes you into this field of like bettering yourself, but then you get into like these conservative.
Are you against men bettering themselves?
No, I'm just saying it's kind of like a rabbit hole that you go into on the internet.
Wait, physical fitness is a rabbit hole for
Yes.
for extremist right-wing
Yes.
propaganda?
Yes.
Strength training, weightlifting is
A lot of the times, yeah.
a slippery slope to
Yes.
right-wing propaganda.
Yes. Because
How?
it's, I mean, think of like Andrew Tate, like he's all about self-betterment and all of those kinds of things, and that's super similar.
Do you know that Hitler was also a vegetarian? Do you think like vegetarians
I'm talking
are
about
also...
media as it is now, not simply because you go in the gym and get stronger to better yourself, you become, I'm saying like the pipeline on the internet is kind of algorithmically leads you there.
Yeah, but just because Andrew Tate advocates for like strength training and getting in physical shape, I don't think you can draw from that then, any sort of advocation towards increasing your health or physical strength would indicate that you're like going to go down some like right-wing
Yeah, I'm just
extremist
saying
pipeline.
that's mainly what I've witnessed.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Do you think that your scope is a bit, and yeah, it's just a bit narrow-minded? And I'm sorry, like it's a little awkward.
No, that's fine.
Nothing against you.
No.
But, because of social media, right?
The funny part is that
for example, if
the
I'm
older woman,
podcast,
the older woman too, that's sitting there. It's her feminism that really dawned this BS onto these younger women. That shit worked like a charm. And note, she's staying quiet. Tainted the hell out of these younger women and left younger men to put up with this bullshit. But let's go. Oh boy! All right, we're gonna put a pin in it pretty soon. So make sure you guys tune in later on today. Memorial debate. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show. It's Player Talk.
I may think, all people think in this particular manner, right? Sorry, I wasn't speaking in the microphone. If I'm only seeing Andrew Tate, and my algorithm pops up more stuff like that, right? And I don't agree with that, I might think that all men operate in a certain way, when in actuality that's not the case whatsoever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of what I hear you saying is very, very negative towards men, and I happen to think that men are actually pretty incredible, and if you have time to look at all that they really do bring to the table, I think they bring so much more than we do. Because we are very emotionally minded. We think of me, and so on and so forth. And I know that's
Like
kind of going...
women, you're saying?
Women, right? And I know it's kind of going away a little bit from what you're saying, but I just think that, if you're seeing particular algorithms, especially with social media, then we have this idea that all men are a certain way, when in actuality that's not the case.
Yeah. I don't think all men are a certain way. I was just...
I mean, look... Shout outs to Chris G. I'm trying to give y'all I've been giving y'all a good show for like 10 hours, bro. Shout outs to everybody that hit the like button. I've been giving y'all a good show for like 10 hours straight. You said what's so hilarious is Andrew Tate doesn't say controversial things. The left always demonize men. That's true. That's super true. Andrew is just no nonsense, straight to the point.
Drawing kind of a correlation between men's betterment and improvement and getting in the gym, I see strongly correlated to red pill ideologies online.
But what is the problem with, and I don't actually know specifically what red pill ideology is. That like it's basically like the conservative view. Would you agree that it's more that route?
Yes.
And have you taken time to look at what the conservative view actually is when it comes to as society as a whole, and how it contributes to our children and the betterment of society?
Yes. I just kind of disagree with placing binary roles onto people. I think it's dangerous for society, and I think that's why the suicide rates are exponentially increasing. So I just kind of disagree with the idea that men should act a certain way and women should act a certain way. And when I see these types of things perpetuated online, I think that's dangerous, especially when it's kind of as self-improvement and betterment, when it's just kind of like, this is how a man should act. I just think that's dangerous.
I want to let Savannah come in.
But the funny part is that women always tell men how they should act. So if Andrew don't act a certain way, she gonna get mad, but she's telling you that it shouldn't be that way. She don't even believe that shit.
In here because Savannah, you describe yourself as feminist worst nightmare.
Yeah.
You've been listening to what she said. She said, I don't want to mischaracterize your argument.
All right,
you're saying
all right, put it to the test. Let's see.
Gender roles, or perhaps traditional gender roles when it comes to men and women, these are harmful. Can be harmful. Is that a fair recap of your position?
Yes, it can be harmful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on that?
So I would agree with you that I think most men that weightlift are conservative, and I think that there's a reason that most men that weightlift are conservative. Like, generally speaking, I think conservatives take better care of themselves. I've never really seen a liberal with a ton of muscle. I think that they're mostly like skinny, weak men. There is that stigma, right? But like the conservative movement, especially with Make America Healthy Again, has
she's
pushed
starting to cook.
Of course, because our side actually wants people to weightlift, to eat healthier, to stop taking medicine, and the liberal side doesn't want that. So I think that that's not a bad thing for men to be conservative and manly and masculine and weightlift. Would you disagree?
No, I won't disagree. I was just saying
right, War Master. That's what I'm saying, man.
Which you agreed with. As
yeah,
well.
I agree with that correlation. Actually,
She don't want him
I
to
don't
act
think
right.
that it's a bad thing. I actually encourage men to weightlift. I think that they should have muscle on their bodies. I think that they should be able to protect their families and have like muscle and strength. Right?
Yes,
I
agree.
I think
I don't
men
think
should
just men.
have
I
she
advocate
can
for
stop
health
or
for
start
everyone.
that.
I think maybe we see more conservatives with a lot of muscle or into bodybuilding more than maybe people on the left, because the left seems to be more interested in academia. When we look at demographics in universities, they're getting degrees more, and they happen to be Democrats, registered Democrats, rather than Republicans type thing. So I think it's just more of like a social area where, like, if you're conservative, this is your crowd you hang out with, y'all go to the gym. And I think it stems from that binary role of men being strong and protectors and wanting to protect the house and things
I got you,
like
War
that.
Master.
But
My
you
bad.
think that binary roles are dangerous?
Hold on, I'm gonna check out the app while I'm live before I get up out of here. I'm gonna check out the app while I'm live. Would I be able, if I use the mobile app, to like get a physical unit? Will I be able? Can we co-play some games while you're at the house? I think I asked you that before.
If you push them
You said these broads have no idea what it takes to build muscle. Facts.
on to everyone. I think if you want to do that in your own time and your own household, I think if you look at someone who doesn't fit into that binary or gender identity and you
Fit
say
into
this
that
is how you should
binary,
act,
y'all.
man up, I think that can be dangerous.
Fit into that binary, y'all.
So you think telling men to weightlift is dangerous?
No,
All
not
men.
to weightlift, just like man up, like emotionally specifically.
I would disagree with that. I think that the reason that we don't live in a society with a bunch of masculine...
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely want to do more shows, but it is these shows do take a lot of energy out of you.
and strong men is because we haven't been telling them that for the past, since first wave feminism started. We haven't been telling men to man up and get in the gym and
Shout outs
eat
to Chris
healthier
G in
and
the
I think
building.
men aren't as manly now is what you're saying.
I would like everybody to weigh
Right,
in on
right. I
that.
have to have a real
Yeah,
Xbox,
just
right?
Clarifying. I agree too, but I completely agree, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing.
Really?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you want to get married one day.
It's not really on my.
If you hypothetically speaking, if you were to be, choosing your husband, would you rather have a man who has a lot of muscle and he's masculine and he provides for you and he takes care of the children and he's the head of the household, or would you rather have somebody who's passive, feminine, weak-minded, doesn't really look super masculine and manly?
It's all personal preference. I would like a partner who we have equal responsibilities together. If we're talking physique, I do go for. Honestly, I want to say I want a tall man.
That's what I'm trying to say, Link. What's going on, Link? Happy Memorial Day, man. Hold on. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. This shit is goofy. This shit is super goofy. And then it's funny when it comes like women will be like, I'm a feminist, but they never been, especially in the social media age. Like even back in the day, in the manosphere, right? Regular men would get off of work, literally come home from work, and these are regular men that just went to work and came back home. I'm telling y'all, they would have debates. They would have debates with these quote unquote college educated women. They would have these debates, right? And they would just be regular guys. Nothing special, just a mechanic or a just regular guy, just got off of work. These women have been career feminists their whole lives, and they never debated any of their points or had to make sense of any of the stupid shit that they be talking about or believing, sadly. And you know what's the crazy part about it? When they have to debate, they're just now learning some of the shit that they've been attaching themselves to for their damn near the majority of their life. And then the crazy part is, on top of that, because they're more used to arguing with men. They don't really get to spar or get called out by women with some of the stuff in the feminist ideology that they say or spread, right? Whereas men, you could literally be, and men will know you're literally advocating for them, whether they're right or wrong. Not even wrong, but mostly just advocating for men, and they would still challenge you. Where women, they wouldn't even really challenge them, right? But what I'm saying is that it's just funny too, and this is why I was saying, a lot of the women that are here in these spaces, you need to get them to talk to each other. Y'all niggas that sit up here SBE and all damn day don't understand women still, no more than you did yesteryear. Actually, it even got worse. And it's like you can get so much game by watching women debate or question each other about their ideology. Just women kind of debating with themselves, like seriously. And then literally when you go back to listen to how women interact with men, you'd be like, oh, okay, I see what she's doing. There's stuff that that women easily, and they can pretend like they don't know what you're talking about. There's stuff that they can pull on men that when you see them debate other women, they wouldn't even try to pull that on them. and you would see how easily men let them get away with it. And it's like, no, don't let her do that. When she's debating with another woman don't give her that out. You will see how much outs women get with men compared to other women. Women don't even apply no type of brain power to deal with men. It's like arguing on easy mode with men, especially when the man doesn't know what they're talking about, or doesn't know what to debate, or how to debate, or if she's wrong, or if she's skewing stats to make it seem like, women are always the victim and blah blah blah. Men, you just see how lost in the weeds men are when it comes to these topics and stuff like that. And it should anger you, because even then, men have no reason to be SBEing if they knew what the hell they were talking about. You are not going to convince women to have a harder life. Their life is in easy mode right now, and they're telling you it's hard. Anyway, Warmaster says the left don't debate. They try to shame you into and demonize you. Andrew Tate and his brother lost their freedom. Yeah. They started locking up Andrew first, and then they're like, hey, your brother looks just like you. They'll lock him up too. We don't know which one it is. Just lock both of them up. Okay, you can also buy games with the app now. You should be able to play the games with the Android. I don't know about the Crapple machine. Shit. I got to ask ChatGPT. Okay, I got you, War Master. You said feminists convince women to leave the kitchen and enter the workforce, right? And then you know what's funny? When they did convince women to leave the kitchen and enter the workforce, some of the first jobs women were getting were cooking, being a chef. No, don't cook for your family and your husband. Go to work and cook for some other random strangers and people and shit. Yes.
Muscles, but I tend to not go for that. But yes, like idealistically.
Wait, let's explore that a little bit. So you said your own preferences, right?
Yes.
So you said you would like a guy who's tall and with muscles.
Yes.
Okay, have you dated tall men with muscles?
Maybe once.
Just once?
Yeah.
Okay, you were in a
shit is an idea.
3-year relationship. How would you describe him physically?
He was taller than me, and he went to the gym regularly.
So your longest relationship, was that the guy who was tall and muscular?
No, that wasn't the guy I was referencing.
Well, you said he went to the gym, though.
Yes.
Okay. Well, when we say muscular, I mean, was he athletic? Was he in good shape?
Athletic? He was getting there, yeah. He went to the gym regularly.
Okay.
But also, again, this is personal preference. I don't think we should force every man to have to be this protector of the household and stuff like that.
I think we should.
I think it leads to the downfall. Like, we may not see, or people may not see this in the immediate, but I mean, it's already here. But long term, I mean, you're looking at really the downfall of society in a sense. Not just that alone, but and I don't disagree that like women should be able to do, all of these things as well, right? However, we've taken women out of the home. Other people are taking care of our kids. I mean, I can tell you firsthand, even though there was another man in the house, I essentially raised my son, and I'm an emotional person, and I can tell you without going into detail that I have an emotional 22-year-old who is not a man.
Uh-oh. Dang.
And we see it all around us. We have, this lack of masculinity, and I think that it's being
she said she raised a
looked
punk.
at as like it's a bad thing to be masculine and a caretaker.
That's hard. That's hard as hell for a woman.
Even if you want your wife or your significant other to stay at home or things like that. I think when you look as a whole to society, you see why it's necessary.
Yeah, like I never heard a woman admit that. I don't even know what to say. I'm flabbergasted.
To give up things I want because there are certain things that I like. Like I don't necessarily want to be at home all the time.
I'm scared. I've never heard a woman say that.
And I would forego that. And I think we have to consider the betterment of society as a whole.
I believe it's also because, like we were talking about earlier, women are naturally more emotional, and then we know that men, they're just built stronger. So it's like men should work on that, like
That's actually
privilege, like
scary
that benefit that
that
they
she
already
admitted
have, that they're stronger, so they can take care of the house, like whenever there's anything that's physical that's needed. And then women like us, we should be more with the kids, like in tune with them, and like talking about these emotional things and helping them to overcome like certain troubles. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, Jazz, I think you're going to probably disagree with her. She said, I'm just repeating it, that women are more emotional. Do you disagree with that?
No, I think women are more emotional.
But
right, War Master.
Wouldn't that be in
Do you agree
contradiction
or
of your?
disagree?
Hold on. Wouldn't that be in contradiction of your whole like rejection of the gender binary?
So there's a biological and genetic predispositions between the genders. So there are differences between men and women biologically and genetically. The way we think, our testosterone, our hormones, sure. But I think nurture
I need
has
Andrew
a
to
lot
ask her
more
what's
to
a
do
woman.
with how we
get
turn
mad.
out rather than our nature. But I think the way that gender exists right now in such binary roles, we're perpetuating our nature. And I think that's dangerous because there are a lot of gender identities that exist with outside of the binary. So I think it's very limiting to the human experience to say that because we're naturally this way, we should exasperate those differences and not kind of go outside of those binaries, because we can. We just choose not to and think it's better.
So essentially, do you care like about the traditional gender roles that we have already? Like, does it matter for a man to be like going to the gym and stuff like that? And does it matter for a woman to be at home cooking, taking care of the kids, or it's like the roles can be switched and there's like nothing wrong with that?
I see a lot of relationships where the man is kind of the stay-at-home husband and roles are reversed. There's a really popular couple on TikTok, lady with red hair, and her husband like cooks for her all day and she pays him to do that. And I think if that works for them, that works for them. But I do want to go back to something you were saying about how you
Let
raised
that
your son on
payment
your
stop.
own. and
His
you're a
ass ain't gonna be
woman and
cooking
more
no more.
emotional.
No more
There
emerald
are
for her.
statistics to back that up, that children that are raised with just the mom in the house aren't as well equipped socially in society as if they're raised with just a single dad. And I don't think that's because women are incapable of giving that. I think the way society is constructed, women have to rely on men so much that when the man is missing, then we kind of fail in a sense. And I think that that's wrong. I think we have just as much as an ability to raise somebody, but in the way that we structure gender now in society, it makes us kind of incapable and unable to.
I don't disagree that we are not capable of raising children on our own, but I'll speak for myself.
Yeah.
So I'm more likely as a mother, as a woman, to give into things that a father would say, no, things are going to be this way and this is how it's going to go. Whereas I am going to cave into things, or because my marriage was a particular way, I felt like I had to make up for those things by allowing things I should not have allowed. There's definitely mothers out there who can be very strong, logical, make those decisions and stick to those decisions. But by nature, we are not necessarily like that. And I can see it with my daughter's father. There's times where I think, oh, he's being mean. And then, but over the last few years, as I've come into realizing that there's order for a purpose, I see where it's okay if dad sounds mean, or if he's more demonstrative
She said
and
she
things like
raised
that.
a punk.
So I've come to actually appreciate that and understand.
I've never
the
heard a
need
woman
for
admit
it,
that. Like I
couldn't do that on my own.
Wow.
Yes, there are times where my kid does something wrong and I'm going to raise my voice and I'm going to be very firm and this is going to be what it is. But ultimately, generally speaking, a man serves a different purpose, right?
Why
We
would she even
complement
say
each
that?
other. And
Like,
so I do
goddamn.
think that
I know why women hide that
I
shit,
could
but she
go
said it.
into, the whole feminist, the origins of feminism, not the origins, but some of the reasons behind it. Is
I
pulling
never
the
expect her to
woman
say
out of the
that, y'all.
home
I'm
and creating.
I'm still hung up. I never expect her to say that. War Master said, "You ever notice the argument always is the argument is always men are less masculine, even though not true. Of course, there's women that are actually less feminine. Yeah, there is a concept of women being less feminine, and not necessarily men being less masculine. You know, well, in the sense that they phrase it and stuff when they're trying to, shame men into doing stuff for them. You know what I'm saying? You're less masculine if you're doing something that's not going to benefit them at some capacity and stuff like that. Whereas men just say, hey, women, can you just be feminine for the sake of being feminine, not because I want something from you. It's just that you're a woman and you're supposed to be feminine, but hey, it is what it is, Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Are you guys enjoying the show? Please support the show. Thank you guys for spending Memorial Day with me. I know you guys are at work. Please don't forget to support the show on air, off air. You support the show because you care. Alright? If you guys are watching this on the replay, or if you guys been rocking with me the whole time, please support the show. Let me know I'm doing a good job. Hardest working man on YouTube. Getting up there in the hours, y'all. Let's get it.
This disharmony for our children. And again, I went to school. I worked, full time. I was not a stay-at-home mom. And if I had it to go back to do again, despite the fact that, I would have.
Right. And then it's like, you're right about that, New, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, all of a sudden, I don't believe in gender roles. Like, come on now.
Craved more intellectual stimulation than being at home all day, I would have done it because I think ultimately it would have been the best thing to do at least for my son.
Yeah.
With my daughter.
But that was scary. I mean, she admitted that she fucked her son up. Called that young man a pizzunk. I've never heard a mother take accountability like that and say, yeah, I wish I had done certain things because now my son is less masculine. And not get judged. Usually them the ones that's doing the judging. Oh my God, that's terrible. You don't say that about your kid. But also too, she might be religious.
Or, I would, situation's different, but I would love to do it for her as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't even know who's talking
that
either.
It's purely nature is the reason that these are the outcomes. I think we perpetuate our genetic differences so much in societal roles that women are incapable in certain areas, like you said, to say no and to do the dad role. And I think it's because we push those roles so much when if we kind of destructured the way that we had gender identities, then women could be a whole person in a way, and men could also cater to people emotionally and on a different level.
I always talking about some destructuring something that they don't even know how it's put together.
That if you go way back into ancient societies, if you want to talk about genders and such, there's old or ancient societies that had multiple genders, right? But setting that aside, if you look back
now
all
she
throughout
losing me.
Time, women had a particular role, men had a particular role, and it's actually, instead of, I think it gets demonized, but in actuality it's a really beautiful thing, and we're trying to change it to fit this new box that's been created. And I just
right
well, this for a reason. I'm not nothing against particular people or anything like that, but I can say that. And it doesn't have to be my age. It could just be.
They're gonna be like, how you do that?
I've learned a little bit more over the last few years. I just think it all serves a purpose. Once you see things, they all fall in line instead of trying to like having a Rubik's cube and trying to make.
Oh, you mean what men have been saying for the longest time? Now women are repeating it in this. Oh my God, it's just so profound. Never heard it said that way before. I've never heard a man say this.
All these pieces fit when they don't really fit. It just seems to be that way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
It's called order.
I would like to go back to what you said about pushing traditional roles on men and women is dangerous. But
Pushing
we
pe-
actually, I mean, in the past, I don't know, 20 years or so, we haven't been pushing those traditional roles on men and women. We've actually been doing the opposite, and society has gone downhill. So how can you say that pushing traditional roles are dangerous when we've done the opposite and no good has come from it?
In what ways do you think we're all of a sudden not pushing gender norms and roles onto people? And in what ways do you think society is being negatively affected?
I mean, so as far as not pushing traditional roles on people, right? Like, I think as women, we are told now in this century that our career, our degree, our title is more valuable than being a wife and a mother. We're told that, like, we essentially have no value. I mean, and I can attest to that because I post all the time about my lifestyle on social media, and I post that I don't have a college degree and I don't necessarily have like a stable career. And I get a lot of backlash for that. And a lot of people will say, well, you don't really have any like value to you. You're not smart. You don't have a degree. You don't have a title. And on men, I mean, you said it, like they're basically told that they have toxic masculinity.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. The people that's running to the colleges to go get those degrees, they're the main ones that's gonna tell you that. And guess what, y'all? Those are other women. Those are other women. Those are other women. But she gonna sit here and say it's men.
If they want to be strong men and they want to be masculine. So I actually think that we've done the opposite, and we haven't pushed traditional roles on men and women. And that's why you see women becoming more masculine and you see men becoming more feminine.
So do you think that all women should be in the house and taken care of?
I don't necessarily think that all women need to be stay-at-home wives and mothers. I mean, in Savannah's perfect world, I wouldn't make women go work 9-to-5 corporate jobs that are literally just not good for their hormones. They're being, bossed around by a boss all day. I don't think it's healthy for women. So in my perfect world, if women wanted to work, they would either go the entrepreneurial route or they would work until they became mothers and then stayed home with the children. But there is a lot of...
Man, y'all tripping telling bitches to become entrepreneurs and shit like that. Pause. I don't mean to call them bitches and shit. I don't know why I just said that. But anyway, y'all tripping to tell women to become entrepreneurs and shit like that. Because first of all, being an entrepreneur is a beautiful thing. But yeah, go ahead. Become an entrepreneur, lady. Become one. Quit your 9-to-5 to work 24 hours. See how that works out for you. Stop working 9-to-5 so you don't have to work for no man and work 24 hours. Perfect.
Evidence that moms that stay home with their children, the children generally do better in society. So I would say, yes, it's important once you have kids to figure out how to stay home with kids. I don't think that we need 2 incomes in today's society. I think that we're a society that chases after so many materialistic things and, we need 2 cars and we need this crazy mortgage and we need designer bags and we need 3 vacations a year. I don't think that that's 100% necessary, but society pushes it to where both men and women have to have an income to raise a family. So yeah, I think traditional roles would actually help families. It would bring back the nuclear family to society. I mean, I think it's you see the birth rate, like it's plummeted. That's not helpful for any society. If it keeps plummeting, we're never going to actually like grow our population.
Well, I mean, that's kind of why they're importing South Africans to kind of help the white population. But okay.
We'll have to move it on a little bit, but we can come back to some of that later. I just want to finish up really quick that thing we were reacting to earlier where the girl was getting the woman doused the guy for the misogynistic comment. Quick reaction from the rest.
They don't care about him. They forgot about him that quick.
What do you think on that?
Was that a boyfriend or just a friend?
I think it was just they were hanging out. It was just a friend.
Okay. Yeah, I don't agree with what she did.
All right.
She kept his mouth shut. Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Not appropriate, but he probably said it to get a reaction.
Sure. Okay. Your thoughts?
I think she proved that she can't drink with the boys.
That's a good point. Good point, Savannah. What about you?
I don't know the context, but I'd like to think I would have laughed and just gone to go make him a sandwich or whatever it was he asked for.
Oh, you would have made the actual sandwich. All right. What about you? Your thoughts, Carla?
I think she needs to work on her communication skills. Homegirl needs to buy my book.
Probably just a little bit. Probably work on the communication skills. What do you think?
I'd ignore it and I'd be more concerned for his safety.
Okay, there you go. And then there was one other, Mary, if you can pull it up there. So the comments though on this were,
I ain't gonna lie, being a pick-me is kind of like being a comedian. Cause if you say some pick-me shit at the wrong time, it don't hit the way you intended to.
atrocious. Pull up the Instagram one. We'll go window tab. Just hit the pause on the video. Scroll, zoom, make it bigger. All right, then scroll down so we can see the comments. All right. I'm going to read them.
So she cooked them.
One, anti-misogyny assaulted, blah, blah, blah. He told her to stay in the kitchen, so she cooked him.
Literally.
90,000 likes. Scroll down.
It's funny though.
Okay, well, what was he wearing? Did he try to tell her to stop?
You said, now, Kuda, South Africans are refugees, illegal aliens coming into this country are to dilute the vote of the patriots.
44,000.
That's good.
Okay, when you use a group A joke with a group B, I'm not sure what that means, but okay.
Most close flammable retardant anymore.
This would have not happened if she stayed on the kitchen though. Okay, scroll down. Why would he get drunk like that alone? He should have known better.
What does that mean? Like he lit himself.
Just reminder, guys. This guy. Okay, I'll read some more. He basically did tell her to cook. Shouldn't have worn flammable clothes. He obviously wanted it. She's an icon, and she is the moment. Mind you, most of these have like 10,000 plus likes. Bet he won't say that again. I hope it doesn't ruin her life. She has such a bright future ahead of her. Lies. She was with me the whole day. But what was he wearing? But what was he wearing? Again, 8,000 likes, 8,000 likes. Stop defending her. I can't like all the comments. Scroll down. Men throw acid all the time, but when one gets a little charred, okay. Scroll down. But he was asking for it.
That's fucked up.
Scroll down. If he didn't want to be set on fire, he shouldn't have worn something flammable. Scroll down. I'm getting
it's just sad because it's hilarious to them. It's like, oh man, y'all are laughing. I hope Andrew really nails this in.
Carpal tunnel in my thumb from liking all these comments. Mind you, these are all women, by the way. Wait, did he say no? What was he wearing? This diva. We'll do 3 more, I guess. Scroll down.
Some demonic shit.
Scroll down.
But they always want to use women in the Middle East getting acid doused and lit on fire as an excuse. They've never been to the Middle East a day in their life.
Cooking for real. What was he wearing? No, I don't want to be set on.
But all of a sudden, this man gets set on fire for cooking with Kaya, and now all of a sudden, okay.
Fire. I think my objection to this, I know these people are joking, is typically there's like a lot of situations where women are consenting to having consensual sex. There's not a lot of situations where people are consenting to have someone lit on fire. And further, even if you do consent to being lit on fire, the perpetrator of that is still going to be subject to some sort of criminal penalty, regardless of if there was
that woman probably still walking around
although
free.
You could make some arguments. You can make some arguments, but whatever. Scroll down. Did he loudly and clearly state that? Okay, anyways, you get the idea. The comments, that's just on the Instagram. It's been posted all over TikTok, all over Twitter. I think the comments
they said 50% of his body got burnt up.
Disgusting. Some of you guys were laughing, but I mean, like, let's remember here, there's a guy who like, this guy's going to be permanently injured and disabled for life. Like, burns are serious.
They're horrible.
Like, they're disfiguring. You're going to have permanent pain issues. So just like to point that out.
I think I was laughing because it was and this probably isn't going to get me any likes. I don't mean that kind of likes, but
Sure.
Because it's mocking all the false accusations from women for SA.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Not because the man was
it's irony,
of
you're
what
saying.
happened. Yeah. I don't know if that makes it any better, but that's.
It's just the internet.
It's so silly and ridiculous.
Everyone,
that's why we're laughing.
They want to get likes on their comment. That's what it
really
Yeah,
is.
like I don't think the comedy is about taking her side. It's about finding the irony, that
Yeah.
using that kind of humor.
Oh, they were gonna laugh either way.
Taking her side.
Oh, well, some
Really?
Oh yeah.
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 Oh my
Let's ask-
god.
let's
I think
ask
all
the
of them were
feminists.
taking.
femmes are.
I've never
Oh
even
well,
seen the story.
you disavowed the violence, if I recall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're gonna let a couple chats come through.
Oh, TTS. Ooh.
Christopher Scott, great thanks for the endorsement. The next time a woman is being a misandrist, I can light her on fire, and if she stops being a misandrist, it's a net positive. What a love. Response to this, Jazz?
How is misandry affecting you in your day to day? Because misogyny, I think we all can agree in some way has affected us personally.
I disagree.
What is
Misandry does affect men in their
Hate
day
men.
to day.
Hatred, contempt, or prejudice towards
Oh,
men.
I didn't know that there was a terminology for that.
I didn't know.
I mean, I disagree with your categorization.
God, you don't
So
even
this
know-
is
they
like
don't
a
even know what
common
they're talking
feminist
about.
argument. Essentially, you're saying misogyny kills, misandry hurts feelings. Basically,
Yeah.
is that your position? That's your argument?
I wouldn't have worded it that way, but I don't disagree with the way that you just.
Well, that's the common
described it.
feminist framing of it. Is
Yeah, it's like when-
misandry is either harmless or not that bad, whereas misogyny is like very harmful and kills women essentially.
He made a women in the kitchen joke. Like that was it. You know how? Like that's just funny. People can't laugh anymore about anything.
Can I ask you a question? So
no, that's not funny.
if misandry being non-lethal,
Misandria,
which I
right.
don't grant, it's very disputable, but if it makes it less of a concern, wouldn't it logically follow that every other kind of bigotry it's not as big of a deal as long as we ensure no one is killed?
What do you mean?
Well, essentially, your
Saying
position
it's not a big
is,
deal.
Well, misandry, not really that bad, but misogyny, at its worst, women are killed.
Well,
right?
I'm saying the reason for misogyny is, and also I'm not necessarily a misogynist, but I'm saying if somebody says they hate men, it's most likely because they have experienced some sort of violence from men.
Cat.
Or wait,
Whereas,
go ahead.
Whereas, if someone's a misandrist, I mean, that's what I meant. If they're a misandrist, and they've probably experienced some form of violence against man. Whereas if a man is a misogynist, they're not really experiencing violence from women. They just hate women. I'm reiterating the statement.
Yeah, how do you come to that conclusion? Like, that's just an assertion. How did
What?
you arrive there?
Because the numbers.
The numbers.
Yeah. Violence against women, assault,
Well, sure. Well,
murder.
A couple, I suppose, counter arguments here. First, I would point out that if you look at homosexual relationships, so you look at lesbian relationships, gay relationships, and also I'll include the heterosexual stats on that. The incidents of domestic violence are the highest in lesbian
Way higher.
relationships. They're
70%.
the lowest in gay relationships, so 2 men. And then, so it's lesbian relationships, 2 women, highest levels of domestic violence. Then you have heterosexual relationships, man, woman, and then the lowest incidence rate of interpartner
Gay
violence is gay men.
Mm-hmm.
So how could it possibly be when you have 2 men in a
Yeah.
relationship where conceivably men are allegedly more violent than women, they're the least violent, but when you have 2 women in a
Yeah.
relationship, they're the most violent. How could that be?
Men are more violent against women, not against other men.
I don't.
What? What do you think a war is, ma'am? When we go to war, what do you think a war is?
You get what I'm saying?
I think my
it's
husband
not
is-
really
So,
the same
sure.
argument if it's woman on woman.
Here's my secondary argument in response
Go
to
ahead.
that.
They say things
if
thinking
we're
they're
going to
smart.
just completely ignore my arguments as it relates to if we're looking at homosexual relationships and the rates of domestic violence in those, fine, we can just look at heterosexual relationships. If we look at the rates of non-reciprocal interpartner, is it intrapartner? Non-reciprocal violence in heterosexual relationships. So this is where one person is beating the other and there's not reciprocal violence. Women are far more likely to be one directionally abusing their male partners than the reverse. It's actually 50-50 if you look at they're both beating each other. It's
Okay.
50% equal.
Okay, but what are the stats on like violence and murder?
Well, you mean in
It's not
relationships?
equal. No, I'm outside of relationships
Oh yeah, men are more likely to be victims of violent crime.
by other men.
Why would that matter?
Well, I'm just saying they're also more likely to be the perpetrators of crimes against women, violent crime.
Yeah, I'd be willing to grant that.
Yeah, you could look it up.
Yeah, but just so I better understand, if bad thing happens to woman,
Okay.
and man is the perpetrator, did he do the crime because she's a woman?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. So
She
then
was
how
truthful
can you
about that,
point
'cause
to
most of them lie about that.
incidences of domestic violence or murder that occur to women? It must be the case that it happened because this person is a woman, or it happened due to sexism.
Again, I blame it on the gender construct and how we suppress male emotion, and I think it comes out violently, and subconsciously maybe they hold some sort of resentment against women who get to express their emotions and have those feelings, and that's what makes them act out in those ways. I think it's just the pressure or the way men exist in society now is what creates that, not just that she's a woman, so he beats her.
Yeah, and going back to your previous point, though, you were saying how with the comparison between misogyny and misandry, that when women say things like, if they say they hate men, it's because they themselves have could have experienced violence from a man in their
She
past.
said they did.
A couple clarifying questions for you on that. Do you think their statements
She said a
or their
definite.
misandry is perhaps fair or justified? And look, just let me preface this by saying violence towards anybody is wrong.
Yeah.
Women who experience violence at the hands of men, absolutely abhorrent, completely wrong. They should be prosecuted. But if a woman does experience violence at the hands of a man, does that then give them carte blanche to to be misandrous, or to say, and it seems like that's your position, to say that they hate men and that that's an acceptable thing to say?
No, I don't think it's acceptable. I think if you say a statement so simplistic, you're not really looking deeper at, again, I think the structure of gender is the reason that they have these opinions of men, and it's not necessarily. I think it's very shallow and like an empty statement to just say, I hate men. I don't think they're looking at the structure of gender and thinking it's not really men, it's the social.
No, but you're saying it's justified if they say it because they've been you just automatically said that they've been a victim of violence from a man, literally.
Sexualization of men and how we create them to be.
But I'm a little confused.
Man,
because earlier it
war
sounded
mass
like you were
edition is
essentially
a
trying to
conundrum,
justify
man.
Women saying these things.
As you already know.
Saying that they hate all men.
So your
It
position
makes
was.
sense, but I think it's not deep. I don't think that they are.
I
actually
agree with
putting
you. It's
thought
not
into
deep,
it.
but what are you trying to get at when we're talking about the comparisons between misogyny and misandry? When you say, well, it's not so bad when women say that they hate men or that they're misandrists.
Well, I'm
Is that
saying,
your position?
I think widely women have more of a reason, like a very basic observational reason to say this is why I hate men. Whereas when men do it, it's because
what?
Because they just don't like women. But I think they don't like the
But do
socialization.
those women just not like men?
Again, I think that statement is very empty. It doesn't
Okay.
really hold much nuance. But I think if they
But
were
there's a reason.
Yes.
And is the reason justified?
Justified? No, because I don't hate all men point blank statement. I hate the structure of gender as how
But for
it exists
example,
today.
if you heard a female friend of yours,
I would understand her sentiment.
yeah, but if she said, I hate all men because I went through XYZ negative experiences
assume
with
it.
1, 2, 3 or more men in my past, would you correct her clearly bigoted statement?
I think if she's my friend, we probably have a common understanding that it's because men are socialized to be that way, and it's not necessarily their fault. It's not so.
It's not their fault. What? I would, if a man's violent towards a woman, I would blame him directly.
Sure,
I wouldn't-
independently, but I mean, when we're talking structurally, the reason that those statistics exist and that men act out violently is because of the pressure they're put under
I mean,
the
I
patriarchy.
suppose there's all kinds of life factors that
I would understand their sentiment. I wouldn't necessarily agree with it without adding nuance.
Right, but I mean,
I think Brian's asking, would you challenge her on hating all men?
No,
Even
because
though what
she
you're
understands
saying is,
her.
It sounds like what
No.
you're saying is her reason is
She answered
some
the
kind
question.
of trauma response that she hasn't like fully explored. Fine. Would you still challenge that notion that all men should be hated, or that that's okay? Or like,
Yes.
would you challenge it? Would you push
Yes.
back on it?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking, Brian? Kind of?
yeah, well, at least for that part, yeah.
Yeah, I think we'd have a discussion about the existence of gender, how it exists today socially, rather
Yeah,
than
but
just...
would you?
Yeah, all they can
like,
do
let
is
me ask you,
scream.
If a male friend of
Right,
yours
right,
that you were hanging out
War
with, he
Master,
said,
right.
I hate women. Would you?
War Master cooking.
Be like, whoa, that's kind of a
Don't cook too much, War Master. They're gonna say you little women on
sexist, misogynist thing to say.
Yes, in the same way that saying you hate all men is...
But would you have a similar sort of conversation with your female friends?
Yes.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay. But again, I'm
Lie.
still really trying to get to the substance of you're saying misogyny essentially worse than misandry.
Yes.
Okay. And are you to some degree excusing misandry?
Yes.
Excusing... I just don't think that it ends deadly for men. Like, misandry doesn't end in extreme violence and death and grape for men as the counter does.
I mean, there's some dispute there with some of those claims, but let me ask you this. If a white person had one or more negative encounters with someone who's black or some other minority group, it could be Latino, it could be Asian, and then they become racist towards that minority group, you would then, I assume you would give them some, you would understand their racism because of their own negative experiences with that racial group?
I would be like, I understand the sentiment, sure, but you also need to realize that race is socially constructed as well. So if you're having similar experiences with a certain race, it's because of our class structure. You know what I mean? I mean, this is a totally different conversation, but again, it's just another social construct. So it's way more nuanced, and I would understand the sentiment of them deciding to be racist or whatnot, but I think that they just lack an understanding of the structure that we live under.
And this would also apply to females who are misandrist?
Yes, and I applied them equally, yeah.
But would you give the same sort of leeway when it comes to misandrist statements made by women as you would to someone who's, say, like a member of the KKK, and this person themselves has had numerous, maybe they were victims of violent crime, maybe a family member was murdered by somebody of a racial minority? Would you then give them a pass for their racism because of their own lived experience?
Again, I'm not giving a pass to any of these. I'm just saying I understand the sentiment, but you're misunderstanding the structures of society.
Okay. And then to dive a little deeper on that, if we were to look at, for example, would you say in the same way there's a differential between men and women? You're saying, well, misogyny worse than misandry. Let's say there's a black person who's had negative encounters with white people, and then that black person has prejudice or bigotry towards white people because of their lived experiences. Would you say that you might not even categorize it as racism,
she'll
but
understand the sentiment.
I'll just say they're prejudiced towards white people. Would it be less harmful than on the individual level than if there was a white person who held racist or bigoted prejudiced beliefs, even if that white person had just as bad or even worse violent encounters where they were the victim of a black person?
Yeah, I think racism against black people is on a social and structural scale. So an outlier offense of a black person committing some violence against a white person or just being prejudiced or racist against white people doesn't have the same effect as when white people who are the oppressors or have some sort of higher social status in society were to be racist against a minority or people who are already disenfranchised.
Gotcha. And you mentioned like white people being the oppressors, but I don't know if there's any intersection here. So what if like the wealthiest, let's say Barack Obama walks up to a white person who's like a janitor and just starts beating the shit out of the janitor because he's white, would you say that, mind you, Barack Obama, former president of the United States, he's like extremely wealthy. He has, I would say, even though he's the ex-president of the United States, probably like substantial amounts of power in varying degrees. I could even make the scenario when he was the president where he's the leader of the most powerful nation in the world, and he walks up to the White House janitor who happens to be white and just starts beating him up because he's white. Would that still fall under your system of like, well, this is not really as bad or as racist because there's a system that says that like when a black person is a perpetrator against a white person, it's not like as bad?
I'm against violence again in any circumstance. I think independently, obviously that's wrong of them to do, but I am saying that a black person saying that they don't like white people is different than white people saying they don't like black people because of the social status differences.
But what about your intersectionality? So you would then have to factor in like social class, these sorts of things.
Yes, all of it includes.
I think you would probably agree that Barack Obama is like higher
this
in terms of...
This is an extreme independence scenario. And
yeah, I know, but it's just, I'm just testing out your logic here.
I'm talking about the whole structure of race, not just like independent. I mean, you can point out any kind of outlier and...
Well, I think the individual is the ultimate minority. So I think I would agree with you, like when it comes to socioeconomic status, yeah, white people are probably doing better socioeconomically,
so it's
generally speaking, than black people.
So it's more of an implication and kind of more extreme when white people say they hate black people rather than, well, you think it's less justified for black people to hate white people, or you think it's more justified?
I think it's equally bad.
Okay.
I think it's
even though there's
bad.
A difference in socioeconomic.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But this would just come down to intersectionality and the ultimate. So you would be like, okay, well, let's look at their socioeconomic status. Let's look at are they able-bodied? Let's look at, are they a man or a woman? Let's look at their skin color. Let's look at their race. You'd look at all these varying factors, and I would just bring it down to the ultimate minority group, which is the individual. So on the individual level, you'd have to look at the totality of circumstances between each person. And I can give you examples where, like, if you have one black person versus one white person, where the intersectionality of like their respective privileges and disadvantages, where the black person is more privileged than that specific white person. Mm-hmm. And so I would just categorically reject that, like, the entire system would be completely irrelevant to the individual encounter. It wouldn't have any bearing whatsoever.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let some more chats come through. We have Lucas here. One sec, Lucas. Gonna get this pulled up. All right, one sec here. We got Lucas. Boom. Chair one, wow, okay, wow, they're going for you. You're a vile, loathsome bottom feeder, but hey, congratulations, your 32nd. No, Lucas, come on, be nice. Prattle, justifying this man's immolation, just fostered the creation of 100,000 new misogynists. Whoa, wait, the net negative now that you've created.
Extreme.
Big net negative there, Jazz. Okay, we have Klain here. I'm not sure I have the energy for this panel tonight, especially chair 1 and 2. Their combined IQ is less than their combined age. A degree does not denote intelligence. Pilots don't need a degree. Okay, thank you, Klain. Good to see you in the chat. Do you want to respond to Klain here really quick?
Me?
Yeah, you want to shoot shots back at him? Or?
No, thank you, though.
Okay. We have Chaw. Men are liberal or leftists largely as a mating strategy rather than pursuing physical excellence and tradition. They tell silly girls like you what you want to hear in an attempt to F you. It got changed. But have you ever been bamboozled where you're like, a guy lied to you and he was like, oh, yeah, I voted for Kamala?
Not that extremely, but I do feel like sometimes they hide their views, yeah.
Men really say they're leftist to bang a chick? Is that what he's saying?
That is what,
yeah. Like, really?
They'll share their zodiac
I've never had a guy do that. The zodiac.
Yeah, they'll be like, I'm an Aries. Like, let me take you home.
All right, we have Josh Brooks here. Hey, good to see you, man. Is she to be expected to take care of the home invader? New challenge unlocked. Slide back the pistol cartridge receiver and lock it in place. You know what? Me and Jazz probably agree with that. I don't think, me personally, I think it's a very outdated gender role that men should be willing to sacrifice their life for women. I'm on board with the feminist on this.
Hell yeah.
I would actually, if I was dating a woman, I would use her as a meat shield, in fact.
Oh.
You're lying, Brian.
I'm dead- no,
You're lying.
I will take my girlfriend.
You're
But
lying,
as a
Brian.
feminist, you would have to agree that this is going to be like, that's really
Give my life for yours?
Yeah.
No.
That's like really, yeah, that's like,
Why can't we just
as
flip
you're
the
dying,
gun?
you can be like, oh my God, he's such a feminist. You'd be like, yes, I died for
No,
a,
protecting the woman would be more
extreme feminism.
would be more feminist.
Yeah.
But
I get what
when
you're
it comes
saying.
to a gun, who knows how to use it? That's my question. Now, see, I know how to use it. So you know
And
what?
my
If I'm with a guy, he doesn't know how to use it. I'll be like,
Exactly.
just lay there. I'll handle it.
No, this is what I'm going to do. So I can continue living my life. I would be like, okay, Jazz, I'm going to jump out the window. You go and take care. How much? Like 100 pounds? 97? Sorry, is that insulting?
They're not even ready.
It's just not relevant.
Yeah,
It's a
meat
little
shield, bro. Meat
How is it
shield.
relevant?
They're not even ready for this combo.
Way
will
more
send-
heavier and bigger than
Anything
us. So yes,
Jazz
it's
is my
relevant.
bodyguard. I'm gonna send her down to take care of the 200-pound home invader. She's you know, you could
Just with these things, right?
Would you
Just
want your
those-
man to
just
know how
with-
to use
just
a
with
gun?
the fist, man. That's with
Yeah,
the
I think
fist.
we would both have to know. I would, because what if I'm alone at home?
Yeah, well, yeah.
He's not always
but
at
I
home.
didn't know if that was a forced gender role.
You get a
on
gun
men.
and you learn jujitsu.
Men are more likely to know how to handle a weapon, yeah. And
Yeah.
I think
That's
that's,
a
But
really-
as they should be.
That's
correct?
a really misogynistic.
That's a
statement.
really
No, it's
sexist
because of the
comment right
structure of
there.
Gender, like
It's just,
tell
I
women-
think women are just as capable of.
they are, but we don't allow them in those spaces to do so.
Come on, women can. Do you have a gun?
You have to take way more initiative rather than men just kind of, let's go shoot, you know? You know what I'm saying? Different hobbies,
learn.
but that's not
Yeah.
nature, it's nurture.
Are you
All right,
married
we
a guy
have-
that likes to
Hunter
go
and
hunting?
gather.
We have Christopher
Literally.
Scott. Well, let's see. For 20 plus years, society, mainly feminists, have told men we are monsters and predators. Oh man, it's been going on for longer than that. But such as unalive all men. That's how misandry hurts men. I mean, I can think of a whole bunch of things. Like, for example, there's way more. I think I don't know what the distribution of pediatricians is. And I mean, I don't know if this is totally gendered, but like circumcision. One with all these female pediatricians suggesting that there be circumcision. This is male genital mutilation.
I thought that was religious, like a
No,
religious.
I mean, it's pretty. I don't think like hospitals when there's a newborn and they're gonna circumcise the child. I don't think they're.
You believe in
They're not
uncut
Jewish.
dicks?
Well, I think there
Yeah.
are.
It was originally.
Can I say that?
It was originally.
You believe in uncut dick?
but not currently. That's
Yes.
not the reason.
Yeah, they
we
just-
love all
they just
dick.
continue to do
Like,
it.
There you go.
who cares?
But
Like,
then if you look at the single motherhood rate, the single mothers are almost unilaterally all having their boy babies' genitals mutilated.
In like the United States.
Yeah, in the United States.
what's this? What is that? Like a
Circumcision.
real statistic?
Yeah, it's a cultural.
It can be a
but it's a
health-
cultural.
My sister
thing.
didn't do that to her kids. I don't think
it's
that's
a
true.
health. That's what
It's-
they say, and it's a cultural thing.
Just
In
like-
Europe, they don't.
Unless you decline it, they're going to have you
Not
come
everyone
in
in Europe
and
has
have the
uncut
procedure done.
gems.
A lot of British
Cut
boys
gems.
do not have cut dicks.
But when it comes to the comparisons between misogyny and misandry, this is what's always confusing. So it's like, when I think of like misogyny and misandry, I'm thinking more so about verbal statements. But like, so what exactly would be categorized? So are you saying like, if somebody exhibits misogynistic tendencies, what is going to be the downstream effects of that in terms of like actual negative impacts? And I can think of a whole bunch. I mean, I always try to categorize that specifically with words, both on the misogyny side and the misandry side. But I mean, there's plenty of actual downstream negative impacts as it relates to misandry, I would say.
Yeah. Well, his example was a hashtag unalive all men, and I think that's. I mean, unless I'm unaware of some sort of genocide or mass murder of men all of a sudden perpetrated by women. So I think the extent of women on male on men violence is a hashtag. That seems to be the extent of it, rather than in our reality, women are being murdered by men.
Well, so I think if we're going back to the original example though, where this woman lit this man on fire, I would argue that feminist rhetoric, misandric rhetoric, in society, either through the classroom,
Played a
most
role.
universities
It played a
have like a
role.
feminist studies program. Everything you see online, in media, in the government, news, journalism, there's a very heavy feminist bent, and I would say that would lead to situations where, because of the narratives as it relates to, if you try to paint something as like, oh my God, this specific form of bigotry is completely egregious, and in order to stop that, people need to. There's not specific advocations towards violence, but there is a point where people will respond violently if it relates to even like fairly benign and harmless like microaggressions.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying, you're blaming misandria on her actions, not her poor impulse control, her anger, her whatever psychological disturbances might cause her to respond in an inappropriate, violent manner. We're blaming misandria rhetoric, not her individual inappropriate style of handling conflict.
Yes.
Well, we don't necessarily know the precise reasons, but I would say that that the fact that she was so upset by what I would consider
A joke.
a slightly rude but fairly benign joke. I don't think a benign joke, even if we are to categorize it as misogynistic, would in any world warrant burning somebody alive.
Right. You're right,
And
it does not. Agreed.
And
It
so
does not.
the fact that she's so upset by this sort of statement would, I think, further my claim that this is probably due to feminist rhetoric as to like, whoa, I'm being aggressed upon verbally. And you've seen these things when it comes to microaggressions. They're going to categorize it as a form of violence. If you say a thing that is offensive, that then gives somebody justification to enact actual physical
they do with
violence
us.
on you. I mean, we've seen this, for example, if you misgender somebody, this can sometimes lead to violence on the part of the transgender individual feeling so aggrieved by words that they're now going to become physically aggressive. I'm not saying this happens all the time. I just want to be fair. But they feel so aggrieved by a verbal utterance that they're now going to aggress upon you physically. And in this case, she's probably like, whoa, the guy, oh my God, what a misogynist. Misogynists are dangerous. I need to harm him.
But these things aren't happening on a grand scale. I think it's a reaction.
What?
I think it's a reaction to the injustice. Like, trans people are murdered or kill themselves more often. Then they get violent towards someone who misgenders them. You know what I mean? Like, this is just another instance where you're blaming feminism, but really, on a much larger scale, misogyny is the reason a lot of women are dying.
Do you not think that transgender people unalive themselves more because they're mentally confused?
Right.
And they have a mental health issue and they don't know how to...
You're saying like gender dysphoria?
Yeah, I guess you could call it that. I would call
That's
it
what
that.
it is.
Yeah.
Gender dysphoria.
That would be the clinical definition, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that them not being able to assimilate in society the way that we've structured gender takes a really large toll on their mental health, and that's why their suicide rates are so high.
I think the issue is when a child or a young person, whatever age, is they go to these therapists and they say, hey, I have gender dysphoria, I think I'm a woman but I was born a man. That therapist, most of the time, if they're woke, most of them are, not saying you are, but I'm saying...
Well, damn, that's crazy. Do you want to know what I think, y'all? Y'all want to know what I think?
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation. Yeah, because of inflammation. Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation. Yeah. And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans. Yeah. Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We're smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
Yo, stupid. Stupid.
Oh, God.
Stupid. 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 The stupidest of the the stupid is so stupid.
The stupid.
The stupid. The stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
That's stupid.
Hey, that's what happens. I mean, all right, y'all. Let's go.
A lot of them are, and they will say, okay, well, you know, you're right, you should change into a woman.
One more
because
dumb
that will make
statement.
you
I'm
happy,
turning this shit off,
instead of fixing the actual gender dysphoria, because that is a mental illness that should be worked on, versus just, you know, gratifying their desire to become another gender.
I think gender dysphoria only exists so like this.
Gender dysphoria is a problem that should have been prevented. Preemptive and prevention would have stopped gender dysphoria. It wouldn't exist if it was nipped in the bud. Gender dysphoria happens after the problem hasn't been stopped.
What it is like you're born a woman and you don't feel like you exist within the idea of how women exist.
Gender
in society.
dysphoria is
You
a
feel
symptom.
Like a man, maybe like internally, whatever. I think that distinction only exists because we misclassified gender. So if a woman feels more masculine and relates to more male dominant roles, they get confused because they don't understand that gender is an identity and not biology.
That's not true.
Well, I think your gender is, I mean, how would you define a woman?
Oh, here we go.
A woman is
About to turn
anyone
this shit
who
off. Here we
identifies
go.
with the role of women in society.
So if my husband put on a wig
What is the
and he
role of a
decided,
woman in society?
I'm a woman today, and he said, you know what, I'm going to identify as a woman. He's a woman?
We can talk these random situations that just would never happen. That doesn't happen. Nobody decides that they want to be trans.
Yes, it does happen.
And exist in society right now that demonizes being trans.
But it doesn't demonize being trans.
But no, I think if he felt more feminine and he aligned more with the roles of women in society and he decided to take that route, then yes, that is a woman.
But you can't even say that because everybody's got the roles all confused. Like we don't even, I mean, women are acting like men now, even though they're not trans, and men are acting like women.
Yeah, and I don't,
So
I mean,
how can you even say that, oh, it's because these roles are pushed on us, which, like I said earlier, I don't even think traditional roles are being pushed anymore on us. I think it's the opposite. So how can you say, oh, well, I'm going to be a woman or I'm going to be a man because I identify with that. So now I get to go into the women's bathroom as, you know, a previous man or however you want to word it.
Still a man.
Still a man.
Still a man.
Yeah, that's just not the opinion I hold. And no one is transitioning just because they want to use the other gender.
No, I think it's for attention, and I think that they have identity issues within themselves because it's like, okay, I am insecure within myself, so I am going to change into a man because I want attention, and I also need to put my identity in something. And actually, we do live in a society, I would say for the most part, that does praise the transgender ideology, and it praises this mental illness. I can't, like, how do you not agree? It's
If
all
they were
over
being
social
praised,
media.
why are they killing themselves so much?
Because they have a mental illness. They're depressed, and a lot of these people regret it years down the line.
Not
and
a
they're
lot. We can look up the statistics.
Well-
I'd love to look up the statistics.
Actual gender dysphoria is a very small percent of the population, and there are some people who actually grow up feeling what gender dysphoria actually is. I would agree with your point that there are some people who right now in today's society are feeling a variety of things that is not clinical gender dysphoria, and it's confusion, it's trauma, it's I'm not comfortable as a woman because I feel like men are predators, so I think I'll just be a man. Or that's one example, but there are lots of reasons why today a lot of young people are feeling like maybe I'm non-binary, maybe I'm Maybe I'm the other, I'm the gender that I wasn't assigned with at birth. And you're right, they go to therapy, and I agree with you that many therapists will, instead of explore on a deep level the root of this issue, and is it real gender dysphoria, or is it a trauma response, or is it confusion?
Man, stop playing guinea pigs with people and just stop that shit.
And they're allowed to make that decision at a young age before they develop, it can be detrimental. And yes, a lot of them do eventually regret their decision when they take hormones and do things. I actually have a client who went as far as, removing her breasts and then had to have them put back on later when she realized she made a terrible mistake. And so I'm just saying that
fucking dumb, that's why.
You're both right. There is real gender dysphoria, but it's a very, very small
Right, Marco.
percentage. Right now, there is a phenomenon of people feeling like they have permission to be confused and then do something about it to their bodies. And I think that we should.
Do you still have my
be
nuts?
more
Can you put that back
responsible in
on,
how we
please?
respond to that and make sure that it's the real, very rare case of gender dysphoria, and not all these cases of young people wanting to explore something. And I think that if you feel like a not very feminine woman,
all right, she getting into whole babble. She getting into whole babble. Pump the brakes, pump the brakes, pump the brakes, pump the brakes, pump the brakes. Excuse me, doctor. You cut my nuts off last week. Do you still have them laying around? Because I need them. Can you sew my nuts back on, please? All right. Pump the brakes, man. All right, guys. Thank you, everybody that hit the like button. Please support the show on the way out. Thank you, guys, for hitting the like button. Thank you, guys, for supporting the show. It's Player Talk Radio. We're going to pick this back up. Happy Memorial Day. We've almost reached our goal, but I got to cut it here. I'm getting a little bit tired. It's Player Talk Radio. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. I'm going to see you guys later on today. It's Player Talk Radio. Pump the brakes.
Hey, I know a motherfucker ain't told you, but you weird, man. You a weird motherfucker, man, for real, man. Y'all gotta start keeping it 100 with people, man. Let a motherfucker know they weird when they weird, man. You weird, man. You weird.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!